Section 0 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 through 1609. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. Introduction. From 1599 to 1608 or 1609, the Globe Playhouse was the home of the Chamberlain King's Company and the only theatre where it publicly presented its plays in London. The Globe was imitated by Henslowe, the theatre magnate, and lauded by Dekker, the playwright. Upon its stage, Shakespeare's major tragedies enjoyed their first performances. Located among the stews and marshes of the Bankside, it drew across the Thames its audience, men and women, gentlemen and journeymen, sightseeing foreigners and native playgoers. Yet for us the playhouse signifies more than a physical structure for the presentation of plays. It has become the symbol of an entire art. Its construction initiated a glorious decade during which the company achieved a level of stability and a quality of productivity rarely matched in the history of the theatre. So rich was the achievement that virtually all interest in the Elizabethan drama radiates from the work of these years. Circumstances attendant on the building of the Globe Playhouse were instrumental in developing the distinctiveness of this endeavor. The new playhouse itself was regarded as the last word in theaters. Allen and Henslowe modeled the fortune upon it. Dekker, in a widely known paragraph from the Gull's Hornbook, praised the wonder of it. In the design of the Globe, there were significant changes from former playhouses. It was a theater built by actors for actors. To subsidize it, a new financial system was instituted, which more fully than heretofore interrelated theater and actors. Furthermore, young men had recently taken over the entire enterprise, playhouse and company. Until 1597, James Burbage had maintained some connection with the Lord Chamberlain's men. Builder and owner of the theater, lessor of Blackfriars, he had exercised a strong influence on the course the company took. In the midst of the uncertainty marking the negotiation for a new lease on the theatre, James Burbage died, bequeathing to his sons and, by association, to the actors an equivocal inheritance. From his death in 1597 to the building of the Globe in 1599, the company was adrift, playing mainly at the curtain. How much responsibility and authority the elder Burbage had relinquished to the young men before 1597 is virtually impossible to determine, but the records indicate that he played an active part in management of the theatrical affairs until the end of his life. After his death, the erection and success of the Globe devolved upon young, presumably enthusiastic, but not green men of the theatre. At this time, Shakespeare, even then the leading playwright of the Lord Chamberlain's men, was passing into a new phase of dramatic activity. The major tragedies were soon to come from his pen. The romantic comedies, in a style which he had developed earlier, were shortly to reach their perfection in Twelfth Night. The histories were to appear no longer. None of the plays written between 1600 and 1609 was considered a history by the editors of the First Folio. Since Henry V, dated 1599, probably appeared before the completion of the Globe, Shakespeare wrote no history play for the Globe Company. On the other hand, Titus Andronicus and Romeo and Juliet are the only plays written before the opening of the Globe which were labeled tragedies. Such categorization is somewhat artificial, but it does accentuate the fact that the settlement of the company at the Globe was followed shortly by a shift of emphasis in Shakespeare's work. One more significant change occurred at this time. Either a dispute with his fellows or an irrepressible wanderlust led the leading clown, Will Kemp, to break with the company. apparently before the stage of the Globe was painted and the spectators admitted. He severed his connection with the Lord Chamberlain's men, though he had been among the original 5 who had taken a moiety of the lease on the projected playhouse. After his departure, there followed a period of great stability in the acting company. In the entire decade, there were only 2 replacements owing to the deaths of actors, and 3 additions with an expansion from 9 to 12 members in 1603. This nexus of events does not necessarily prove that there was a stylistic or artistic change in 1599, nor does it imply that little in procedure, tradition, and equipment was carried over from the theater and the curtain to the Globe, but it does indicate that circumstance and planning combined to modify the character of the enterprise to make it not merely a continuation of the past, but the start of a new theatrical endeavor. As such, the opening of the Globe serves as an excellent point of departure for a special study of the company, sometimes dubbed Shakespeare's, but in this book termed the Globe. In 1608 to 1609, the King's men, acquiring the private indoor theater of Blackfriars, brought the distinctive period to a close, for with the leasing of Blackfriars, according to Professor Gerald Bentley, came a change of outlook. He emphasizes 2 major factors which led to this change. First, the audience at the private theater differed markedly from that at the public playhouse. The former audience was sophisticated and exclusive, whereas the latter was rude and representative. The contrast has been fully elaborated by Alfred Harbidge in Shakespeare and the Rival Traditions. Secondly, the indoor theater, relatively intimate, lit by candles, required an alteration in style of acting and provided a subtler control of mood. To substantiate the theory that the King's men faced these differences squarely, Bentley cites the employment of Johnson, skilled in writing for Blackfriars and the Children of the Queen's Revels. The appearance of a new type of play from the leading playwright, now writing with Blackfriars in mind, and the engagement of Beaumont and Fletcher, neither of whom had previously written for this company. Altogether, the events grouped around the move to Blackfriars indicate that then, too, a new start was made, and Bentley convincingly demonstrates that within a short time Blackfriars became the leading playhouse for the King's men in point of prestige and profit. Until now, I have alluded rather generally to the building of the Globe in 1599 and to the acquisition of Blackfriars in 1608-1609. Since the assignment of several plays depends upon a more exact dating, there is a need to arrive at more precise limits. Shortly after the 26th of February, 1599, construction of the Globe commenced under the supervision of Peter Street, the man with whom Philip Henslow and Edward Allen contracted a year later to erect the Fortune Theater along the same lines. From Street's building schedule for the Fortune, we can estimate that the Globe took 28 to 30 weeks to complete, and thus the earliest opening date would have been in late August or early September 1599. At the Blackfriars, playing by the King's men began sometime between June 24, 1608, when the company took the lease of the premises, and the autumn of 1609, when the decline of a severe plague permitted a resumption of playing. In January 1609, the players received a reward from His Majesty, quote, for their private practice in the time of infection, end quote. Testimony by Robert Burbage and John Hemmings in 1612 indicates that playing commenced sometime during the winter of 1608-1609. A temporary reduction of plague deaths in February and March 1609 makes this the likely period during which Shakespeare and his fellows first played at Blackfriars, and so terminated the Globe years. In the main, the canon of Shakespeare's plays produced between 1599 and 1609 is set. Several plays are in dispute, but on the whole, considering the nature of much of the evidence, the degree of unanimity among scholars is amazing. Of about 9 of the plays, sufficient external evidence exists to verify their placement between 1599 and 1608. There is general agreement that Platter is referring to Shakespeare's Julius Caesar when he describes a performance on September 21st, 1599. Its absence from Mears's list places it after September 7th, 1598, and Chambers dates the play 1599 to 1600. Twelfth Night, first mentioned in connection with a performance at the Middle Temple, February 2nd, 1602, is variously dated 1599 to 1601. Suggestions of an initial performance at the Middle Temple by Wilson and at Whitehall by Hodson do not affect the assignment of date and need not be discussed here. Despite several attempts to force back the date of the first draft of Hamlet to 1583, the year 1601 is still the accepted date for the play as we know it. In an essay in 1944, Chambers confirmed his dating, which appeared in William Shakespeare, 1930. Wilson supports this date, and Gary and Kirschbaum have argued against the use of Harvey's marginalia as evidence of an earlier date. Troilus and Cressida was written before February 7, 1603, when it is listed in the Stationer's Register, quote, as it is acted by my low Chamberlain's men, end quote. The implication is of a recent appearance, but Hodson has made an attempt to set the date back before 1598. The nub of his argument is that the enigmatic title Love's Labour's Won, which appears under Shakespeare's name in Mears's list, really means Love's Pains Are Gained, thus fitting the subject of Troilus and Cressida. This line of reasoning has yet to win support. The upper limits of Othello, Measure for Measure, and King Lear are set by their performances at court on November 1st, 1604, December 26th, 1604, and December 26th, 1606, respectively. The lower limits are unknown, but no responsible authority has suggested dating any of these plays before 1602. The limits for Antony and Cleopatra are set at the upper end by the listing in the Stationer's Register of May 20th, 1608, and at the lower by Daniel's corrections to his Cleopatra in the new edition of Certain Small Works, 1607. On the same day on which the entry for Antony and Cleopatra was inserted, Pericles was registered. This play, however, had been witnessed by the Venetian ambassador sometime between January 5, 1606, and November 23, 1608. Stylistic evidence or contemporary allusion serves to date 4 plays in this period. All's Well That Ends Well is dated in 1602 to 1603 by Chambers, in 1602 by Kittredge and Harbidge. All do so on stylistic evidence. Allusions to the doctrine of equivocation, Act 2, Scene 3, lines 9 through 13, place Macbeth in 1606, and this date is widely accepted. Stylistic evidence leads most scholars to place Timon of Athens in 1607 to 1608, and this type of evidence, combined with allusions of a tenuous nature, leads them to assign Coriolanus to 1608. Several plays are on the borderline at either end of the period. As You Like It, Much Ado About Nothing, and Henry V were stayed from printing according to the Stationer's Register entry of August 4th, 1600. Since none of them appears in Mears's listing in 1598, they all fall within the 2-year intervening period. In dating As You Like It and Much Ado About Nothing, there is very little evidence for narrowing the period. The appearance of Kemp's name and speech prefixes in Much Ado, Act 4, Scene 2, places it before the opening of the Globe. O.J. Campbell points out that As You Like It must have been written after the edict against satire on July 1st, 1599. These facts together with the general consensus lead me to include As You Like It in the 1599 to 1608 Repertory and to exclude Much Ado. Henry V is more narrowly limited by the allusions to Essex's campaign in Ireland. Chorus, Act 5, 30 to 34. The commencement of the campaign was on March 27, 1599. The sad conclusion on September 28, 1599. Since the Globe did not open until the end of August or early September, the weight of evidence excludes Henry V. It also excludes Cymbeline at the end of the decade. Mentioned first by Simon Forman, who saw a performance between April 20th and 30th, 1611, the play is variously dated in 1609 or 1610. The earliest date suggested by Chambers is the spring of 1609. One play, The Merry Wives of Windsor, remains in dispute. Despite the conflict with testimony from Mears, Hodson places the first performance of Merry Wives on April 23, 1597, when it was supposedly performed for the Knights of the Garter at Windsor. Alexander accepts this date. Chambers, Kittredge, and Harbridge date the play in 1600 to 1601, and Chambers points out the appearance of a line from Hamlet. Quote, "What is the reason that you use me thus?" End quote. Act 5, Scene 1, 312. In Scene 13 of the Bad Quarto of Merry Wives, 1602. On this basis, and in the absence of any appropriate time when the play could have been performed before the Queen at a Garter installation, Chambers dates the play in 1600 to 1601. McManaway admits that many questions about the play are unanswerable at present, although he grants that there may have been revisions over a period of years beginning as early as 1597. Nevertheless, as he notes, its absence from Mears's list still remains a bar to an early dating. Consequently, we may treat it as part of the list of new plays written for the Globe Playhouse. For supplementary evidence about the staging of Shakespeare's plays at the Globe, we turn to the pieces of his less gifted colleagues who supplied the Globe Company with scripts. 12 plays are extant which we know or have reason to believe were performed only by the chamberlains or king's men between 1599 and 1609. Of these, 3 were written by Jonson, Every Man Out of His Humor, Sejanus, and Volpone. The first was written, quote, in the year 1599, end quote, according to the 1616 folio, and the revised epilogue refers to the presentation at the Globe. Sejanus, according to Jonson, was acted in the year 1603 by the King's Majesty's servants. Volpone, again according to Jonson, was acted in the year 1605 by the King's Majesty's servants. Barnes, Wilkins, and possibly Tournier each contributed 1 play to the King's Men's repertory now extant. Barnes provided The Devil's Charter, played before the King, quote, by His Majesty's servants, end quote, on February 2, 1607. Wilkins supplied Miseries of Enforced Marriage, Quarto 1607, contains the advertisement as it is now played by His Majesty's servants. The Revenger's Tragedy, uncertainly linked with Tournier's name, appeared in Quarto with the inscription, as it hath been sundry times acted by the King's Majesty's servants. Chambers dates the play 1606 to 1607. The remaining 6 plays are all anonymous and all ascribe production to the chamberlains or king's men on the title pages of their quartos. Alarnum for London was registered on May 27, 1600, and printed in 1602. Thomas Lord Cromwell was registered August 11, 1602, quote, as it was lately acted, end quote. Fair Maid of Bristow, entered in the Stationer's Register February 8, 1605, is dated 1604 by Chambers. The London Prodigal appeared in Quarto in 1605 and was probably produced in 1603 to 1605. The Merry Devil of Edmonton, although registered on October 22, 1607, is mentioned in T.M.'s Black Book in 1604. Chamberlain dates the play about 1603. Lastly, A Yorkshire Tragedy, entered May 2, 1608, may have been written a year or two earlier. The final additions to the 1599 to 1608 repertory consist of two plays which were presented by the Chamberlain King's Men as well as by another company. The first, Decker's Satyro-Maestrix, presented between the production of Powetaster in the spring of 1601 and its entry in the Stationer's Register on November 11th of that year, contains on the quarto 1602 title page the information that it had been, quote, presented publicly by the Lord Chamberlain, his servants, and privately by the children of Paul's, end quote. Certainly this was unusual procedure and must be taken into consideration in applying the play to globe stage conditions. The second, Marston's The Malcontent, dated 1604, was, quote, found, end quote, and played by the King's Men, presumably in retaliation for the theft of one of their plays by the children of the Queen's Revels. The title page and introduction of Quarto 1604 refer to additions by Marston and Webster in order to accommodate the play to an adult company. About the status of the first part of Geronimo, the stolen play, it is difficult to be exact. Boas dates the play after 1600. Since the extant Quarto 1605 may reflect the copy of the Revels production, Geronimo has been cited for supplementary evidence only. Thus, the final list of extant works first produced at the Globe Playhouse between 1599 and 1609, the Globe plays, consists of 15 Shakespearean and 14 non-Shakespearean plays. Upon the evidence of these scripts, the bulk of this study is based. End of Section 0. Section 1 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, The Repertory, Part 1. The magnificent dramas of Shakespeare that assumed flesh and motion upon the Globe stage in its golden decade shared the boards with hack plays, near cousins to the present-day soap operas and grade B westerns. It is easy to forget that the company which produced Hamlet also presented The London Prodigal, and that the same Burbage who shook the superflux as Lear may well have portrayed the ranting, melodramatic husband of A Yorkshire Tragedy, a model indeed of a figure tearing a passion to tatters. Masterpieces and minor pieces followed one another in rapid succession in the same playhouse, and the customs of their production were the result of a single repertory system. Among the various contending works on Shakespearean stage production, the one subject that is invariably neglected is this repertory system. And yet, an understanding of how a theatrical company goes about its business of presenting its plays is a necessary step in working out a theory of staging. Who sees the show and who pays the bill more often determine the possibilities of production than other high-minded considerations. To know what the Elizabethan repertory system was and how it operated requires the answers to certain basic questions. How many performances was a play likely to receive? In what sequence were these performances given? How long did a play remain in repertory? How long were the rehearsal periods for new plays? How many roles did an actor have to command at one time? Where were new plays first presented? In essence, all these questions can be contained in one all-embracing question. How did an acting company market its wares? For let us remember that in the Elizabethan theater we find one of the earliest examples of theater as a commercial enterprise. The pattern of performing, which I call the repertory system, came into being with the appearance of the first permanent playhouses. Their erection in London was a sign that the actors had discovered the means as well as the possibility of gaining the patronage of the large city populace for long periods of time. No longer did the players have to be nomads. No longer was it necessary for a handful of sharers with their apprentices and hired men to trudge from village to village in order to find paying audiences. After 1570, the nomadic troupes that played London for short engagements matured into resident companies that toured occasionally. Though even the most illustrious of the companies continued to travel in the provinces when conditions demanded, their welfare and status were tied to the fortunes of the public playhouses. Touring was an act of desperation. That way lay poverty. Well-being depended upon permanence, and permanence depended upon the effective exploitation of the potential audience. Naturally, not every Londoner was a playgoer. The average play might have been witnessed by 30,000 people over a period of a year and a half. The assumption here is that the play performed to a capacity audience, each member of which saw the play once. More likely, however, not more than 15,000 to 20,000 people saw the average play. To calculate the size of the usual theater-going populace in London is difficult. One conclusion is evident, however. Given the capacity of the public playhouse, somewhat between 2,000 and 3,000 persons, the companies had to change their bills frequently if they were to attract sufficient spectators. Their practices in doing so are the basis of the repertory system. By 1599, the year in which the Globe Playhouse was constructed, these practices were well established. A 5-year period of growth in the theater preceded the construction of the Globe. A decade of relative stability in theatrical affairs followed. During those years, it may not have appeared to the professional players that the time was settled, for a serious plague in 1603 severely curtailed playing schedules, and lively competition from the children's companies drew customers to the private theaters after 1600. But a retrospective survey of the years from 1599 to 1609 makes it evident that the decade was one of peak prosperity for the public theaters. From 1597 to 1602, the Lord Chamberlain's men and the Lord Admiral's men shared a virtual monopoly of public stage presentation. In 1597, the production of The Isle of Dogs by Pembroke's men had aroused the ire of the Privy Council, for what offense it is not now clear. One of the authors, Nash, fled. Ben Jonson, either as part author or as actor, together with 2 other actors, was imprisoned for some months. On July 28th, all plays were prohibited. Disastrous as this event was for the Pembroke's men, it served to strengthen the Lord Admiral's and Lord Chamberlain's men, for in a minute of the Privy Council, dated February 19th, 1598, they alone of the men's companies were permitted to play in London. Not until 1602 was the monopoly successfully challenged. In that year, Worcester's men received permission to perform in London, and in actuality became a party to a new tripartite monopoly. Final confirmation of their privileges came in 1603-1604, when the Stuart family, drawing the theater under its patronage, dispensed royal patents to each of them. A 4th company to receive a patent was the Children of the Queen's Revels. The patent is proof that the competition of the private theaters was a serious matter. For several years between 1600 and 1605, the boys and their itinerary foster fathers had achieved a fashionable popularity. But by 1606, the most successful of these troupes, the Children of the Queen's Revels, seemed to have forfeited the protection of Her Majesty. Whatever may have been the reasons, the children's companies never were able to maintain the continuity of the men's companies. From time to time throughout the decade, minor adult companies drifted into London, played several performances, and departed. An Earl of Derby's company appeared at court for 3 performances in 1600 and 1601. thereafter passing into the provinces whence they had come. Henslow records 2 performances by Pembroke's men on October 28th through 30th, 1600. No further word is heard of them. One performance at court on January 6, 1603, is noted for Hertford's men, otherwise a provincial company. But no professional group successfully challenged the supremacy of these 3 leading companies which, in the course of the decade, became entrenched in their grand playhouses: the Chamberlain King's men at the Globe, the Admiral Prince's men at the Fortune in 1600, and the Worcester Queen's men at the Red Bull about 1605. Concerning 2 of these companies, the Lord Admiral's and Worcester's, there is substantial evidence of the ways in which they functioned. The evidence appears in the diary of Philip Henslow, wherein he noted dealings with both companies. The bulk of the records pertains to the Admiral's Company, for which we have performance lists from 1592 to 1597, and debit accounts from 1597 to 1603. Records of Worcester's men appear for a shorter time in Henslow's diary, but the material, debit accounts from 1602 to 1603, reveals that both companies operated in essentially the same ways. For the third of these companies, the Lord Chamberlain's men, no similar body of evidence exists. The law cases involving Hemmings with Witter and Thomasina Ostler reveal the presence of a unique financial arrangement in this company, yet one which continued alongside the traditional theatrical organization. Like the other public companies, the Lord Chamberlain's men were organized into a partnership of sharers who managed and maintained the group. As sharers, they purchased plays, bought costumes, hired actors, tiremen, and bookkeepers, paid licensing fees, rented a theater, shared profits and expenses, and carried on the manifold duties of a theatrical enterprise. The novelty of the arrangement was that the company rented the theater from some of its own members. Richard Burbage, William Shakespeare, Augustine Phillips, John Hemmings, Thomas Pope, in varying proportions, owned profitable shares in the Globe Playhouse. This overlapping of proprietary interests may tend to obscure the actual similarity of the Chamberlain's theatrical organization to that of its rivals, for though the financing of the companies differed, the system of management was the same. Evidence pertaining to actual performances by the Lord Chamberlain's men is rare. What clues we have take the form partly of letters or notes discovered among non-theatrical documents and concerned only secondarily with the stage, and partly of records of court performances or title pages of texts that provide us with occasional information about what was appearing on the boards of the Globe. Alone, these items bear little weight. Their principal value lies in their agreement with the conditions reflected in Henslow's diary, and it is to this source that we must turn to secure a picture of how plays were produced in the Elizabethan age. The theatrical periods for which Henslow kept records cannot be considered seasons in the modern sense. During the severe plague of 1592 to 1594, playing all but ceased. After the abatement of the disease and a false start at Newington Butts, the Lord Admiral's men commenced regular performances at the Rose on June 17, 1594. Playing continued without unusual interruption until the following March 14, 1595. After the Lenten season, the company recommenced playing on Easter Monday, April 21st, and played through June 26th. During the summer season, the tour in the provinces was brief, for the company reopened on August 25th and again played without exceptional interruption through February 28, 1596. Performances resumed on April 12th, again after Lent, and continued through July 18, 1596. Here occurred an unusually long summer break which lasted until October 27th, during which time the company traveled in the provinces. Save for a curious suspension from November 16th through the 24th, The company played at the Rose from October 27th until February 12th, 1597. A brief Lenten observance followed, and the performances began again on March 3rd and continued until July 19th. The presentation of The Isle of Dogs halted general theatrical activity on July 20th, and although the Rose opened on July 27th and 28th, the Privy Council order of the latter date suspended all playing until All Hallowtide next. In the preceding schedule, we may discern a more or less regular pattern of playing. A Lenten suspension is almost invariably observed, though the duration of the observance varies. A less regular summer break, usually from mid-July to October, intervenes, the length of time depending upon the severity of the plague. Finally, during the Christmas holidays, performances are given about half of the days of the month. During each December, from 1594 through 1596, this interruption occurs and is presumably the result of the company's activity at and about the court. The day-by-day program of the Lord Admiral's men follows the same sort of irregularity as a glance at 2 weeks of performances will show. Let us choose a time from an ordinary, uneventful season. On Monday afternoon of November 10, 1595, if we had crossed the Thames to the Rose on the Bankside, we should have seen Longshank, a reasonably new play. Already it had had 4 performances, having opened for the first time on the previous August 28th. However, we might have discovered that this was an old play newly revived, Peele's Edward I. On Tuesday, the 11th, the company presented The Disguises, an even newer play, having opened on the previous 2nd of October. It had already been played 5 times, and oddly enough, this day's performance, the 6th, would be its last. On Wednesday and Thursday, we could have seen the first and second parts of Tamburlaine. Both plays had been doing brisk business. Part 1 from the time of its revival on August 30th, 1594, and Part 2 from its revival on December 19th, 1594. Typical of the Elizabethan theater would be the performance of Part 2 of a play the day after Part 1. We should have been particularly fortunate in seeing the Tamburlaines, for these performances were to be the last in this revival. On Friday, November 14th, we could have attended the premiere of A Toy to Please Chaste Ladies, which proved to be a moderately successful piece. The 7 days of the week, a very successful play, which had opened the previous June, would receive its 14th performance on Saturday and was to continue to hold the stage until the following December 31st, totaling 22 performances in all. There was to be no playing on Sunday, which was usual, nor on Monday, which was unusual. From Tuesday through Thursday, November 18th to the 20th, we should have seen Crack Me This Nut, Bernardo and Fiammetta, and Wonder of a Woman, all recent plays. The first had opened as a new play the previous September 5th and enjoyed some success. In 1601, it would be revived. The second play had had its premiere several weeks earlier, on October 30th, and was not as successful as the first. The third piece also had opened recently, on October 16th, and it, too, had excited only a moderate response. On Friday, a week after its premiere, we would have had the chance to hear A Toy to Please Chaste Ladies once again. It was to continue in the repertory for another year, with a total of 9 performances, making it an average success. Finally, on Saturday, November 22nd, at the end of our 2-week visit, Celio and Olimpo was on the bill, a play which had opened initially on the 5th of the previous March. This performance, its 8th, would bring it near the end of its run of 10 performances. On February 19, 1596, a little less than a year after its opening, the play would leave the boards, its prompt book lost in the dust of the Rose Playhouse. Thus, in 2 weeks, we could have seen 11 performances of 10 different plays at one playhouse. On no day would we have found the theater repeating the play of the day before. Among the plays, the majority, 6 of 10, would have been new works, produced since the return of the company from its summer tour. 2 others were carryovers from the previous spring, and 2 were older plays which had been revived. Nor would these plays have appeared regularly in the succeeding weeks. If we had remained in London for 2 additional weeks, we should have found some repetition of the plays we had already seen, as well as some plays that would be new to us. Again, there would be 11 performances in 2 weeks. 5 performances would repeat works of the previous fortnight's bill. The remaining 6 performances would have been divided among 5 plays, a new play for 2 performances, another play which had opened that autumn, 2 parts of a play from the previous spring, whose performances, like those of Tamburlaine, would have been arranged on successive days, and a play which would appear once and disappear. Altogether, in 4 weeks, we should have been able to see 15 different plays, only 5 of which would be repeated, and 1 of which would attain 3 performances. Most of the plays would be less than 1 season old, a few holdovers from the previous season, and only 2 or possibly 3 could be considered old plays. Of the 15, 2 would have been completely new plays, and in fact, the only play to have had 3 performances in 4 weeks would have been a recent addition to the repertoire, A Toy to Please Chaste Ladies. The alterations of the plays was irregular. The choice of play from day to day must have followed the exigencies of the moment. Over an extended period, on the other hand, a broad pattern may be observed. A new play or revival usually opened to a good house despite the doubling of admission prices. Several days or a week later, a second performance would be given, and then, depending on the enthusiasm of the audience response, the play would be repeated several times a month at first, then less frequently, the intervals between performances becoming longer and longer until the play would be presented once a month. Within a year or year and a half, it would fade from the theater. Such was the usual course. Naturally, a popular work would continue longer and be revived more often, whereas a flop would leave the boards almost immediately. In the total winter season from August 25, 1595, through February 28, 1596, of which we have considered 4 weeks, the company gave 150 performances of 30 different plays. 87 performances, or 58% of the total, were of the 14 new plays produced that season. 5 performances, 3.3%, were of 1 play, The Jew of Malta, revived that season. 46 performances, or 30.7%, were given by the 8 plays from the previous season, which were less than a year old, counting from December 1st, 1594. Only 12 performances, 8%, were of the 7 plays which were more than a year old. This distribution, which is similar for all the seasons covered by Henslow's records, emphasizes how dependent the company was on the continuous addition of new plays to its stock in order to maintain itself in London. The sheer volume of production is staggering. How strenuous the demands must have been upon the actors. Although we are familiar with the extensive repertory which an opera singer must command, at least it is a repertory which, in large measure, has assumed classical limitations. The Elizabethan actor, on the contrary, had to remember the old and learn the new at the same time. He had to retain the lines of the older plays, for not only might he wait weeks and months between performances of a particular play, but occasionally he might be asked to give a single performance of a long neglected play. He also had to commit to memory an amazing number of new plays each season. In the 3-year period from June 5, 1594 to July 28, 1597, a leading actor of the Lord Admiral's company, such as Edward Alwyn or Thomas Downton, had to secure and retain command of about 71 different roles. of which number 52 or 53 were newly learned. The manner in which the acting companies secured new plays has been fully discussed by Gregg and Chambers, so that a brief summary will suffice. Sometimes the actors would buy a finished book, as evidenced by the purchase of Strange News Out of Poland for £6 on May 17, 1600. However, the more usual way of dealing with the impecunious poets who supplied them with scripts was for the admiral's men to approve a plot outline of a play, upon which approval they would pay the playwright or playwrights in advance. As portions of the book were received, further advances were given until the entire work was submitted and full payment, usually £6 in this period, was made. Although the names of a large number of playwrights appear in Henslow's records, most of the new plays performed by the admiral's men came from the pens of less than a dozen men. 3 different types of relationships seem to have existed between actors and the playwrights. In one type, Shakespeare and Heywood, actors of their companies, presumably wrote for their own fellows exclusively. In another, Ben Jonson went freewheeling in his passage from one company to another and back again. Between these extremes was a man like Dekker, who generally confined his writing to the admiral's men, at least at this time, although he did write occasionally for other companies. Upon receipt of the play from the author, the actors put it into production without much delay. Of the 88 new plays presented during this period by the admiral's men, Henslow records data on the purchase of both the book and properties for 28 of them. Only one, Polyphemus, shows a substantial lapse between the final payment for the script on February 27, 1599, and the purchase of Diverse Things for production on October 5, 1599. Since the purchase of these diverse things only totaled 8 shillings, the play may very well have been produced earlier, the later entry relating to properties or costumes which were added to the production. Of the 27 other plays, the time between the final purchase of the manuscript and the first indication of production extends from 3 to 51 days, the average duration being a little over 20 days. That many of the payments were for costumes which had to be tailored indicates that the time lapse was even less than the records show. For example, the longest delay, 51 days, came between the purchase of Brute on October 22nd and the payments for Coats of Giants for the same play on December 12, 1598. Probably the order for the coats had been placed considerably earlier. 3 special cases, those of 2 Angry Women of Abington, Part 2, and Thome Stroud, Part 2, of the Admiral's Men, and A Woman Killed with Kindness of Worcester's Men, demonstrate that in some instances production was begun before the writing was completed. The book of 2 Angry Women was paid for in full on February 12th, 1599, although gowns had been paid for on January 31st, and Diverse Things on February 12th. Payment in full is recorded for Thome Stroud on May 5th, 1601, although suits had been bought on April 27th. Lastly, Heywood received £3 as final payment on A Woman Killed with Kindness on March 6th, 1603, although costumes had been paid for on February 5th and March 7th. The entire conception of play producing reflected here is one of continuous presentation. As soon as a poet turned over his play to the actors, they would introduce it into the repertory with very little delay. There is no indication that special occasions provided the moment for unveiling a new play or that long-range planning for a season was part of the Elizabethan or Jacobean scheme. Immediate concerns, the nature of which we know too little, probably dictated the day-to-day program of the theatrical fraternity. Responsive to the vicissitudes of political, hygienic, and economic conditions, the players, within their strictly traditional guild organization, maintained an empirical, non-theoretical, professional attitude. Let us turn back to the winter season of 1595 to 1596 to trace the introduction of new plays into the repertory. 4 days after the opening of the season, on August 29th, Longshank was presented. 6 days later, on September 5th, it was followed by Crack Me This Nut. Another play followed on September 17th, The New World's Tragedy, and still another on October 2nd, The Disguises. For the rest of this season, there were premieres on October 16th, Wonder of a Woman, October 30th, Bernardo and Fiammetta, November 14th, A Toy to Please Chaste Ladies, November 28th, Henry V, and in 1596, on January 3rd, Chinon of England, January 16th, Pythagoras, January 23rd, 7 Days of the Week, Part 2, and February 12th, Blind Beggar of Alexandria. The longest interval between the production of new plays was 35 days, November 28th to January 3rd, though the intervening performances numbered only 20. The shortest interval of 6 days occurred twice, at the beginning and near the end of the season. Obviously, the lack of regularity apparent in other aspects of production also existed in the frequency with which new plays were presented. Nor does the study of the year-to-year pattern reflect any great regularity. For example, in December 1594, 3 new plays were presented. In December 1595, none. In December 1596, 4. The presentation of so many new plays in the latter year was owing without doubt to the absence of any new plays in November 1596. Consequently, though we cannot determine a fixed number, we can calculate the average number of new plays introduced into the repertory in 1 year. Over the 3-year period 1594 to 1597, the actors of the Admiral's Company had an average interval of 14.7 days, or roughly 2 weeks, between the opening of new plays. While the interval ranged from 2 days to 57, the mean interval was 13 days. Thus, it would be accurate enough to say that the company produced a new play every 2 weeks during the playing season. For the years 1597 to 1603, we have evidence of the number of new plays produced each year, but not of the number of performances given. Consequently, to correlate all the evidence, it is necessary to calculate not only the average intervals between premieres of new plays, but also the average number of plays produced from 1594 to 1597. The diary reports the lists of performances continuously from June 5, 1594 to July 28, 1597, a total of 3 years and 53 days. Since 1596 was a leap year, the entire period consisted of 1,149 days, during which 54 new plays were produced, averaging 1 play for every 21.3 days. Thus, about 17 new plays were presented each year by the Lord Admiral's men. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, The Repertory, Part 2. Chambers, describing the repertory of the Admiral's men from 1597 to 1603, estimates that they added 17 new plays in 1597-1598, 21 in 1598-1599, 20 in 1599-1600, 7 in 1600-1601, 14 in 1601-1602, and 9 in 1602-1603. If we exclude the figures for 1602-1603, a season shortened by the death of Elizabeth, an average for the 5 years comes to 15.8 new plays each year. The unusually meager count of 7 plays for 1600-1601 may reflect, as Chambers suggests, a reliance on the older repertory after Edward Allen's return to the company, or it might indicate that the company toured extensively that year. Until now, we have considered only one company. Fortunately, Henslow served as banker for Lord Worcester's men from August 17, 1602 to March 16, 1603, a period of 212 days. During that time, they commissioned 12 new plays. A simple equation based on the ratio of 12 plays to 212 days, as X plays are to 365 days, yields us 20 plays as the total this company would have reached if they had continued to produce new works at the same rate for the rest of the year. However, since the period covered by the accounts was the most active part of the theatrical year, it is likely that the total would have been nearer to 17. Furthermore, the average interval between the openings of new plays by the Worcester's men comes to 16.6 days. Allowing for the uncertainty of the length of this particular season, calculated as it is on expense payments, not actual performances, this average is in line with the earlier figure of 14.7 days between openings. Thus, 2 of the 3 important public playhouses in London each presented about 17 new plays a year, grouping them in 2 seasons so that a new play was presented every 14 or 15 days. The evidence for the third of these companies, the Lord Chamberlain's men, is scanty to determine whether or not it followed the system of the other 2 companies is hazardous at best. As Gregg aptly noted more than half a century ago, quote, "We know practically nothing of the internal workings of the Lord Chamberlain's company," end quote. Yet here and there, links between this company and the others suggest that in general all of them followed the same repertory practices. Between June 5th and 15th, 1594, the Lord Admiral's and Lord Chamberlain's men played together at Newington Butts. Henslow's performance list does not clarify whether they functioned as one company or 2. In fact, only the excellent deduction of Gregg, who followed Flay in this, made it clear that the combination ceased after that date, for the list of subsequent performances proceeds without a break. Of the 10 performances, 5 were of plays now generally ascribed to the Chamberlain's men. Flay, extolling the virtues of the Chamberlain's men at the expense of the Admiral's, asserts that he has been unable to trace at any time, quote, "more than 4 new plays produced by the former company in any one year," end quote. This conclusion might stem from a recollection of a note by Malone, quote, "It appears from Sir Henry Herbert's office book that the King's Company between the years 1622 and 1641 produced either at Blackfriars or the Globe at least 4 new plays every year," end quote. He goes on, quote, "The King's Company usually brought out 2 or 3 new plays at the Globe every summer," end quote. Both statements indicate that no less than 4 plays were produced annually. A study of Herbert's list of licenses supports them. From July 1623 to July 1624, licenses for 35 plays are recorded. 4 may be discarded for our present purposes. Of the remaining 31, 11 were licensed by the Palsgrave's Company, 7, 6 new and 1 old, for the Prince's men, 8, 6 new and 2 old for the King's men, 4, 3 new and 1 old for the Lady Elizabeth's servants, and 1 for the Queen of Bohemia's company. G.E. Bentley very persuasively accounts for the greater number of plays licensed for the Palsgrave's men by pointing out that the fire at their playhouse, the Fortune, on December 9, 1621, deprived them of their prompt books, and that in 1623-1624 they were striving to repair the damage to their repertory. The discrepancy between the 6 new plays of 1623-1624 and the estimated 17 of 1594-1603 is not a mark of conflict in the evidence. Times had changed. The King's men needed only a third of the new plays that they had produced in earlier years. The use of a private theater largely accounts for this change, for the seats of Blackfriars could be filled 4 or 5 times over by the audience from a single performance at the Globe. What is really significant is that the King's men presented the same number of new plays as the Prince's men, and that the practices of Shakespeare's fellows were in harmony with those of other companies. Only an idolatrous love of Shakespeare can lead us to conclude that from 1599 to 1609, the Lord Chamberlain's men produced appreciably fewer plays than the other companies did. All were in lively competition, in which, as Platter noted, quote, "those which play best obtain most spectators." End quote. To maintain that the Globe Company produced only 4 or 5 new plays a year, we must prove that Shakespeare's plays were of such popularity that they could be repeated again and again, while other companies had to change their bills daily. However, we have no evidence to show that this was the case. Certainly, Falstaff was a perennial favorite, but so was Barabbas the Jew. A play such as Richard II was old by 1601. Twelfth Night or Malvolio held the stage, it seems, but so did the Spanish tragedy or Geronimo. Yet Henslow's schedule reveals that the old war horses such as Geronimo, the Jew of Malta, Faustus, and Tamburlaine altogether provided no more than 11% of the performances of the Lord Admiral's company throughout the entire recorded period, and no more than 6% in any one year. We should like to think that Shakespeare's work had more commercial appeal than Marlowe's or Kidd's, but can we suppose that it had a popularity, let us say, 5 or 6 times greater? A sobering thought on the enigma of popularity must strike us when we realize that Pericles was, if its succession of quartos offers any evidence, more popular than Antony and Cleopatra, and that The Winter's Tale, if court performances are any measure, appealed to the royalty more than King Lear. Furthermore, once we eliminate the plays which in all likelihood were given few performances, such as Troilus and Cressida, All's Well, and Measure for Measure, we are left with too few Shakespearean plays to sustain a theatrical company in the London of 1600. A reference to the list of court performances between 1603 and 1642 verifies the pattern reflected in Henslow's records. Aside from their first appearances before James, when they presented many old standbys, the King's men usually offered the latest plays to their majesties, and when Shakespeare died, the works of other writers rapidly superseded his at court. Like the commonalty, royalty expected to see the current hit. The plays we now regard as great literary works were struck off in the harassing atmosphere of a commercial enterprise. Most of the plays were failures or temporary successes. Most of those produced by the Admiral's men played their few, in many cases very few, performances and passed away without any further trace but the notation by a shrewd businessman. Of the 113 plays listed by Henslow between 1592 and 1597, 67 would certainly be unknown without the diary, and another 12 would probably be unknown. However, among the 34 plays that would be otherwise known, only 27 are extant, or about 24% of the plays listed by Henslow. By assuming that the 29 extant Globe texts represent a similar percentage of the Globe repertory, we arrive at a conclusion that 116 plays were actually produced by the company between 1599 and 1609. But during these years, the theater suffered closings of extraordinary duration because of the plague. In addition, the Globe period is calculated from September 1599 to March 1609. Actual playing time, therefore, amounted to about 7.5 years. This estimate, divided into 116 new plays, gives us a result of 15.6 plays as the average number of new works offered by the Globe Company each year. Actually, in estimating these figures, some allowance must be made for Shakespeare's superiority. How much, however, is virtually impossible to say, nor is an actual figure necessary as long as we realize that the repertory system of all three companies were fundamentally the same. In effect, the figures that we have for the Lord Admirals and Worcester's men are a far safer guide to actual globe practice than any other evidence. As lovers of literature, we need to be grieved little by the disappearance of 75% of the plays, at least judging from contemporary response. Generally, the plays that have come down to us were the more popular pieces. Either they were printed or discussed or alluded to. At the same time, they were played more frequently. The 79 plays which we know only through Henslow provided 496 performances in 5 years. The other 34 played 403 performances in the same period. On an average, we find that the plays otherwise known to us played nearly twice as many performances as those mentioned by Henslow. Those pieces that attained popularity and whose stage life extended over a period of years run like strong threads through the repertory of an Elizabethan company. But between the strands there was much filler, plays which spoke their brief piece upon the platform and departed within a few months. 7 to 8 performances were the average number for a play. Many did not attain even this many representations. 3 out of every 10 plays had no more than 1 or 2 performances. Less than 1 out of 10 went beyond 20 performances. An extensive and actually wonderful process of winnowing out the chaff was at work. This process was the repertory system. As a result of it, the plays that could bring back an audience year after year survived to speak for the age. The process of winnowing out the ineffectual pieces was supplemented by the custom of revivals. Periodically, plays of the recent past would be brought back to the stage for another run. Usually, the pattern of performances for a revival would follow that of a new play. Close-packed performances at first and a tapering off until representation ceased. The Spanish tragedy, or as Henslow entitles it, Geronimo, offers a clear example of the process at work. In March 1592, it was presented for 3 performances. In April, again, for 3 performances. In May, it reached its peak with 5 performances, and in June, played twice. The hiatus in the summer and fall of 1592 interrupted the normal cycle. On resumption of playing in December, Geronimo appeared again, was repeated twice in January for the last times. These performances were by Strange's men. 4 years later, on January 7, 1597, the Lord Admiral's men revived it as a new play, indicating that it had been substantially revised. Subsequent performances followed with diminishing frequency, with intervals of 4, 6, 5, 9, 10, 28, 14, 21, 26, 29 days. The play was further revived in September or October of 1601, this time with additions by Johnson. 20 plays in Henslow's list show definite evidence of revival, either during the 1593-1597 period or the 1599-1601 period. Only Dr. Faustus shows continual performance from 1594 to 1597. Originally revived on October 2, 1594, it was performed from time to time by the Lord Admiral's Company, which did not allow more than 4 months to elapse between performances. There was a later revival toward the end of 1602. Among the 19 remaining plays, the manner of revival varied somewhat. 9 of them seem to have been altered or enlarged considerably for the revival. Usually these plays had been off the stage for several years. Fortunatus was reworked by Dekker in November 1599 after it had lain idle for 3.5 years. Geronimo, as we saw already, had not been offered for 4 years when it was revived as new in January 1597. Tamburlaine Part 2 was 3.5 years old when presented as new on June 11, 1596. Two of the plays, Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay, and Phaeton, show evidence of alterations, as do the rest, but specifically for court performances. Though there is no certainty that revivals in the public playhouse occurred at the same time, it is not unlikely, as we shall discover. One advantage of the Elizabethan method of revivals, abetted by the absence of copyright laws, was that it enabled a writer to rework his own or someone else's work. Through how many versions, for example, did the narrative of Hamlet pass to reach its final stage? We know of 3 at least. The one played by the, quote, Lord Admiralman and Lord Chamberlain, end quote, at Newington Butts on June 11, 1594. The one contained in the 1603 quarto. The one announced as, quote, newly imprinted and enlarged to almost as much again as it was, according to the true and perfect copy, end quote. The constant shifting of the repertory not only screened out hack pieces, it also provided time for the refinement of masterworks. In instances where no proof of literary revision exists, there is evidence sometimes of theatrical revision. 4 plays from 4 to 6.5 years old were revived after 1597. The purchase of properties for them indicates that they received new productions. Of the last 6 of the 20 plays revived, only the cessation of playing and, after an extended lapse of time, the resumption of performances tell us that they were revived. Revived plays for all practical purposes were treated as new. Instead of maintaining a play in continuous repertory over an extended period of time during which performances of the work would be given at regular intervals, the players permitted a work to fade out of the repertory for a time, to be restored later with or without changes for another cycle of performances. That this was also the method of the Lord Chamberlain's men is attested to in a letter written by Sir Walter Cope to Sir Robert Cecil in 1604. Upon inquiring for a new play for the Queen, Sir Walter was informed by Richard Burbage that Her Majesty had seen their new plays, quote, but they have revived an old one called Loved, Labour, Lost, end quote. Whether or not this, quote, old play, end quote, had been presented since its performance at court in 1597-1598, we do not know, but its description as an old play suggests that it had lain dormant for some time before its revival in 1604. In the same letter, Sir Walter complains of the difficulty of finding, quote, players, jugglers, and such kind of creatures, end quote, to perform for the Queen. Yet, according to the formula which appears in the Privy Council minute of February 19, 1598, the Lord Chamberlain's men were permitted to stage plays so that, quote, they might be better enabled and prepared to show such plays before Her Majesty as they shall be required at times meet and accustomed, to which end they have been chiefly licensed, end quote. Why were they not ready then? Just what was the relationship between the public players and the court? To what extent did the players prepare their plays specifically for the nobility? More than one scholar has been tempted to demonstrate that particular plays were prepared for the court or courtly occasions. Usually the demonstration has had to rely on allusions in a script, for external evidence indicates that such a practice was extremely rare. For example, we can trace the career of Fortunatus with minuteness. Its first performance is recorded in Henslow's diary on February 3, 1596. Thereafter, it runs through a normal cycle of 6 performances until May 26th. Between November 9th and November 30th, 1599, Dekker received £6 for rewriting the play. We may presume that it underwent a complete revision since £6 is the usual payment for a new work. On December 1st, he received an additional £1 for altering the work, and on December 12th, £2 for, quote, the end of Fortunatus for the court, end quote. In addition, sometime between December 6th and the 12th, £10 were laid out, quote, for to buy things for Fortunatus, end quote. The entries indicate clearly that a revival for the public playhouse had been planned, for which Dekker was commissioned to rewrite the play. The performance at court could not have been the initial reason for the revival. Otherwise, the book would not have needed a new ending so soon. After the revision was completed, perhaps even before the court performance had been spoken for, the play was publicly produced. Yet, when the company was called upon by the Queen in holiday season, it hurriedly had Dekker furbish up a graceful and complimentary conclusion for performance before the Queen on December 27, 1599. While it is true that the plays chosen for court performance had been proven in public, it is equally true that the plays were geared to the public. Usually with slight alteration, though occasionally with much, the essentially public play was readied for Queen Elizabeth and later for King James and his family. The admiral's men paid Middleton 5 shillings for a prologue and epilogue for Friar Bacon, quote, for the court, end quote, on December 14th, 1602. Surely a small sum to invest in pleasing a sovereign. Of course, for the holidays of 1599-1600, the company had paid Dekker fully £2 for alterations to Phaeton for the court. An additional £1 was laid out for, quote, diverse things, end quote, for the court. Yet when the play was brought out 2 years earlier, £5 had been spent on its furnishings for public presentation. Few plays produced by the professional players received their first performances at the court. Reference to the summary of court performances will show that of 144 plays presented at court between 1590 and 1642, only 8 seem to have been intended especially and initially for the court. 2 were presented in 1620, 5 after 1629. Only 1 comes from the first decade of the 17th century. During the holiday season of 1602-1603, the Lord Admiral's men gave 3 plays at court. Presumably, one of these was As Merry as May Be, for on November 9th, 1602, John Day was given 40 shillings, quote, in earnest of a book called Merry as May Be for the court, end quote. And on November 17th, Day, Smith, and Hathaway were paid £6 more. What the occasion was for this extraordinary procedure we cannot now discover. The Admiral's men were at court on December 27, 1602, March 6, 1603, and possibly March 8th. On which of these nights As Merry as May Be was played, we do not know. Considering the practice of the Admiral's men, it is not impossible that, despite the entry by Henslow, the first performance of As Merry as May Be was at the Fortune. All other plays, in one way or another, show the marks of public performance. In many instances, insufficient evidence prevents us from concluding with any certainty whether or not a court performance was initially envisioned. So many plays exist only as titles in the warrants. But where evidence appears, it supports the contention that public performance preceded court performance. In 8 cases, we have the date of the licensing of a play by Sir Henry Herbert as well as the date of its first court performance. Naturally, in each case, the licensing came first. Herbert's records give substantial support for the assumption that the plays were acted the day they were licensed. For example, Malone notes against the license for July 29, 1629, quote, "The Northern Lass, which was acted by the King's Company on the 29th of July, 1629, end quote. Moreover, for The Wits by Davenant, we have confirmation of public performance before court performance. Licensed on January 19, 1634, the king having rejected some of the severities of Herbert's censoring on the 9th, Mildmay saw it acted at Blackfriars only 3 days later, on January 22nd. On the 28th, it was given at court. The type of theatrical presentation especially conceived and executed for a courtly audience was different in tone and character from that of the popular plays. Masks and entertainments, in their symbolic spectacles, learned allusions, and elaborate compliments delighted royalty through novelty and flattery. Interspersed with debate, music, and dance, these forms bore but a cousinly relationship to the drama. Professional writers, such as Johnson, who wrote masks, had to alter their methods, for works commissioned for royal pleasure demanded that the poet practice his art with a difference. 60 years later, we find the same dichotomy occurring in the work of Molière. Being commercial enterprises, the public theaters must have directed their energies to satisfying the customer who paid best. Some simple calculations will demonstrate that the players were dependent far more upon their public than their court receipts. The involved estimates in determining the basis for the income of the various companies have been undertaken elsewhere and need not be repeated here. Briefly, we can adopt the results of various scholars. From 1594 through 1596, the average number of playing days per year, according to Henslow's diary, was 195 and 2/3. 1594, 206. 1595, 211. 1596, 170. Consequently, about 200 playing days a year in London may be regarded as an average. Baldwin concluded that the return to the actors for a 300 performance year was £1,260. On this basis, the income for the minimum of 200 playing days a year would come to £840. Harbridge concludes that the average daily attendance at the Rose was 1,250 persons. Since he divides the total capacity of 2,494 into 870 persons in the yard at 1 penny, 1,408 persons in the penny gallery, and 216 in the 2-penny gallery, at 2 and 3 penny admissions, respectively, the average daily attendance in each section yields 436, 705, and 108 persons each by a simple proportionate equation. The average daily income would then be £9, 0 shillings, 10 pence. The actor's share being £7, 2 shillings, 5 pence. Consequently, by multiplying this figure by 200, we have the average yearly income for the actors of £1,424, 3 shillings, 4 pence. A final estimate, employing Harbridge's attendance figures of 1,250 and John Cranford Adams' arrangement of the Globe Playhouse, yields an income to the actors of £8, 12 shillings, 5 pence daily, exclusive of the Lord's rooms, or £1,724, 3 shillings, 4 pence for 200 days. The Lord's rooms brought them 37 shillings, 6 pence each additional day, or £375 a year. In estimating income for the Globe Company, we must remember that at least 5 of the sharers of the Chamberlain Kingsmen were also housekeepers and derived income from the playhouse directly. From Elizabeth and later from James, the Chamberlain Kingsmen received £873 between 1599 and 1609, of which amount £70 was for relief of the company during plague time, and £30 for reimbursement for expenses incurred during unusually lengthy travel to and from the court. Thus, the annual average for playing was £77 6 shillings, with the court payments in the later years substantially greater than in the early ones. Grants from Elizabeth never totaled more than 5% of the income the company earned at the Globe. Under James, the percentage rose to a high of about 15 by 1609. The increase in court support evident in these figures ultimately led the Globe Company to appeal increasingly to an aristocratic audience. But throughout the decade we are considering, the actors depended on the pence of a large, heterogeneous public more than upon the bounty of their prince. The players certainly tendered curiosity and respect to the court, which, after all, was their main defense against puritanical suppression. No doubt, at the behest of the sovereign, each company eagerly fulfilled the service required of it. The players' well-being in and about London, as well as their prestige, depended to a significant extent on their relationship with the prince. Yet, the historical, literary, and economic evidence does not support the attempts to demonstrate that such plays as Macbeth, The Merry Wives of Windsor, or Twelfth Night were first presented at court. For example, Leslie Hotson's thesis that Twelfth Night was a tribute to the ambassador Virginio Orsino, Duke of Bracciano, has been challenged by Francis Keene, who has re-examined the documents. Except for Troilus and Cressida, it is not likely that any Shakespearean play of the Globe decade was given its premiere anywhere else than at the Globe. I have dealt with the repertory system at length because insufficient attention has been paid to it. In reconstructing the staging of any company, the character of this system cannot be ignored. For the Globe Company as well as for the other companies, the staging of plays was conditioned by the irregular alteration of plays, the large number of plays that had to be ready for performance at one time, the rapidity with which new ones were added to the repertory, the probability of revivals, and the reliance upon the public playhouse for theatrical well-being. Allowance for these conditions must be made in any discussion of the play, the stage, and the actor. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Dramaturgy. Shakespeare's plays of the Globe years are the highest forms of drama to result from a century of evolution. The long-fought battle between popular and private taste was to go on, finally to the defeat of popular taste in the rise of the private theaters. But in the 10 years of the Globe, before the King's men saw their theatrical future in appealing to a Blackfriars trade, the artistic possibilities of the popular narrative drama were abundantly realized. As the poet created the play, the actors rehearsed it, or very shortly thereafter. At the Globe Playhouse, the intimacy between Shakespeare and his colleagues gave unparalleled opportunity for artistic collaboration. Through changes in status and physical surroundings, they maintained warm personal and professional relations. From a common creative act arose the plays that Shakespeare penned and the productions that his friends presented. The record of this partnership is contained in the extant scripts, not merely in stage directions or in dialogue, but in the very substance of the dramatist's craft, the structure of the incidents. To know this structure of incidents is no simple matter. Little contemporary Elizabethan theory of the dramatist's craft exists. Of the few contemporary essays on poesy which treat the drama, Sidney's The Defense of Poesy, circa 1583, is not only the best known, but also the most thorough. In measuring pre-Shakespearean drama by neoclassic standards, Sidney concludes that the early plays lack order. Yet the characteristic that Sidney so roundly condemned is the very one which, as we shall see, was so skillfully mastered by the turn of the century, the narration of an extended history covering much time and many places. By then, classicism was no longer a fixed standard. This is no more evident than in the words of Ben Jonson. The most classical of all Elizabethan playwrights, with the possible exception of Chapman, Jonson contains in his remarks on the drama contradictory tendencies not fully reconciled in theory. The chorus to Every Man Out of His Humor, a Globe play, provides the clearest expression of his views on drama. Citing the precedent of the Greek poets, Jonson asserts, through the choral figure of Cordatus, that he does not see why the English poets should not enjoy, quote, the same license or free power to illustrate and heighten our invention as the Greeks did, and not be tied to those strict and regular forms which the niceness of a few, who are nothing but form, would thrust upon us, end quote. Chorus 267 through 270. Earlier, obliged to explain the absence of the traditional forms of classical drama, Cordatus remarks that there is no necessity to observe them. Yet, in setting the play in England, Cordatus quibbles over the nature of unity of place. He finds it acceptable for the author to have, quote, a whole island to run through, end quote, but scorns those authors who, in one play, by showing, quote, so many seas, countries, and kingdoms passed over with such admirable dexterity, outrun the apprehension of their auditory, end quote. Chorus 279 through 286. Later in the play, despite his previous deprecation of classical authority, Jonson justifies the almost tragic scene of Sordido's attempted suicide, Act 3, Scene 2, by resorting to the authority of Plautus, Act 3, Scene 8, lines 88 and following. At another point, he cites Cicero's definition of comedy to demolish the citadel of romantic comedy, Act 3, Scene 6, lines 202 through 207. Throughout, Jonson maintains a double standard, eluding adherence to classical prescription when it suits him to do so, citing classical authority when it supports his practice, but at all times aware that mere imitation is neither possible nor desirable. For it is significant to note Jonson does not oppose classical form to no form at all, but strict and regular form to personal invention. Dramatic theory of the Elizabethan period is particularly deceptive because the little that exists is usually classical in vocabulary and orientation. Baldwin has attempted to equate the use of classical terms with the creation of the equivalent form. He cites Jonson's use of the critical terms epitasis and catastrophe in Every Man Out of His Humor, together with similar evidence from The New Inn, as proof that, quote, Jonson knows and observes the law of comedy as it has been laid down by the 16th century commentators on Terence, end quote. The epitasis is variously defined as, quote, the intention or exaggeration of matters, end quote, or, quote, the most busy part of a comedy, end quote, or, quote, the progress of the turbations, the knot of error, end quote. However, these generalizations have little to do with the way in which a play is shaped. For that, we must go back to actual models. At once we see that the terms cannot be applied to both Terence and Jonson, and yet mean the same things. The interplay between Simo and Davus in The Woman of Andros, as they attempt to outwit each other, produces a tightly drawn comedy of situation. The display of foolery which infuriates Macellenta results in an ambling satirical comedy. Comparison discloses that not only in tone and content, but also in function, and effect the epitasis or the, quote, busy part of the subject, end quote, differs in each case. Clearly, in no substantial way did the Elizabethans derive their dramatic forms from classical tradition. In the absence of such a tradition, and with the lack of a generally accepted alternative, the theory has persisted that Elizabethan drama lacks structural form. Quote, the events are produced without any art of connection or care of disposition, end quote, wrote Samuel Johnson of Antony and Cleopatra. Substantially, the same charge has been leveled against Shakespeare's plays in particular and Elizabethan drama in general. The art of Elizabethan drama, it is said, must be sought in the characterization, in the poetic expression, in the myth-making patterns of ideas, but not in the structure of events. In a currently fashionable form, this view is stated quite straightforwardly by M.C. Bradbrook. Quote, "The essential structure of Elizabethan drama lies not in the narrative or the characters, but in the words. The structure was purely poetic." End quote. It is true that Elizabethan dramatic structure appears to be irregular in form and haphazard in progression. Conditions of presentation described in the previous chapter indicate that any conscious artistic purpose must have been difficult to pursue. The speed of composition, the prevalence of collaboration, and the absence of formal standards contributed to what might be called pragmatic dramatization. However, pragmatic dramatization did not necessarily prevent the appearance of distinctive dramatic forms. In fact, the winnowing process of the repertory system was evolutionary, ensuring the development of drama in response not to abstract theory, but to the deeply ingrained artistic practices of the age. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 through 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Dramaturgy, Part 1, Premises for a Study of Shakespearean Dramatic Form. In her constantly stimulating book, Endeavors of Art, Madeline Duran introduces a new and provocative approach to the examination of Elizabethan dramatic structure. Adopting the thesis of Heinrich Wölfflin, expounded in his Principles of Art History, Duran extends it to apply to the literary artist. Wölfflin argues that, quote, "The art of one age differs from that of another because the artists have different modes of imaginative beholding. As a result, any change in representational content from one period to another is less important to the effect of difference than the change in style arising from difference in decorative principle," end quote, or way of beholding. Thus, the intent of the artwork is less evident in the subject treated than in the arrangement affected. In comparing the, quote, "modes of imaginative beholding," end quote, in Renaissance and Baroque art, Wölfflin differentiates the two styles in terms of 5 categories of visual opposites, one of which is diffusion of effect, multiplicity, versus concentration of effect, unity. This category is the one most relevant to a consideration of dramatic literature. By demonstrating that Renaissance art, quote, "achieves its unity by making the parts independent as free members and by relating them through a coordination of the accents," end quote, Wölfflin reconciles the opposites of multiplicity and unity in a concept of, quote, "multiple unity," end quote. In the Elizabethan age, the recurrent and popular expression of this concept is found in the image of art as a mirror. Hamlet's use of this image need not be quoted. Substantially, it was anticipated by Johnson in Every Man Out of His Humor. Asper, "Well, I will scourge those apes, and to these courteous eyes of the audience oppose a mirror, as large as is the stage whereupon we act, where they shall see the time's deformity, atomized in every nerve and sinew, with constant courage and contempt of fear." Chorus, 117 through 122. Both uses of the image reveal that the reflection is to be of the times and to be directed at the spectator. That the mirror is inherent in the thinking of the Elizabethan age, not only as the purpose, but as the method of poetry is expressed even more clearly in Putnam's The Art of English Poesy. In objecting to the mingling of the qualities of light-hearted or fantastical men with poets, which the pride of many gentlemen and others insist on to the derision of poetry, Putnam writes that the poet's brain, quote, being well affected, is not only nothing disorderly or confused with any monstrous imaginations or conceits, but very formal, and in his much multiformity, uniform, that is well proportioned, and so passing clear, that by the mind, as by a glass or mirror, are represented unto the soul all manner of beautiful visions. End quote. Later, quote, there be again of these glasses that show things exceedingly fair and comely, others that show figures monstrous and ill-favored. End quote. Here the poet's mind, utilizing invention and imagination, is a mirror by which the soul receives vision. The mirror had two principal functions in the Elizabethan period. One was to represent experience, in short, to achieve verisimilitude. Miss Duran demonstrates that the Elizabethans did not expect particular realism but universal truths. The other was to bring together many kinds of experience. Johnson clearly means to have the mirror turn his way, and that in order to reflect a multiple image of the times. Shakespeare implies that in showing, quote, virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, end quote. The mirror held up to nature reflects the allegorical figure virtue, at the same time as it reflects her evil sister, scorn. The actual practices of the plays illustrate that the poets sought to project multiple aspects of a situation, Putnam's multiformity, as it were by a mirror. Consequently, they tended to give equal emphasis to the various elements of the drama, that is, to produce a coordination rather than a subordination of parts. What, quote, coordination of parts, end quote, means in dramaturgy may be seen by contrasting the relative dominance and integration of character, plot, language, and theme in classical and Renaissance drama. In classical and modern realistic construction, plot, or the structure of incidents, is dominant. It is an imitation of an action to which character and language are subordinated. Although Francis Ferguson rightly points out the difficulty of defining the word action, nevertheless, he makes it clear that Aristotle specifies that plot is the prime embodiment of the action. In this, Aristotle describes the actual practice of ancient Greek drama. The incidents embrace the total significance of a play, for if plot, the structure of incidents, imitates the action which is the soul of tragedy, it must also contain the meaning of that action. Through plot, the meaning radiates into character and language. Such a pyramid of emphasis in which certain dramatic elements are subordinated ensures genuine unity of action. If Greek drama did not always realize such an ideal form, it aspired toward such a realization. In Renaissance construction, however, with its independent parts and coordinated accents, unity of action is not really possible. The structure of incidents does not implicitly contain the total meaning of the play. Character and thought have degrees of autonomy. They are not subordinate, but coordinate with the plot. Therefore, the plot is not the sole source of unity. Instead, unity must arise from the dynamic interaction of the various parts of the drama, story, character, and language. Our task is to discover how this was accomplished. Two habits of composition characterized the Elizabethan dramatists. First, the poets turned to popular romance and history for the sources of their plots. Baldwin saw one of the major problems of the dramatists to be the shaping of narrative material to dramatic ends, and this, he believes, was accomplished through the Terentian five-act structure. Both Hardin Craig and Duran regard the romantic story as the formative influence in English drama. Following Manley, Duran sees the miracle play as the main source of the romantic story and, as such, a principal forerunner of the Elizabethan drama. Secondly, in utilizing these materials, quote, English dramatists almost without exception adopted the sequential method of action, and all the weight of classical drama did not prevail to change their minds about it, end quote. The importance of this factor in the molding of drama is further emphasized in Miss Durant's suggestion that the source material or the story, quote, is often the chief determinant of whether or not a play is well organized, end quote. A glance at the playlist of the Globe's company reveals that with the possible exception of Every Man Out of His Humor and Alarum for London, story plays a decisive part in the flow of the drama. But so was story or fable the groundwork of ancient Greek drama. The differences arise from the ways in which the dramatists of each age treated their stories. To begin with, the English dramatists retained a very large portion of a given story. They arranged but did not eliminate. In fact, they frequently supplied additional events. In Alarum for London, we find scene after scene illustrating the awful fate that befell the people of Antwerp at the hands of the Spanish. A copious montage of horrors passes across the stage. This multiplicity of events is a prime characteristic of this drama. To the Lear story, Shakespeare adds the tale of Gloucester. To that of Helena and Bertram, the story of Parolles. Having taken a bustling story as his basis, the poet had to arrange all the events in dramatic order. According to Duran, he had to find, quote, a different method from the classical in two central problems of form: how to get concentration and how to achieve organic structure, that is, how to achieve an action casually connected from beginning to middle to end, end quote. However, Bradbrook has rightly pointed out that in Elizabethan drama, quote, consecutive or casual succession of events is not of the first importance, end quote. With this observation, she dismisses narrative as not being one of the first concerns of the dramatists. Certainly, Bradbrook is right about the absence of Aristotelian causality, as the briefest review of most Elizabethan plays will show. The events leading to Cordelia's death are without cause unless we choose chance as the cause. It is by chance she is captured. It is by chance that Edmund confesses too late. The issue, however, is joined incorrectly. Organic structure in this type of drama is not a product of, quote, casually connected events, end quote. Nor can the absence of such connection minimize the dependence of Elizabethan dramaturgy upon narrative progression. To appreciate this point of view, we must comprehend the difference between how we usually expect a play to be linked casually and how the Elizabethans employed dramatic causation. I believe that I follow most critics in deriving the concept of dramatic causation from Aristotle's admonition that, quote, the plot must imitate one action, and that a whole. The structural union of the parts being such that, if any one of them is displaced or removed, the whole will be disjointed and disturbed, end quote. The Aristotelian plot is compressive and retrospective. Its method is to submit man to an intolerable pressure until there is a single bursting point that shatters life. A single act, invariably occurring before the play begins, initiates a series of events which, linked together in a probable and necessary sequence, produces the catastrophe, which once again casts back to the original source of momentum. Such linear intensification is promoted by the exertion of tremendous will on the part of the leading characters. Antigone's willful piety clashes with Creon's statism. Philoctetes' desire for revenge and Ulysses' desire for victory at Troy combine within Neoptolemus in a conflict between honor and duty. All incidents develop out of the wills of the characters. Incident counteracts incident. For example, before Oedipus can fully digest the charge of Tiresias, he accuses Sciron of treachery. Sciron responds to the charge, but before their conflict can be resolved, Jocasta tries to reconcile them, the very act of which brings Oedipus closer to the awesome truth. Focus is upon the drama mounting to the climax, the scenes leading to Oedipus's discovery, the struggle leading to Neoptolemus's decision, or the near disaster leading to the ultimate revelation of Ion's origin. To sum up, A play linked casually dramatizes all the crucial causes of major actions, maintaining due balance between the force of the motive and the intensity of effect. The action mounting from cause to effect to cause, so that at any point we are aware of what circumstances led to one and only one result. Suspense is a natural corollary of such organization, and concentration of effect is its aim. It is apparent that the Elizabethan dramatists did not address themselves to the organization of that type of sequence. Very few plays of theirs can be found where closely linked causation produces the denouement. First, the causes for significant changes are frequently assumed or implied and not dramatized. Why Lear divides his kingdom, why Cleopatra flees the battle, why Angelo repents remain unrevealed. Iago promises to show Roderigo, quote, such a necessity in his, Claudio's, death that you shall think yourself bound to put it on him, end quote. Act 4, Scene 2, lines 247 to 248. And later, Roderigo, waiting to assail Claudio, affirms that Iago, quote, hath given me satisfying reasons, end quote. Act 5, Scene 1, line 9. Between the scenes, some justification, unknown to us, was given Roderigo by Iago. The revelation of Lady Macbeth's haunting nightmares actually serves as a peripeteia which, Aristotle warns, must be, quote, subject always to our rule of probability or necessity, end quote. But this reversal is not the result of a succession of events leading to a necessary end, unless we regard it as having taken place off stage. Such an end may be probable, of course, but we are given no insight into the forces that make it probable. Nor apparently did Shakespeare feel it incumbent upon him to show these forces. That we accept the sleepwalking scene is not so much because it is either inevitable or likely, but because of all things in the realm of possibility that could have befallen the woman, her nightmares so perfectly satisfy both our sense of justice and our inclination toward pity at the same time. Secondly, the causes for significant changes when dramatized are not always commensurate with the effects. To make itself felt, a dramatic cause, in the Aristotelian sense, must have sufficient weight to produce the effect it does. A great cause must not produce a puny effort, nor a puny effort a great result. Yet this lack of proportion occurs often in Shakespeare. The ease with which Iago secures Desdemona's handkerchief from Emilia, though she wonders at the purpose of his request, does not balance the awful consequences. Brutus's and Cassius's meager dispute over whether or not to allow Antony to speak at Caesar's funeral is overshadowed by the fatal results. Here, as elsewhere, the perfunctoriness of the struggle between two antagonists is out of proportion to the effect that follows. The appearance of such imbalance, however, is not the result of ineptitude, but of artistic choice. Interest was not in the conflict leading to a decision, but the effect of the decision itself. The causes of action therefore tended to be taken for granted or conveyed with minimum emphasis. In other words, they were not regarded as being of first importance, and so did not need to be dramatized with particularity. This attitude contributed largely to the looseness with which parts of a play are joined. Causation, of course, was not completely abandoned, but it was generalized. Largely, it resided in the given circumstances of the initial action, as Lear's pride leading him to reject Cordelia, or Cleopatra's womanhood causing her to flee. For within the Elizabethan scheme of man's relation to his action, tightly linked causation was incomprehensible. Nor was the alternative to casual succession, episodic structure, quote, a stringing together of events in mere temporal succession where each complication is solved as it arises, end quote. For dramatic causation of the parts, the Elizabethans substituted a rhythmic framework for the whole. The dramatization of a complete story employing many characters meant that within the scope of the narrative lay many plausible events. This gave the poet a wide choice of incidents with which to arrange his plot, the scope of the narrative imparting a limit of its own. Concurrently, the tendency for mirroring nature led him to choose scenes which would contrast or echo others, or which would illustrate various facets of a single experience. In such a drama, the first scenes perform a vital function. They establish the premises upon which the action will be built. Little exposition is necessary, for not much has happened before the play opens. It is curious to note that almost all the principal characters are in a state of inertia at the beginning of the action. Hamlet, sorely distressed by his mother's marriage, is not about to act. Rosalind, Cordelia, Lear, Antony, Cleopatra, Brutus, Macbeth, Timon are all uncommitted to anything but the state, happy or troubled, wherein we first see them. Usually some force, either early in the first scenes or just before them, impels the characters to act. This type of opening contributes to the impression, first, that the play is a self-contained microcosm, and second, that the first scenes are illustrations. Antony and Cleopatra offers a model for such an opening. The comments of Demetrius and Philo provide the frame for the illustration premise of Antony's love for Cleopatra and his rejection of Rome. Though the messenger from Rome does propel the action forward, calling Antony to Caesar, his arrival is handled in a ritualistic manner. We might consider this demonstration of the premise as analogous to the statement of a theme in music. Just as a composer announces his musical idea, the Elizabethan dramatist illustrates his dramatic idea, proceeding from it to the variations which occupy the balance of the play. Stemming from these premises are two lines of progression, one narrative, one dramatic. The first, which is essentially concerned with what happens to the characters, follows a line of development to the very last scene. The second, which involves what the characters undergo, reaches fullness somewhere near the center of the play. The narrative line, what happens, proceeds linearly to the finale. In Lear, this is concerned with the story of two fathers deceived by certain of their children. Through deception, they give these children their trust and power. They suffer at their hands. Ultimately, they are vindicated by their faithful children. All the plots and intrigues are part of the narrative. Not until Edgar fells Edmund are these plots unmasked. The dramatic line, what the characters undergo, extends to heights of passion at the center of the play and then contracts. This line in Lear is concerned with how a proud man endures curbs on his nature and is reduced to humility. In the first half of the play, Lear, asserting his arrogance to the fullest, passes to the limits of madness. In the second, he acquiesces to suffering, one might say, becomes detached from it. Extension and contraction is the pattern. Extension of the potentialities of the premises of the action, contraction of the effects after they have reached their fulfillment. Such parallel development of a play's action produces contradictory impulses in the drama. On one hand, there existed the impulse to complete the story. On the other, there persisted the temptation to dilate upon the effect of the action upon the individuals. One reason why modern audiences suffer from fourth act fatigue in witnessing a Shakespearean play stems from the fact that their interest in the play is disproportionate. They have a greater interest in the dramatic line than in the narrative. For the Elizabethan audience, the interest must have been more evenly balanced. For them, the finale, the completion of the narrative line, had as much appeal as the climax, the height of the dramatic line. End of section 4. Section 5 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 through 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Dramaturgy, Part 2, form and function in the finales of the Globe plays. We find a surprising similarity in the finales. Almost every one of the Globe plays contains a public resolution. Seldom is the conclusion private. The final scene of Every Man Out of His Humor, containing the last of Massilenta's purgations, is one of the exceptions, as are the conclusions of Alarum for London and, in some respects, The Devil's Charter. In the latter play, a spectacular conclusion representing the damnation of Pope Alexander is appended to a grand finale. All the other 11 non-Shakespearean plays terminate in a finale that is ceremonious and public. Of the 15 Shakespearean plays produced between 1599 and 1609, only Troilus and Cressida clearly dispenses with this type of finale. Thus, of the 29 plays presented by the Globe Company, 25 have a public accounting for the preceding action. The importance of ending a play with a public exhibition is demonstrated by the amount of contrivance effected in some plays to ensure a grand finale. In The Fair Maid of Bristow, King Richard suddenly grants Annabel the right to produce a champion for Vallinger. By doing so, however, he permits a last grand discovery and sacrifice scene to be played. Other examples can be found in Shakespeare's plays. One of the objections to Measure for Measure has been the forced manner in which the Duke succeeds in bringing the conclusion to public trial. This may equally well be the charge against All's Well. Yet, whether or not it evolves logically from the preceding action, the great closing scene is a marked formal characteristic of this drama. Several things may happen in the finale, either separately or jointly. In romance and comedy, love triumphs. Any punishment that deserves to be meted out is usually tempered. Angelo, quote, perceives he's safe, end quote, in Measure for Measure, and Malvolio will be entreated to a peace. In tragedy, justice prevails, even though the hero may die in the process. In comedy, the substance of the finale is the working out of the complications or confusions which impede love. In tragedy, the overcoming of evil forces that destroy a just order. In some instances, notably Measure for Measure, both love and justice triumph. Common to all Globe plays are 1. A means for bringing about justice or of winning love. The most frequent means are discovery of the identity of disguised persons, trial, execution, repentance, single combat, suicide. 2. A judge figure who pronounces judgment. He may either deliver the verdict and or grant mercy, or, after the action has occurred, declare the purport of the action. In finales of combat, he may serve as the avenging arm of justice. 3. A ranking figure who reasserts order. Invariably, the person of highest authority. In many plays, he is identical with the judge figure. It is a convention of Elizabethan drama that the last lines of a play, excluding epilogues and songs, be spoken by the ranking figure. In the non-Shakespearean plays, discovery, trial, and or execution and repentance appear most often. Fair Maid of Bristow employs both discovery and execution. The London Prodigal, discovery and repentance. Excluding Every Man Out of His Humor, all the non-Shakespearean plays have judge figures. In The Merry Devil, it is the father. In Volpone, the justices. In Fair Maid of Bristow, King Richard. In Miseries of Enforced Marriage, Scarborough himself. This figure, sometimes central to the story, sometimes not, usually referees the conflict and, at the conclusion, either passes judgment or grants mercy. In 2 plays, the formal agency for bringing judgment about is indirect. In the brilliant reversal scene in Sejanus, judgment is exercised through the absent figure of the Emperor Tiberius. His letter, read to the convocation of senators, provides the means. In turn, his judgment illustrates the caprice of fortune and the descent of Nemesis. The other play, Thomas Lord Cromwell, likewise makes use of an indirect agency as a substitute for the judge. King Henry's delayed reprieve for Cromwell. Each of the Shakespeare plays, excluding Troilus and Cressida, also employs a final scene in which judgment is meted out and/or love is won. The content of the finale may be one or a combination of discovery, single combat, preparation for suicide, trial, and siege. In 7 of his Globe plays, Discovery untangles the knot of error which separated the lovers. Usually reserved for comedy, it is employed to make Othello comprehend the horror of his act. Discovery is also combined with repentance in All's Well and with trial in Measure for Measure. In Timon, the framework of the siege contains a trial. In his use of formal agents, Shakespeare is more subtle than his fellow playwrights. Only 6 plays contain judge figures central to the action: the king in All's Well, the lords o' the city in Coriolanus, Alcibiades in Timon, and, in an ingenious use of this device, Hymen in As You Like It, and finally the dukes in Measure for Measure and Twelfth Night. In describing Shakespeare's use of the duke as a type figure, C.B. Watson points out that, quote, "At the end of a play the role of the duke is threefold. He acts to resolve the conflict in the interests of justice. He grants mercy to the offenders, and finally, he plays the host at the festivities which are presumably to follow on the successful resolution of the dramatic conflict." End quote. Into the other 8 plays, Shakespeare introduced more subtle methods of passing judgment. 2 of them show a common pattern. Although a judge figure is present, the true judgment is made by the hero. Antony is the judge figure in Julius Caesar, and Octavius in Antony and Cleopatra. But in each case, the hero, by committing suicide, substitutes his or her own judgment for that of other authority. Both Brutus and Cleopatra prepare for self-death elaborately. It becomes a means of warding off ignominy and gaining glory. In Othello, suicide serves the same purpose, with only this difference, that Othello's own strong sense of justice makes it unnecessary to have a judge figure. The ranking figure in each of these plays is handled differently. In Julius Caesar, Octavius has this role. In Othello, Lodovico. And in Antony and Cleopatra, Octavius is both judge and ranking figure. In each of the 3 other plays, Lear, Macbeth, and Hamlet, true judgment is rendered through a fateful single combat in which one combatant represents the forces of light, the other of darkness. In Merry Wives, we find a double judgment. Mockery is the judgment passed on Falstaff, and forgiveness that awarded Fenton and Anne. Like Othello, Pericles lacks a judge figure during the finale. Instead, the goddess Diana, Act 5, Scene 1, has played that role in the act of directing Pericles to the discovery of Thaisa. Thus, in both the Shakespearean and non-Shakespearean plays, the same kind of formal conclusion rounds out the story. This particular kind of conclusion reflects the moral ideals of Elizabethan society, the achievement of salvation or order or love through judgment. Another characteristic of the concluding scene is that it is a narrative conclusion in which the initial situation is brought to a complete close, rather than a thematic conclusion in which the implications of the theme are ultimately dramatized. Several elements of the narrative are introduced early in As You Like It. They are Oliver's alienation of Orlando's heritage, Duke Frederick's usurpation of his brother's throne, and the love of Rosalind and Orlando. The thematic elements are indirectly related to the plot. They make themselves felt obliquely, but they are not embodied in the main action of the finale, nor, being contrasting expressions of the quality of love rather than moral injunctions, can they be so embodied. In fact, the thematic elements are absent from the finale, which is concerned with the tying of many a lover's knot and the appropriate resignation of Duke Frederick. The same holds true for Hamlet. The true issue, Hamlet's inability to, quote, set things right, end quote, is resolved when Hamlet comes to a tranquil peace with his soul and accepts the guidance of Providence in the scene with Horatio immediately preceding the duel. Act 5, Scene 2. However, the story has to be completed, and ironically, Hamlet achieves by chance what he could not gain by design. In only a few plays do the thematic and narrative issues merge in the final moments of the action. Othello, of all Shakespeare's plays, offers the finest example of this concurrence, and perhaps because of this fact, many critics regard Othello as Shakespeare's finest piece of dramatic construction. Such regard, however, is founded upon Aristotelian premises. For an Elizabethan, the concurrence was incidental. Particularly vital to our understanding of the conclusion is the place that climax or catastrophe occupies in the last scenes. The finales of Shakespeare's Globe plays often fail to produce a climatic effect because the completion of the narrative does not arise from the conflicting forces of the theme or action. Instead, ceremony frequently serves as a substitute for climax. By the time the last scene began, the Elizabethan audience knew how the story would end. But it satisfied the Elizabethan sense of ritual to see the pageant of the conclusion acted out. The appeal of this pageant is clearly illustrated in Measure for Measure, Macbeth, and As You Like It. In these plays, the rendition of judgment through trial or combat or revelation respectively supplied the excitement that a dramatic climax would have afforded. Nor should we underestimate the interest such conclusions held for an Elizabethan audience. Knight, in pointing out that the tragedies reach a climax in Act 3, suggests that the, quote, military conflicts at the end were probably far more important to an Elizabethan, end quote, than to us. But this statement has a wider applicability. Ceremony, such as Orsino's visit to Olivia, or trial by combat in Lear, or a parley in Timon, is often the frame for the finale. Because ceremony played so vital a role in Elizabethan life, it had an unusually strong appeal for the audience who saw it represented on the stage. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Dramaturgy. Part 3, The Nature and Form of the Climax in the Globe Plays. The impulse to complete the story is satisfied in the finale, as we have seen. The impulse to dilate upon the story achieves maximum expansion in the center of the play. The presence of scenes of extreme complication and intense emotion at this point in the Shakespearean plays has led to the development of the theory of the third act climax. It has been expressed in various ways by various scholars. Knight merely notes this grouping of intensifications. Lawrence, anticipating Baldwin's thesis of the five-act structure, assumes a third-act climax. Baldwin would call it the imitation of the Terentian epitasis, and Moulton speaks of it as the centerpiece at the point of a regular arch. Certainly there is marked emotional intensification at the center of a Shakespearean play. However, if we are to call it a climax, we must redefine our term, taking care that it not be confused with the climax in classical or modern drama. There, the climax is taken to be a single point of extreme intensity where the conflicting forces come to a final, irreconcilable opposition. At that point, a dramatic explosion, leading to the denouement, is the direct outcome of the climactic release. Hedda Gabler has schemed to accomplish the glorious ruination of Lovborg, At the very moment when she expects to exult, she discovers that she has failed. The climax occurs when she learns that instead of controlling others, she herself is controlled. The denouement, her death, is a direct consequence. Casually linked drama, by its very nature, drives to a highest point. In Greek drama, it is usually a moment of recognition and/or reversal. That is why we must be cautious of speaking of a climax in Shakespearean drama. If we endeavor to isolate such a climax in Elizabethan tragedy, we run into many difficulties. For example, is the play within the play scene, the prayer scene, or the closet scene the climax of Hamlet? All contain some reversal. All are highly intense. We are emotionally swept along by them, caught up in the melodrama of Hamlet's device, in his mad exultation at its effect upon Claudius, in the pathos of Claudius's contrition, and in the tortured uncertainty of Gertrude. But none of these scenes alone reveals a point of climax. If there is either recognition or reversal, it arises from accumulation of effect. A more extended example of this diffusion of climax can be found in Lear. Commencing with the famous Blow Winds speech, there are 4 painfully intense scenes, 3 of Lear on the heath, 1 of the blinding of Gloucester, interspersed by 2 brief scenes leading to that cruel act. The Lear and Gloucester scenes alternate. In some ways, the emotional hysteria of Lear's quote, "Blow winds and crack your cheeks, rage, blow, you cataracts and hurricanos spout, till you have drenched our steeples, drowned the cocks," end quote. Act 3, Scene 2, lines 1 through 3, is the most intense moment, and yet the dramatic intensification brought about by weaving together the trials of Lear and those of poor Tom has yet to occur. Moulton regards the meeting of those two as the climax, but in which scene? The first outside the hovel, or the second in the shelter, where Lear arraigns his false daughters? Granville Barker selects an exact moment for the climax in the second of the storm scenes, quote, "when the proud old king kneels humbly and alone in his wretchedness to pray. This is the argument's absolute height." End quote. Must, as Granville Barker goes on to suggest, the tension relax then during the 2 scenes Lear plays with Mad Tom? The reading of the storm scenes should make it obvious that instead of a point of intensity with subsequent slackening, we have a succession of states of intense emotional experience. Lear's self-identification with raging nature, Lear's pathetic lucidity and new-forged humility, Lear's ultimate madness during a fantastic trial. Each high point subsides before the next bursts forth, not like a solitary cannon shot, but like the ebb and flow of the pounding sea. The truth seems to be that we find not a climatic point in the center of a Shakespearean play, but a climatic plateau, a, quote, coordination of intense moments, end quote, sustained for a surprisingly extended period. Othello alone of the tragedies does not have that complete relaxation of intensity after the central plateau. But here it is a matter of degree, for though the wringing of Othello's heart by Iago affects the maximum reversal of attitude, Othello continues to oscillate between doubt of and belief in Desdemona's guilt. Thereafter, while intensity mounts to Desdemona's death, the tone changes. Instead of the struggle of the giant to break the bonds of his strangling jealousy, we find a painful pathos arising from the gap between Othello's misconception and Desdemona's innocence. Those plays in which the climactic plateau is most easily perceived, in addition to Lear and Hamlet, are Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scenes 1 through 4, Troilus and Cressida, Act 4, Scenes 4 and 5, Act 5, Scene 1, Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4, Act 4, Scene 1, and Antony and Cleopatra, Act 3, Scenes 11 through 13. Both Julius Caesar and Coriolanus have intense centers of action in the third act. In these plays, however, the crucial scenes seem to take on the nature of a climax in the Greek sense. Antony's speech and the banishment of Coriolanus are points of reversal. A closer examination, however, reveals that these peaks are blunted. Antony does not seem to wish to let the mob depart. There are several moments when he rouses them to action, only to pull them back for further inspiration. The climax of Coriolanus is muted even more because Coriolanus and his friends struggle with the tribunes over the same issues twice. Act 3, Scenes 1 and 3. The final banishment merely brings to an end a conclusion already foregone. In each scene, Coriolanus's patrician pride causes him to defy both friend and enemy. These last two plays contract the plateau only in degree. Julius Caesar moving furthest toward a single moment of intensity. Generally in Shakespeare, we will find the centers of action dispersed rather than concentrated, sustained rather than released. As we might expect, a change in the duration and level of the climax produces a change in its nature. Lines of action leading to crisis are foreshortened, thereby throwing fuller emphasis on the response of the character, often expressed in lyrical ecstasy. The center of intensity in Lear demonstrates this qualitative change. The impalement occasion for the storm scenes occurs in Act 2, Scene 4. Goneril and Regan's determination to divest him of his royal position is brought home to Lear. He rushes into the raging storm after the words, "You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep. I have full cause of weeping, but this heart shall break into 100,000 flaws, or ere I'll weep. O fool, I shall go mad." Act 2, Scene 4, lines 285 to 289. His heart and mind have been shaken by rejection, but this is only the prelude to madness. The succeeding scenes on the heath, Act 3, Scenes 2, 4, and 6, are a prolonged reaction to the rejection. Lear does not mount steadily to another stage of madness, but reveals multiple effects of this madness: rage, bewilderment, fantasy, vengefulness, helplessness. Instead of self-realization at the climax, we find passionate release. Lear exceeds the limit of emotional endurance. He can go no further in anguish. That is the reason why he disappears from the play for the succeeding 6 scenes. Act 3, Scene 7, Act 4, Scenes 1 through 5. During this absence, Gloucester loses his sight. The disguised Edgar comes to nurse his father. Goneril and Regan separately conspire to satisfy their passions for Edmund, and the British and French armies prepare to do battle. After the climactic plateau comes story progression. The distinctness of this central climactic grouping is less clear than in the non-Shakespearean plays, but the elements are there, if only in rudimentary form. Even where the plateau is not sustained, the intensification of action and the change of direction in the middle of a play are present. Perhaps the clearest and most consistent evidence of this is the split structure of many plays. That is, the progression of the story in one direction followed by a full or partial shift of direction after the first half. Alarum for London, a not particularly well-constructed play, is composed of such interlocked halves. The first half deals with the Spanish conquest of Antwerp through the improvidence and selfishness of the city's burghers. Scenes 1 through 7. At this climactic point, the Spaniards revel in their triumph as the Duke de Alva parcels the town among the conquering leaders. The second half concerns the hopeless yet valiant struggle of a lame soldier to fight for the town. Scenes 8 through 15. This same type of division is reflected in The London Prodigal. Scenes 1 through 8 relate the trick by which Flowerdale gains the hand of Luce. Scenes 9 through 12 depict his descent into the depths of prodigality before he is finally redeemed. Here, however, the climactic scene, Scene 8, involves more anticipation than response, though there are 3 relatively equal heights of intensity. The father's rejection of the daughter who remains faithful to her husband, the prodigal, the daughter's plea for her husband's freedom from arrest, and the prodigal's abuse of his wife. Among the other plays which display this split structure are Thomas Lord Cromwell and, in part, The Revenger's Tragedy. Of all the non-Shakespearean plays, Jonson's Sejanus comes closest to duplicating Shakespeare's use of the climactic plateau. The rise of Sejanus is steady. He encompasses the death of Drusus. He effects the destruction of his opponents, and finally he attempts the conquest of Tiberius himself by seeking permission to marry Livia of the imperial house. Blocked in this, he urges Tiberius's departure from Rome and, in a closing soliloquy, seeing himself conqueror of those who hate him, exults, "For when they see me arbiter of all, they must observe, or else with Caesar fall." Act 3, lines 621 through 622. Sejanus shows excessive pride in his own power, a joyous release of self-esteem. After this speech, he disappears from the play until the opening of the 5th act. Meanwhile, Tiberius secretly turns to Marco as a supplementary and independent agent, thus effecting a change of direction in the play. Just when Sejanus expects to, quote, "draw all dispatches through my private hands," end quote, Tiberius crosses him. Jonson, following the classical models more closely than Shakespeare, has his greatest climax fall during the last scene. Nevertheless, clear traces of a, quote, "center of action," end quote, can be found. The architectonic superiority of Shakespeare can be seen in the way he raises his entire center of action to a markedly intensified level. Potential climactic plateaus can be found in all the Globe plays cited, but some are underdeveloped and do not reach the rich fluorescence that makes the center of a Shakespearean play such an overwhelming dramatic experience. Perhaps the absence of superior poetic powers prevented the minor playwrights from realizing the full possibilities of this form. Nevertheless, despite the gap between the levels of their achievements, Shakespeare and his fellow playwrights of the Globe generally built their plays along the same structural lines. End of section 6. Section 7 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Dramaturgy. Part 4, Structural Patterns in the Dramatic Narrative. The absence of linked causation naturally meant that the action was not linear. Incidents leading to the finale or to the climactic plateau did not follow one another in a succession of tightly meshed events, but in a series of alternating scenes. To illustrate, between the first expression of Maria's scheme against Malvolio, Act 2, Scene 3, and the first working of the scheme, Act 2, Scene 5, intervenes the lyrical scene between Viola and Orsino, Act 2, Scene 4. Such separation of parts of the story encouraged the independence of one scene from another, the very thing complained of by some scholars. Schooking suggests that Shakespeare shows, quote, a tendency to episodic intensification, end quote, that is, the development of a scene at the expense of the whole. F.L. Lewis expresses the same idea in his introduction to the works of Webster, asserting that the Elizabethan audiences reacted to separate scenes rather than to a whole play. The tendency to which they refer can be found in the three Falstaff merry wives scenes. In the first of the scenes, Falstaff, caught in his love game, hides in the buck basket, only to be dumped into the Thames. Here we have a complete action. Falstaff makes an advance, and he is repulsed. There is no counteraction on his part. If he were in a Roman comedy, he would have plotted how to punish his offenders or how to encompass the women again. And thus, the second scene would have resulted from a counteraction on the part of Mistress Ford and Mistress Page. Instead, Falstaff is persuaded to repeat the same adventure with similar results. The second scene is not more farcical or more extravagant than the first, it is merely different. In place of intensification, we find fresh invention. The third scene again does not grow out of the preceding scene, but out of the husband's decision to shame the fat man publicly. All of the Falstaff, Mistress Page, Mistress Ford scenes have a beginning, a middle, and an end. They make themselves felt at the conclusion, not by intensification, but by accumulation. Though in other plays of Shakespeare the scenes may be more closely joined, yet there is always a sense of their independence from one another. As I have said, Othello, of all the tragedies, is probably the most closely interwoven in plot. The deception scene, Act 3, Scene 3, is an example of an extended scene tying together several actions. But even in this play we find an autonomous scene, and that near the end of the play. Half mad, playing with the gruesome mockery of a visitor to a brothel, Othello questions first Emilia, then Desdemona. Act 4, Scene 2. Othello arrives convinced of Desdemona's guilt. He leaves with the same conviction. It is neither augmented nor dispelled. That the scene does not advance the action in no way detracts from its dramatic effectiveness, but it does reflect on the handling of the story. In the advancement of the classical drama, all scenes are integrated into a single line of action. In the progression of the Shakespearean play, scenes may be regarded as clustering about the storyline. If this suggests an image of a grapevine, perhaps it is apt, for the scenes often appear to be hanging from a thread of narrative. But a scene that may be semi-autonomous insofar as the storyline is involved may be central insofar as the climactic plateau is concerned. Such is the closet scene in Hamlet. Note how quickly Shakespeare disposes of Polonius. The murder of the old man does not advance the plot, of course, for it causes Ophelia's madness and brings Laertes back from France. But the murder is a minor part of the closet scene. Of its entire 217 lines, the action involving Polonius occupies, both at the beginning and at the end, 40 lines, 1 through 33 to 11 through 217. Another 11 lines are occupied with Hamlet's recollection that he must go to England, 199 through 210. The remaining 166 lines are devoted to the relation of mother and son and the visitation of the ghost. Certainly, the scene is dramatic, in fact, one of the most dramatic in all literature, yet it does not carry the action on to a new stage, but allows Hamlet to express his disapproval and suspicion of his mother. In fact, the central portion of the scene leaves no trace on the plot. Though Gertrude is shaken by Hamlet's accusations against his uncle and herself, there is no indication that her attitude towards Claudius changes as a result. Nor is Hamlet purged by the meeting. Neither is the decision to send Hamlet to England brought about by it, for the king had determined to send him there immediately after the nunnery scene. Act 3, Scene 1, lines 175 through 183. The closet scene opens with Polonius's murder and closes with a return to Hamlet's responsibility for the act. In between, Hamlet relieves his soul of the stifled passion against his mother. Certainly, a drama composed of these semi autonomous scenes loses not unity necessarily, but compression. What it foregoes in that direction, it makes up for in extension. Instead of the story eliminating incidents not strictly contributing to a final climax, it serves as a point of departure. When Orestes meets his mother, his behavior must follow the demands of the plot, and Aeschylus allows him only one pitiful question to Pylades. Must he kill his mother? The Elizabethan form permits the full relationship of the mother and son to be explored. Like a mirror, the scene casts an additional reflection on the image that is Hamlet. For this advantage of multiplicity of implication, the Elizabethan sacrificed concentration of effect. Unable to grasp this shift in emphasis, many critics have treated the lack of concentration in Shakespearean structure as evidence that the poet did not know how to construct plays. As we saw, Dr. Johnson dismissed the construction of Antony and Cleopatra with the comment that the events, quote, are produced without any art of connection or care of disposition, end quote. Shooking, about 150 years later, dismisses Shakespeare's structural practices as primitive. The conclusion is the same, though the reasons may differ. But until we can meet Elizabethan structure on its own terms, we really do not know what its failures were. When we deprecate the skill of the playwrights, let us remember that the university wits, men trained in the Terentian, Plautan, and Senecan manner, were the ones who developed the popular Elizabethan mode. The fate that awaited them if they did not adhere to it is keenly illustrated by Kidd's failure as a classicist. Within the general form of extension and contraction, extension to a climatic plateau, contraction to a ceremonious finale, appear variant structural patterns. To reduce the total structural pattern of Elizabethan drama to a single form, or even to 2 or 3 forms, is virtually impossible. The age was multiple in its artistic means, yet the inability to do this does not mean that no structural form existed, but that many existed. Not only was there structural variety in the works of different men, but there were differences within the work of one man. Nevertheless, certain dominant patterns emerge, and while the following descriptions are not exhaustive, they include a large proportion of the Globe plays. 3 structural patterns recur frequently in the Globe plays: the episodic, the river, and mirror patterns. In a crude form, the episodic pattern can be found in the early Shakespearean histories. There, its basic nature can be anatomized. On the thread either of a historical or of a biographical sequence, a series of events is arranged in succession. The most marked characteristic of this form is that one event or incident is completed before another one is begun. Among the Globe plays of our period, Thomas Lord Cromwell is a typical example of this type. Cromwell passes through a series of events complete in themselves. His kindness to a distraught woman in Antwerp, his succor of an Italian merchant, his success in freeing the Earl of Bedford from capture, his service to Wolsey, and his downfall at the hands of Gardiner. Although the Earl of Bedford reappears during Cromwell's conflict with Gardiner and, remembering his rescue, endeavors to help Cromwell, the 2 sections of the play are not really joined. In this play, despite the fact that Cromwell himself provides the mechanical unity that binds the play, the dramatic unity, if there is any, is multiple. The various scenes reflect Cromwell's virtues of honesty, humanity, and loyalty, thus giving a thematic wholeness to the entire play. Since Aristotle penned his notes called Poetics, the episodic play has been in disrepute. Today, it is difficult to imagine that it could rise to dramatic heights. Yet, if we closely examine the structure of such a play as Macbeth, we shall realize that it is episodic in form. Of course, there are vital alterations in that form. Primarily, there is preparation for oncoming events. Instead of one event being completed before another is initiated, we find that brief scenes are planted earlier to make the development plausible. The potential danger of Banquo to Macbeth's ambitions is established by the witches. It is touched on before the murder of Duncan. It is not woven into the fabric of the action at that time. At first, the overwhelming emphasis is upon the triangle of Macbeth, Lady Macbeth, and the crown. Once Duncan is disposed of, the Banquo action comes into prominence, and full attention is devoted to it. Early hints of Macduff's defection are introduced, but not until Banquo is dead does the play really concentrate on Macduff. For Macbeth's second meeting with the witches, there is almost no preparation. Until the end of the banquet scene, we do not even know he is aware of their abode. Until this moment, although the play reveals an episodic structure, it is more tightly knit than most of Shakespeare's other works. After the visit of Macbeth to the witch's hovel, the episodic pattern becomes more distinct. The conception of Macbeth as a character accents the episodic quality. He struggles only to reach the immediate goal. There is no ultimate point in the universe towards which he moves. Sejanus, in comparison, reduces the episodic quality of his drama because his eyes are always on becoming Caesar, the symbol of a god on earth. Immediate intrigues are but part of the larger aim. For this concentration, Jonson lost the opportunity for those very magnificent scenes which make Macbeth a great play. Among other of Shakespeare's plays of this period which employ the episodic pattern are Hamlet, Coriolanus, and Julius Caesar. What strikes many critics as a lack of unity in Hamlet is its particular pattern. Once the conditions imposed on Hamlet by the ghost are revealed, we witness the following sequence: the place of love in Hamlet's mind, the testing of Claudius at the play, the relation of a mother and son. Each event is prepared for, but each in turn gains full emphasis, nor does one event bear causative relationship to another. Though Claudius is suspicious of Hamlet at the conclusion of the nunnery scene, he indicates no unusual watchfulness over Hamlet during the play within the play scene. It is as though the conflict of the previous scene has been resolved, with Claudius's determination to send Hamlet to England. As a point in the story, this idea is established and comes into play when needed at the end of the closet scene. And, of course, the closet scene is not a dramatic result of the play scene. The idea that Hamlet be summoned to his mother is advanced by Polonius earlier, and whether or not Hamlet had offended the king, the meeting would have taken place. Here, then, is a skillful manipulation of the structural characteristics of the episodic pattern. The second pattern I have named the river pattern. I use the term because its dramatic action resembles the flow of various tributaries into a single stream. Perhaps the best example of this type of structure can be found in Twelfth Night. Two streams of action are of almost equal breadth and depth. The third is merely a trickle until it joins the main flow. One main stream we may call the Orsino, Olivia, Viola action. The other is the Toby, Andrew, Malvolio action. The minor stream is the Antonio, Sebastian sequence. The principal determinant of a structure is the length of time during which each action remains independent of the others. The first two actions remain completely independent through Acts 1 and 2. A slight link is provided in Act 3, Scene 1, when Malvolio courts Olivia. The full merging of the two actions takes place in Act 3, Scene 4. Meanwhile, the Antonio-Sebastian thread was introduced into the story in Act 2, Scene 1, and in Act 3, Scene 3, and partly integrated into the main action in Act 3, Scene 4. In the fourth act, the development of the two main threads remains suspended. Viola disappearing from the stage to enable the Sebastian element to be more fully integrated with the Olivia Orsino Viola triangle. finally, in the fifth act, every element is brought together, including the Malvolio sequence, even though this necessitates the unprepared revelation that Viola's womanly garments are in the hands of a captain who, quote, upon some action is now in durance at Malvolio's suit, end quote. Act 5, Scene 1, lines 282-283. Although this form is not as prevalent as either the episodic or the mirror, it can be found in a number of Globe plays. For example, The Merry Wives of Windsor, The Revenger's Tragedy, and partly in All's Well. Twelfth Night remains, however, its model. Last of the three dominant forms and the most popular one is the mirror pattern. Usually, it consists of two stories almost equal in emphasis. Both are introduced independently and maintain a large degree of independence throughout the play, sometimes never fully coming into plot relation with each other. Their fundamental connection derives from a similarity of theme and story development. Through sharp comparison or contrast, one story casts reflections upon the other as though one were the image in the mirror and one the reality. The distinctness of each story is sometimes obscured by the fact that the same individual may appear in both stories and yet maintain independence of action in each case, at least early in the play. For example, through the first two acts, Gloucester functions independently in each of the two stories in Lear. Fair Maid of Bristow, among the works of the Globe Repertory, is an excellent example of this pattern. In fact, here we have striking evidence of the structural care with which a minor play could be organized, despite Bradbrook's assertion that structure is possible only through, quote, literary means, end quote. This play follows the mirror pattern almost slavishly. In the first scene, Challoner shows his beloved Annabel to Vallinger, who falls in love with her. The two men come to blows over the girl. Challoner wounds Vallinger and then flees while Vallinger is taken into Annabel's house by her father. In the second scene, Harbart tries to persuade Sentlo not to remain with the courtesan, Florence, but Sentlo, blind to her fickleness and confident of her devotion, rejects Harbart. Harbart vows to follow Sentlo in disguise. In the third scene, Vallinger gains the promise of Annabel's hand. In the fourth scene, Challoner, learning of the impending marriage, returns to Bristow in the disguise of an Italian doctor. In the fifth scene, Sentlo engages Blunt, alias Harbart, as a serving man, and Sentlo and Florence are invited to Annabel's wedding. At this point in the play, we can identify two parallel centers of action. Each contains a loving couple and a friend in disguise. In one, Challoner hates Vallinger and loves Annabel. In the other, Harbart hates Florence and loves Sentlo. Scene 6, nearly the middle of the play, since there are 14 scenes in all, dramatizes the first blending of the two actions. Immediately after his marriage, Vallinger falls in love with Florence and suborns the doctor to poison Sentlo and Annabel. Later, in scene 7, Florence seduces Blunt to slay Sentlo. In each case, the sworn protector is asked to commit the murder. In scene 7, we have a typical digression, a comic courting scene of two servants. The theme, however, is faithfulness. Dowse, the maid, asks whether Frog, after their marriage, quote, will not prove unkind, end quote. Frog, in comic doggerel, vows, among other things, that only, quote, when lawyers have no tongues at all, end quote, will he prove unkind. The idea contrasts with the succeeding scenes in which Vallinger proves unkind to Annabel, only to have Florence subsequently prove unkind to him. The two stories are more tightly joined when Blunt contrives to have Vallinger arrested for the death of Sentlo. The rest of the play proceeds by contrasting action. Annabel seeks to save the life of Vallinger, and Blunt seeks to have Florence held responsible for her part in Sentlo's death. The finale is brought about when King Richard, the judge figure, permits a champion to appear for the condemned Vallanger. The final contrast comes when Annabel assumes a disguise to free Vallanger, and Challoner throws off his disguise for the same purpose. Only when Florence is moved to contrition by the nobility of Annabel and Challoner does Blunt unveil the still-living Setlow, thus assuring a happy conclusion. Throughout, one line of development balances the other, and though the symmetry is not perfect, as it is rarely perfect in any Elizabethan play, the basic situations contrast with one another. Obviously, the author had taken some care in organizing the plot. The disguises were well worked out, as are the balancing and interweaving of the two stories. Further evidence of the care in plotting can be seen in the foreshadowing of King Richard's appearance in the plot when Harbart, in Scene 2, urges Setlow to abandon Florence and join Richard in the Holy Land. Richard's first words are a blessing for being permitted by God to return home. Both in the larger construction and in smaller details, the anonymous poet formed his work with care. What the play lacks is not organization of the story, but strength of characterization, richness of poetic texture, and fresh outlook upon the prodigal son theme. Among Shakespeare's plays of the Globe period, this pattern frequently appears. As You Like It, Troilus and Cressida, King Lear, and in some respects, Antony and Cleopatra reveal such a form. In As You Like It, Lear, and Troilus and Cressida, it is particularly well defined. Although this type of organization is best adapted to plays with double plots, it is only a little less effective in other plots. As You Like It, while it possesses rudimentary double plots in the Orlando Oliver story and the Duke Frederick Rosalind story, relies principally upon the balance of love relationships that grow in the forest of Ardennes. Lear, on the other hand, contains a full double plot. The parallel of the two stories with the balance of cruelty of father to daughter and son to father is too well known to need repetition here. It is sufficient to point out that in situation after situation, one story highlights and reflects the other. The stories join in the storm scenes, separate, join again when blind Gloucester meets mad Lear, separate, and join again when Edgar's defeat of Edmund leads to the disclosure of the plot against Lear and Cordelia. If the form does not appear to be as mechanical as I have described it, and if much of the cross-reflection is implicit in the poetry and characterization, this is attributable to Shakespeare's genius, not to the absence of structural underpinning. End of section 7. Section 8 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 through 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Dramaturgy. Part 5, Scene Structure in Shakespeare. In an earlier part of this chapter, I emphasized the importance of the separate scenes as distinct units. At this point, I should like to draw attention to certain characteristics of the scenes. Usually, a portion of one action or story is not followed by an advance or counteraction, but by a new line of development, often containing completely different characters. This we take for granted in Elizabethan drama. The absence of liaison is emphasized by the way in which scenes are arranged. Some scenes, such as the one which Hamlet brings to a close with the cry, "The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king." Act 2, Scene 2, lines 632-633. Conclude with a strong emotional lift at the same time as they thrust the interest forward. Some scenes, which I shall call leading scenes, produce a more forceful dramatic or theatrical pointing. The brief scene in which Artemidorus prepares to give Caesar a petition warning him of the conspirators is such a scene. So is the one in which Duke Frederick thrusts Oliver out of doors until he can produce Celia. These leading scenes are usually brief and drive the story forward with great energy. But most scenes in Shakespeare contain an anticlimactic conclusion. They are rounded off, relaxed, brought to a subdued end. Here we must distinguish between dramatic force and story development. It is the dramatic force that is softened at the same time that the storyline is brought to the fore. Upon Viola's first visit, Olivia falls in love with the youth, Act 1, Scene 5. She sends a ring after him through Malvolio, then closes the scene with 4 lines. I do I know not what, and fear to find. Mine eye too great a flatterer for my mind. Fate, show thy force, ourselves we do not owe. What is decreed must be, and be this so. Lines 327 through 330. Yet compare this with her feeling before she sends Malvolio off. How now? Even so quickly may one catch the plague. Methinks I feel this youth's perfections with an invisible and subtle stealth to creep in at mine eyes. Lines 313 through 317. Clearly, there's a diminution of intensity toward the end. The same thing occurs in the center of the play, Act 3, Scene 4. Viola denies knowing Antonio, but after his arrest she realizes that he has confused her with Sebastian. The scene does not end on that uplift of discovery. Viola goes off in delight. Toby sends Andrew after to beat the page. Fabian and Toby remain for a moment. Fabian, come, let's see the event. Toby, I dare lay any money 'twill be nothing yet. Act 3, Scene 4, lines 430 and 431. The final remark is almost desultory. By gradual stages, the emotional pitch of the scene is lowered. Shakespeare could easily have given Toby a final line that would have carried the play forward with more vigor, but this was not the way of Shakespeare, or, for that matter, of his colleagues. The falling off of intensity toward the end of a scene is even more marked in the tragedies. In sequence, the arrangement of the subdued and pointed endings of scenes helps determine the rhythm of the play. For example, the plateau in Hamlet is unified by the way in which the endings of the play within the play scene and the prayer scene point forward, not only in story but in emotional level, each one concluding with Hamlet passionately wrought. Another variation vital to the rhythm of performance occurs in the climactic plateau of Lear. The first storm scene, Act 3, Scene 2, with Lear ends subdued. It is followed by a leading scene of only 26 lines in which Edmund decides to betray his father. The next storm scene, Act 3, Scene 4, also ends subdued after Lear's meeting with poor Tom. Another leading scene, again of 26 lines, drives forward with Edmund's betrayal of Gloucester to Cornwall, who orders him to, quote, seek out, end quote, his father. The last storm scene, Act 3, Scene 6, concludes with Edgar's realization of the similarity of his plight to that of Lear. Though the end is keyed low, the note struck is ominous. The very next scene rises to a pitch of frenzy in the blinding of Gloucester. In the folio, it concludes abruptly with Cornwall's order to drive out Gloucester, but the quarto has a dialogue between two servants which, serving to round out the action, seems more typical of Shakespeare. Within the framework of an Elizabethan scene, perhaps the most marked characteristic is the placement of emphasis not on the growth of action, but on the character's response to crisis. This, as we noted before, was a distinguishing feature of the climactic plateau. Anticipation means little to the Elizabethan dramatist. This is no more clearly seen than in the handling of the individual scenes. Even where suspense is inevitable, it is muted. The Revenger's tragedy contains a scene, Act 3, Scene 5, in which Vindice at long last plans to take revenge upon the lascivious old duke who murdered his beloved. The trap is set, the duke is near, Vindice strains forward. So, now 9 years' vengeance crowd into a minute. Act 3, Scene 5, line 124. The Duke dismisses his train. The trap, in the guise of a lady, actually a poisoned mannequin, is sprung. The Duke kisses her and falls. All this occupies 25 lines. In this, it reminds us of the closet scene. Once the Duke is poisoned, Vindice and his brother Hippolito triumph over the dying man. They reveal the trap, and then Vindice unmasks himself. To top these horrors, Vindice discloses to the Duke that his bastard son, quote, rides a-hunting in his brow, end quote, and moreover, that the son and the Duchess are about to hold a rendezvous at the very spot. Your eyes shall see the incest of their lips. Act 3, Scene 5, line 192. They arrive. The father-husband watches their lovemaking, hears their mockery of him, and immediately after their departure, dies. All this takes 83 lines. In the structure of the scene, intensification comes from double response, the horror and pain of the Duke and the diabolical delight of the Revengers as they witness his pain. Elizabethan scenes are not unique merely because they give more time to response to a situation rather than to its development. Their uniqueness comes from the fact that the full intensity and implication of the theme is realized not in the accomplishment of the event, but in the effects it produces. After Caesar is assassinated, Antony comes to terms with the conspirators. Dramatic though his meeting with them is, the most intense moments are not where Antony composes his differences with Brutus and Cassius, but where he views the body of Caesar. The most compelling section of the scene is Antony's soliloquy, where he envisions the ravages of war which will plague the earth as revenge for the foul deed. A glance at the proportion of lines devoted to the various parts of the scene indicates where Shakespeare placed his emphasis. 77 lines are devoted to all the tension leading to the assassination, 220 to the reactions and realignments that are its results. Ultimately, we find Shakespeare dispensing completely with showing the act of murder and concentrating wholly on the psychological and philosophical responses, as in Macbeth. End of section 8. Section 9 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 through 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Dramaturgy. Part 6, Dramatic Unity in the Globe Plays. The repetition of dramatic forms in the Globe plays shows that there is a structural foundation for the concept of multiple unity, that unity can be found not in compression of action, but in its extension. The storyline links the experiences, but is not identical with them. Rather, the events frequently are extensions of the implications of the story, exactly as the shattering of glass may be the effect of an explosion. Consequently, as the scenes seek to reach beyond the limits of the subject, it becomes requisite that means be discovered to set limits to the extension of story and theme. The Elizabethans were well aware that the dimensions of the plays threatened to overwhelm the audience. This is the essence of serious charges by Sir Philip Sidney and Ben Jonson against the popular drama. In this, they may well have been following Aristotle, who introduced into his definition of tragedy the concept of magnitude. A work of art must be able to be perceived as a totality by the audience. Here, of course, we have the true determinant of unity. Training in witnessing the extended sequences of miracle plays or in listening to Sunday sermons must have contributed to a broadness of perception. Nevertheless, a major problem of the Elizabethan playwright was to observe a proper magnitude, to keep within the bounds that his plays always threatened to break. To aid him in maintaining proper magnitude, he had several means at his disposal. One of these means is the story itself. It is always brought to a conclusion. Another means, and one I have not discussed, was the concentration on character. The fact that the story is happening to Hamlet or Vindice or Sejanus is in itself a unifying factor, but I shall discuss the relevance of character to the play in the chapter on Elizabethan acting. 3 other means contributed to keeping the play within perceptible bounds. The first of these, unity through poetic diction, has been amply treated by present-day critics. Both Stoll and G. Wilson Knight have written of Shakespeare's plays as metaphorical forms. Bradbrook sees the only unity as a poetic unity. Yet verbal expression is but one element of structural multiple unity. There is a close link between the dramatic form of the climactic plateau and the poetic expression, for the second requires the first. Where the playwright fails as a poet, the climactic extensions result in rant and sentimentality. But it is this form that enables the poetry to range freely, or perhaps we may consider that the same compulsion which drove the Elizabethans to copious lyrical expression caused them to develop this particular dramatic form. The second means relevant to multiple unity has been the subject of this chapter, precisely the arrangement of scenes about the storyline. Some of the scenes that a playwright chooses to dramatize are those primarily concerned with propelling the play, such as the play within the play scene in Hamlet. Some scenes develop traits of a character, as in the scene of Portia's plea to Brutus for confidence. But a central repeating element within the rhythmic pattern of extension-contraction is the arrangement of scenes or incidents in a combination of contrasting and comparable circumstances. Whether the scenes used are central or peripheral to the story, they repeatedly gain illumination through mirroring similar situations. Hamlet, unable to avenge his father, is contrasted with Laertes too ready to avenge his father. Hamlet mad is contrasted with Ophelia mad. Rosalind's mocking love play is heightened by comparison with Phoebe and Silvius, as well as the earthy affection of Touchstone and Audrey, while Touchstone's professional mockery of the pastoral life casts light upon Jaques' melancholy. One could go on endlessly pointing out the contrast of situation with situation. Frequently we encounter scenes whose only relationship to the story is to provide dramatic contrast. I have cited the scene in Fair Maid of Bristow in which the servants woo each other. The porter's scene in Macbeth, about which there has been, quote, much throwing about of brains, end quote, is an example. Another is the scene where Vendidius refuses to outshine Antony. Another, the lynching of Cinna, the poet, or the valor of Lucilius, Julius Caesar, Act 5, Scene 4. Great events produce many ripples. These ripples, which found expression in the Greek choral odes, the Elizabethans sought to dramatize. Contrast in the Globe plays, it is essential to note, is a contrast of situations, not a contrast of characters. It is true that Hamlet is contrasted with Laertes as well as Fortinbras, but the character contrast is effected by the participation of each in distinct, though related, incidents. In Fair Maid of Bristow, Challoner's conflict with Vallinger is contrasted with Harbart's relationship to Centlo. Vallinger's asking the disguised Challoner to murder Centlo and Annabel parallels Florence's attempt to seduce Blunt, alias Harbart, to murder Centlo. Modern drama, like classic drama, however, contrasts characters caught within a single situation. Antigone and Ismene face the same dramatic circumstance. So do Electra and Chrysosthemis. Character contrast is achieved through the different ways in which each person reacts to the same crisis. Lovborg and Tesman are sharply differentiated in their reactions to the same appointment, their manner of loving, the kinds of books they write. The same holds true for Stanley and Mitch in A Streetcar Named Desire, or even for Stella and Blanche. But in Shakespearean drama, not only is light thrown on the comparison of situations, but at times the characters are aware of this interreflection. At the end of the last storm scene in Lear, Act 3, Scene 6, Edgar has a speech which appears only in the quarto. After witnessing the sorrow of Lear, he soliloquizes, "When we our betters see bearing our woes, we scarcely think our miseries our foes. How light and portable my pain seems now, when that which makes me bend makes the king bow. He childed as I fathered." Lines 108 through 116. Certainly the Elizabethans felt that one event mirrored another, and probably that together they mirrored the common meaning of both events. This interconnection of reflected incidents contributed metaphorically to a unified impression. The final means of achieving unity is the most difficult to define, the method of handling theme. For that reason, let us turn to a play where the theme is clearly expounded. Alarum for London has a simple, obvious point to make. The English people will be destroyed by external enemies, the Spanish, and internal treachery unless they become aware of their dangers, forego their desire for personal profit at the expense of the defense of the Commonwealth, and rally the faithful, honest citizens and soldiers to their support. The point is made through dramatizing the siege of Antwerp. The scenes that are introduced arise from the initial force that propels the story, the determination of the Spanish to take advantage of the improvidence of the citizens of Antwerp. Individual scenes, however, are not causally linked. Rather, they are chosen because they reflect and illustrate the basic theme. A burgher, formerly unkind to the hero, is rescued by him. This is the only scene in which the burgher appears. The play is episodic in structure, but unified in theme. But the unity is a multiple one. Instead of employing the story of one family and one incident to illustrate the ravages of war, as Gorky did in Yegor Bulachev and others, this play uses a multiple reflection of its theme in a number of independent scenes, each having equal emphasis. Thus, the single theme is given multiple dramatization. The weaker plays of the Globe reveal obvious ways of treating a theme. Dramas of the prodigal son reiterate their morality ad infinitum, providing multiple reflections of fall and redemption. The otherwise haphazardly constructed play, The Devil's Charter, is bound together by the theme of man's soul sold to the devil and the final retribution that befalls him. Johnson's predilection for purging mankind with a pill of satire imposes thematic unity on disparate incidents in Every Man Out of His Humor. But in his other plays, as well as in the plays of Shakespeare, there is a more subtle interweaving of structure and theme. At the core of each play, there seems to be a point of reference of which the individual scenes are reflections. Though a play moves temporally toward a conclusion, each scene may, like a glass, be turned toward a central referent. G. Wilson Knight has expressed fundamentally the same idea. Unfortunately, he divorces this concept from the dramatic organism, with the result that his projected productions of Shakespeare's plays seem like academic and sophomoric, if not fantastic, exercises. But Shakespeare seems to have avoided, at least in his later plays, so schematic an illustration of theme as in Richard III. Instead, he allows the theme to permeate the characters, situations, and poetry. He concentrates on the dramatic situations and on the characters, allowing the theme to be struck off indirectly like spark from flint. That is perhaps the reason that it is so difficult to reduce the theme of any Shakespearean play to a concise statement. Macbeth certainly deals with the theme of the source and effects of evil, yet no single statement of this idea is sufficient because Shakespeare dramatizes various aspects of this subject. Sense, To the Elizabethan, the world was a manifold manifestation of God whom he was unable to compress into one idea or image. In a similar way, the Shakespearean play was a manifold reflection of a theme, irreducible and unseen. Yet every element in a great Shakespearean play, character, structure, speech, individually and collectively, is brought into an artistic unity through a structural and poetic expression of an unseen referent at its center. End of section 9. Section 10 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Stage. Two boards and a passion. Perhaps these words sum up all that was essential to the Shakespearean theater. Heightening of passion coincided with the climax, and as for the Elizabethan stage, it was, as G.F. Reynolds remarked, a platform, quote, upon which the story of the play was acted, end quote. And so it was, a flat expanse of boards, somewhat exposed to the weather, roughly 1,100 square feet. The story that was acted may be best described as romantic, not because it dealt with romance, although it often did, but because it was centrifugal in impulse, ever threatening to veer from its path. Whatever direct progression narrative possessed in the medieval drama, whether moving from Adam's sin to Christ's judgment, or from every man's ignorance to his salvation, such progression no longer existed in the Elizabethan age. Instead, the unfolding of the drama took place in a world half of man and therefore unpredictable, half of God and therefore moral, and was composed half of history, half of legend, half remote fantasy, half immediate reality. Such a world was wide indeed, and the poet-playwright, its creator, was shackled by neither time nor place. What he demanded of a stage was space for the unimpeded flow of scene after scene, for the instantaneous creation of any place in this world or the next. Even when a ghost in mufti made his way out the stage door in broad daylight, the poet insisted he vanished, yes, even into thin air. Between the poet's insistence and the stage's realization lies the entire secret of Elizabethan staging. About the stage's realization, there is some evidence and little knowledge. Stage directions, a much-debated sketch of a playhouse, a tantalizing incomplete building contract, other assorted fragments invite the scholar to tilt at theory. About the poet's insistence, there can be little question. Texts of play after play document the demands that the writers made upon the, quote, unworthy scaffold, end quote. Prudence suggests, therefore, that we proceed from play to stage, discovering first what those demands were, and then, if we can, how they were satisfied. To understand what the demands were in respect to the environment of an action, it is necessary to consider the following questions. How exactly was a scene located? How consistently was the location maintained? And how relevant was the location to the dramatic impact of the scene? End of section 10. Section 11 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Stage. Part 1. Localization in Shakespeare's Globe Plays. In Shakespeare's Globe Plays, many scenes are given an exact setting. By exact, I wish to convey the notion that the action is supposed to occur in or at a particular place, such as a room, hall, gateway, garden, bridge, and that this place remains consistent throughout the scene. For example, in the scene where Mardius, yet to win his name of Coriolanus, assaults the gates of Coriolis, Act 1, Scene 4, the location is specific, consistent, and dramatically relevant. At one point in the same play, Coriolanus prepares to enter the house of his enemy, Aufidius. The scene, Act 4, Scene 4 takes place before Aufidius's door. Here, exactness of location intensifies dramatic suspense because, as we watch Coriolanus pass through the doorway, we know he is putting himself at the mercy of his greatest antagonist. Many examples of such types of placement come to mind. Brutus's orchard, Gertrude's closet, Timon's cave, etc. Such scenes have come to be called localized. Usually, the opposite of the localized setting is the unlocalized. In this type of setting, no impression of place is projected. Location is irrelevant to the progression of the scenes. Clear-cut instances of this occur in Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 4, and Act 3, Scene 6. In the first of these scenes, Ross and an old man comment on the unnatural state of the world. Then Macduff brings them news of Duncan's burial and Macbeth's election to the throne. In the second scene, Lennox and a gentleman comment upon the web of tyranny and the hope that lies in England with Malcolm. Aside from the section containing Macduff's news, neither of these scenes contributes to the flow of the narrative. Rather, they are comments upon the action and essentially perform a choral function. That these two types of scenes are present in Elizabethan plays has long been recognized. Some scholars, such as V.E. Albright, E.K. Chambers, and J.C. Adams, have tended to divide all scenes of a play into one or the other type: the localized, usually interior and more or less realistic; the unlocalized, exterior, neutral, and somewhat less realistic. This division, according to Albright, derives from the sedes and platea of the medieval stage. What had been physically separate areas earlier became united on one stage in the Tudor period. But, the argument runs, the Elizabethan dramatists continued to juxtapose the two types of scenes, stringing them in a more or less alternating order along the thread of narrative. To what extent can this dichotomy be supported by the evidence from the globe? Naturally, there is no sharp distinction between these two types of localization. The differentiation depends upon the sequence a scene assumes in the narrative. Consequently, there are scenes which clearly fit into one or the other category. But even if all the localized and unlocalized scenes are counted, the total amounts to only 136. Since there are 345 scenes in my enumeration of the 15 Shakespearean Globe plays, 209 remain to be accounted for. It is true, as William Archer, Harley Granville Barker, and George F. Reynolds have pointed out, that much localization was vague, that place faded elusively like a mirage before a traveler, and that often the Elizabethans treated the stage as stage. Scene after scene, asserts Granville Barker, might pass with the actors moving to all intents merely in the ambit of the play's story and of their own emotions, unless, the spell broken, they were suddenly and incongruously seen to be upon a stage. Many a scene gives just such an impression, and yet, in almost every scene that is not unlocalized, the characters do not actually act in a dislocated void, but are known to be in some more or less specific region. Even when attention is directly called to the stage as fictional world still remains. In such moments, the audience experiences a double image. It is commonplace that the public stages of the Elizabethan period contained, quote, Asia of the one side and Africa of the other, end quote. Though contemptuous in intent, in effect, this phrase of Sidney's isolates one of the characteristics of Elizabethan scene setting. Perhaps, as some scholars have thought, the Elizabethans utilized place cards to inform the audience of the general location of a scene. But whether they did or not, they were in the habit of specifying a place at large, but not a particular section of it. In such cases, the stage stands for rather than represents the fictional locale, the confines of which cannot be reasonably encompassed within the limits of the stage. In this type of locale, placement is general rather than precise. For example, the city of Troy in Troilus and Cressida, not a particular part of it. Rome as a whole, rather than some portion of it, is often the setting in Coriolanus. Act 1, Scene 1, Act 4, Scene 2, Act 4, Scene 6. Free movement within such a locale occurs readily, as in Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 1, where action takes place first in the street and then in the Capitol. Sequences of action which would be incongruous in a localized setting assume dramatic power in a generalized setting. In the very same place, Othello's castle, occur the private conflict of Othello and Desdemona and the public encounter of Cassio and Bianca, Act 3, Scene 4. Actually, in this type of setting, dramatic impact proceeds from the general rather than the specific nature of the locale. Without a doubt, we know when the scene is Rome and when Egypt in Antony and Cleopatra. Dramatically, that is all we need to know. To endeavor to isolate the whereabouts of Octavius's meeting with Antony, Act 2, Scene 2, would reduce the stature of that meeting. All of Rome is their stage, just as in medieval practice, all of paradise might be the setting for Adam and Eve. Among the 345 scenes of Shakespeare's Globe plays, 142 are clearly of this sort, and 67 tend toward this sort, accounting together for fully 60% of the scenes. A.H. Thorndike described 3 types of localization too: the definitely localized, the vaguely localized, and the unlocalized. At first, my analysis may seem to repeat his. However, there is a fundamental difference. The generalized locale is not vague, it is extensive, it is symbolic, and dramatically, it is concrete. The audience is not expected to identify the stage with a particular location, but to understand that it functions as a token of Troy, or the Danish palace, or the forest of Ardennes. Regularly, editors have been reducing the generalized location to a localized setting congruent with realistic dimensions. This practice merely betrays the scope of Elizabethan drama. The real distinction between scene loci was not, as others have assumed, a separation of interior from exterior or realistic from conventional, but a graduation from the unlocalized through the generalized to the localized setting. Before investigating whether or not the Globe stage utilized stage decor to set these scenes, it is advisable to consider to what degree and by what methods location was conveyed by the playwright himself. It might be well to state at the outset that in extremely few cases is place projected through properties or other decor. Of all the scenes in Shakespeare's Globe plays, I count only 17 in which this occurs, a mere 5%. The most frequently recurring methods used by Shakespeare to indicate location are by announcement. A character tells us where he is. Quote, "This is the forest of Ardennes," end quote. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 4. By foreshadowing a location, a character in one scene tells us where he or others will be next. Quote, "To the monument," end quote. Antony and Cleopatra, Act 4, Scene 14. And by identifying a character with a place. Early in All's Well, the Countess becomes identified with Roussillon. Whenever she appears thereafter, the scene we know is Roussillon. Some of these methods are used in combination. For example, we learn in the second scene of Othello that the Duke is in council, to whose presence Othello, Brabantio, and others are summoned. This is foreshadowing. In the next scene, when we see a meeting in progress between the Duke and senators, we can guess we are at the council, and when Othello and Brabantio enter shortly, we are sure of it. Of course, there are other methods employed to indicate place, but these 3 are the principal ones. Announcements help to locate 129 of the scenes, 37.3%. Presence of characters, 128 of the scenes, 37.1%, and foreshadowing, 61 of the scenes, 17.7%. Though the chorus is used only occasionally to indicate place, it tells us most about Elizabethan playwrights' attitudes towards setting the scenes. Fortunately, the Globe plays include two examples of this technique, one from the beginning and one from the end of the decade. In Every Man Out of His Humor, Ben Jonson introduces three choral figures, Asper, Midas, and Cordatus. At the end of the introduction, Asper leaves the stage to assume the role of Massilente. Midas and Cordatus remain to comment upon the action. Cordatus, who knows the play, is able to inform Midas where the action takes place. For some scenes, he indicates a generalized locale. "The scene is in the country still," he remarks to Midas, chorus to Act 2, Scene 1, or, quote, "only transfer your thoughts to the city, with the scene where, suppose, they speak," end quote, chorus to Act 2, Scene 4. Sometimes he is more specific. Upon the entrance of Cavallari Shift, Act 3, Scene 1, Midas asks, "What new mute is this that walks so suspiciously?" Cordatus, "Oh, Mary, this is one for whose better illustration we must desire you to presuppose the stage, the middle aisle in Paulus, and that the west end of it." At one time, where the presence of characters identifies the location, Cordatus queries Midas, "You understand where the scene is?" Chorus to Act 4, Scene 1. Jonson, desirous of specifying particular London sites despite the fiction of Italian-named characters, is experimenting along the lines of Shakespeare, who shortly before tried a similar method in Henry V. Shakespeare returned to this device in Pericles. Gower, the chorus, relates portions of Pericles' adventures directly and in accompaniment to several dumb shows. In passing, he often sets the locale. The first scene, he tells us, is, quote, "this Antioch, this city," end quote, lines 17 and 18. Preparatory to the commencement of Act 3, Scene 1, Gower asks the audience, "In your imagination hold this stage, the ship, upon whose deck the sea-tossed Pericles appears to speak." Imagine, suppose. Both Jonson and Shakespeare call upon the audience to visualize the place of action. Clearly, neither conventional nor realistic setting is introduced, only words, in these instances delivered directly, in most instances conveyed in the midst of dramatic action, are the means for informing the audience where the scene takes place. End of section 11. Section 12 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Stage. Part 2, The Parts of the Stage. SubPart 1. What the choruses made evident is that the stage was not altered for individual scenes. As a consequence, the stage structure itself, not scenery, served as the frame for the action. What this structure was and how it was used has been debated for years, and yet, despite the lively and continuous debate, there actually exists a broad band of agreement. About the size of the stage, for instance, there is little dispute. It is deduced from the Fortune contract. Without a doubt, the platform, one side of which was attached to the stage wall or facade, was large, probably about 25 by 45 feet, and bare. Whether or not the supporting trestles were seen by the audience, as Hodges claims, matters little in a consideration of the use of the stage. What is important is that the stage extended to the middle of the yard, that consequently a large portion of the audience stood or sat on either side of the actors, and that the actors had to master the techniques of playing on this open stage. Some disagreement exists concerning the shape of the stage, which, according to John C. Adams, was not rectangular but tapered inward toward the front. However, the weight of the evidence is against this theory, and most scholars are inclined to accept the rectangular shape. Upon what other points is there general agreement? For one, that there were two pillars located halfway between the stage wall and the front edge of the platform, which supported a shadow or cover over part of the stage. For another, that at the platform level the stage wall contained two doors at least, and probably a third entry or enclosed space, and on an upper level some sort of acting area. Where there are disputes, they arise over three matters. 1. What details complete this generally accepted scheme? 2. How the parts of the stage were employed. And 3. What temporary structures, if any, supplemented the basic facade. To examine these issues, it will be necessary to review each part of the stage in the light of the Globe Repertory. The Globe plays confirm the presence of at least two entrance doors at some distance from each other. On several occasions, there is need for two characters to enter simultaneously from separate entrances, and after some conversation come together. For the existence of a third entry, the Globe plays offer no conclusive proof. No stage direction specifying an entry from a middle door, such as can be found in non-Globe plays, appears. However, certain scenes do suggest the use of a third entrance. In Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 7, Malcolm, who has presumably come through one door, A, is invited into the castle of Dunsinane by Seward. At his exit, through B presumably, Macbeth enters. Either he can come from the door A through which Malcolm entered, which is dramatically unconvincing, or from the door B of Dunsinane, which is awkward, or from a third entrance, evidence for which is not conclusive. Still, another sort of evidence does occur, which supports the idea of a third entry. In all cases, save one, where simultaneous entrances take place, the stage direction either reads, quote, enter A at one door and B at another, end quote, or, quote, at another door, end quote, or, quote, enter A and B severally, end quote, or, quote, at several doors, end quote. In all the Globe plays, Shakespearean and non-Shakespearean, there are 22 instances of such stage directions. The only exception is Pericles, Act 4, Scene 4. Quote, enter Pericles at one door with all his train, Cleon and Dionysa at the other. Cleon shows Pericles the tomb, whereat Pericles makes lamentation. End quote. The explanation for the article, quote, the, end quote, other door, if a third did exist, may be that the third entry was used to display the tomb. The presence of a word such as, quote, another, end quote, in all other stage directions implies that when one door was used, more than one other entrance remained, and that, therefore, a third mode of entry was regularly employed on the Globe stage. Regarding the position of the main entrance doors on either side of the stage, the Globe plays are equally unhelpful. Authority for oblique doors partly facing each other rests on three items of evidence that have been set forth. 1. The phrase, quote, enter A and B at opposite doors, end quote, which appears in some of the Jacobean plays, proves, according to W.J. Lawrence, that the doors faced each other. 2. Certain plays need facing doors in action. 3. The historical development of the playhouses explains the genesis of the oblique doors. Concerning the first item, I need only point out that in no stage direction in the Globe plays does the phrase, quote, at opposite doors, end quote, appear, nor does it appear in any pre-Globe Shakespearean play. The second item invites subjective judgment. Lawrence insists that the last scene of The Merry Devil of Edmonton, a Globe play, could not be played unless the doors were oblique. However, cross-observation in that scene concerns the exchange of signs over the doors to the two inns in Waltham. Sir Arthur, mine host, we lay all night at the George in Waltham, but whether the George be your fee simple or no, 'tis a doubtful question. Look upon your sign. Host, Body of St. George, this is mine overthwart neighbor, hath done this to seduce my blind customers. Signature F2R. Signs extending over a door would be readily seen from the opposite end of the stage, whether or not the doors were oblique. What this interpretation comes down to is that insistence on opposite doors reveals a realistic conception of staging. Out of oblique doors, characters emerge already facing each other or the action. They can respond naturally and realistically, but if the doors are flush with the facade, an unnatural formal entrance results. The last argument for oblique doors is historical. Lawrence claims that they were introduced into the globe from the Second Blackfriars Theatre, 1598-1600. Adams argues that they were developed when the theater's frame was adapted for the globe. Neither offers sufficiently convincing proof to counterbalance the evidence of the Swan drawing, which clearly shows flush doors. Therefore, though either oblique or flush doors could accommodate the globe plays, flush doors were more likely to have been employed. We can also dismiss the notion occasionally put forth that the doors consistently represented entrances from particular places, such as Olivia's house in Twelfth Night or Page's and Ford's houses in The Merry Wives of Windsor. The difficulty of maintaining a continuing identification of one place with one entrance is obvious in the latter play. The comedy opens with the entrance of Justice Shallow, Sir Hugh Evans, and Slender. Their point of entry, marked A for identification, is unspecified and therefore might be in the center. Having been insulted by Falstaff, whom he expects to find at Page's house, Shallow calls upon the Windsor worthy, who emerges from his house, entry B. The remaining entrances and exits in Scene 1 and in the brief Scene 2 maintain these associations. Scene 3 occurs at the Garter. It is possible to confine all ingoings and outgoings to one door, entry C. But with Scene 4, all previous associations are shattered. The place is Dr. Caius's house. Entry A, B, or C must represent Caius's house. The neutral entry A can be selected, but in the course of the scene, Simple is forced to hide from Caius. He cannot exit at A, for Caius is about to enter at that point. Thus, he must choose B, Page's house, or C, the Garter. A continuation of this analysis would only confirm how hopeless it is to expect any correlation between an entry and a specific locality for more than one scene. Further evidence suggests in Twelfth Night that the doors did not have locational significance. At the conclusion of Act 1, Scene 5, Olivia sends Malvolio after Cesario to tell him that she'll have none of his ring. After an intervening scene, Malvolio encounters Cesario. His first line is, quote, "Were not you even now with the Countess Olivia?" End quote. Simple realism would demand that Malvolio, endeavoring to catch Cesario, would follow him on stage. That is how the scene is frequently staged. However, the stage direction specifies, quote, "Enter Viola and Malvolio at several doors." End quote. Act 2, Scene 2. Professor Reynolds has reconstructed the staging of Troilus and Cressida so that one stage door represents Troy, the other the Grecian camp. An enclosed recess with the curtain drawn becomes Cressida's home, and with the curtain closed, Achilles' tent. But, as Erwin Smith has reminded me privately, this arrangement is, quote, "proved wrong by the stage direction to Act 4, Scene 1, which specifies entrance at 2 doors," end quote, although the location of the scene is wholly within Troy. The fact is that every other Globe play lacks that neat division of place which enables us to assign one location to one door and another to the other door. Too often, there is a major shift in location during the course of a play, such as from the court to the forest in As You Like It, from Venice to Cyprus in Othello, from the castle to the field in Lear. Such a shift prevents the localizing of the stage door for any appreciable period. As good evidence as that of Reynolds can be offered for a theory that actors almost always obeyed the convention of entering at one door and leaving at the other, regardless of location. In Hamlet, for instance, there are only 3 instances when such a convention would be violated. When Polonius is sent for the ambassadors and players in Act 2, Scene 2, and when the prologue leaves to usher in the players in Act 3, Scene 2. I offer this suggestion not as a theory, but as a warning against such reconstructed staging as Reynolds proposes. The critical part of any study of an Elizabethan playhouse concerns the third entry, the place in the middle, the booth, the inner stage, the discovery space. The abundance of terms testifies to the uncertainty concerning this area. Every aspect of it is open to controversy: function, dimensions in all directions, the presence of curtains, and location. But that there is some space between the stage doors capable of being enclosed or secluded is granted by all scholars. Objection has been raised to calling this area an inner stage. First, because the term never appeared in Elizabethan texts, and secondly, because it suggests a purpose that it did not have, namely, to house entire scenes. Increasingly, the term discovery space has been utilized, notably by Richard Hosley. But this has the disadvantage of suggesting too limited a function for the space. Since the area we are concerned with, whether recessed or not, had to be enclosed almost certainly by curtains, I have chosen to refer to the enclosure of the globe stage. Any investigation of the enclosure is obliged to include an investigation of Elizabethan stage properties. For a long time it was suggested that a principal purpose of the enclosure was to mask the placement of furniture and other properties. While it is becoming increasingly evident that we must regard such a presumption with skepticism, nevertheless, the presence of a property has so often been cited as evidence for the use of an enclosure that it is necessary to review the handling of stage properties at the Globe before considering the enclosure directly. Aside from their connection with the problem of the enclosure, furthermore, stage properties deserve attention, for their appearance in a play can be more readily ascertained than any other element of production, and as a result can provide clues to the methods of staging. Anyone who has had occasion to produce a Shakespearean play realizes how few properties are needed for any single play. Yet even when we are cautious, we tend to over-property a play. Even properties clearly alluded to may not exist on stage. Several times in Julius Caesar, characters speak of Caesar having been struck down at the base of Pompey's statue. Act 3, Scene 1, line 115. Act 3, Scene 2, line 193. Even in the very scene where the action takes place. Yet the description is merely a paraphrase of Plutarch. The Romans are beaten back to their trenches in their first assault against Coriolis, Act 1, Scene 4. Once more, the trenches are not on stage, but in Plutarch. Consequently, in examining the Globe plays, I have tried to guard against seeing a stage property where none exists. Only when use is clearly demonstrable in action or stage direction can we assume that a property was introduced. Some instances exist where smaller properties were added to give verisimilitude to a scene, as Fable's necromantic instruments in The Merry Devil of Edmonton prologue, and Horace's papers in Satyromastics, Act 1, Scene 3. But larger properties which require placement or setting were charily employed. It is to these set properties that I shall refer. In the 15 Globe plays written by Shakespeare, I count 65 uses of properties. In the 12 non-Shakespearean plays, 68. In the former plays, the presence of 15 of these props is difficult to verify. Such a property would be the hedge corner around which the soldiers hide before pouncing on Parolles. All's Well, Act 4, Scene 1. Or the tree upon which Orlando hangs his verses. As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 2. Since the hedge and the tree might very well be represented by the stage posts, I must omit consideration of them. In the 12 non-Shakespearean plays, there are 17 such properties. Consequently, in one category, we are left with 50 properties, and in the other with 51, or 101 altogether, an average of almost 4 properties a play. That this is not a slim list for a 10-year period is supported by the few properties inventoried by Henslow in 1598. The heading of the inventory claims that all the properties are listed. Of set properties, there are only 21. To these we may add chairs and tables, which are not included, nor are curtains mentioned unless, quote, the cloth of the sun and moon, end quote, is a hanging of some sort rather than rudimentary scenery, as Malone suggested. In any case, the list substantiates the conclusion that Elizabethan stage production employed few properties and reinforces the warning that we should not insist upon finding others where they do not appear. How were the properties introduced onto the stage? Some were discovered. When Lycorida bids Pericles look upon his dead bride, she probably draws a curtain to reveal Thaisa on the bitter childbed of which Pericles speaks. Act 3, Scene 1. Other properties were brought on. For the fencing match between Hamlet and Laertes, though the 1604 quarto stage direction notes, quote, a table prepared, end quote, the folio specifies that following the king, queen, and others, there enter, quote, other attendants with foils and gauntlets, a table and flagons of wine on it, end quote. Act 5, Scene 2. But many instances are not so clear. Instances where at most we can assume that a property was probably brought on stage or probably discovered. Another small category exists. There are several instances where properties are taken off stage, although there is no evidence to indicate how they came to be on stage. Caesar, at the finale of Antony and Cleopatra, commands his soldiers to, quote, take up Cleopatra's bed and bear her women from the monument, end quote. Act 5, Scene 2, lines 359 and 360. To my mind, this suggests that the prop had been previously brought on. I have carefully examined the 101 properties for evidence of method of introduction. The chart below summarizes my analysis. How the props are introduced. Brought on. In Shakespearean plays, 12, 24%. In non-Shakespearean plays, 18, 35.3%. Total, 30, 29.7%. Probably brought on. In Shakespearean plays, 11, 22%. In non-Shakespearean plays, 8, 15.7%. Total, 19, 18.8%. Taken off. In Shakespearean plays, 2, 4%. In non-Shakespearean plays, 2, 3.9%. Total, 4, 4%. Total in Shakespearean plays, 25, 50%. In non-Shakespearean plays, 28, 54.9%. Total, 53, 52.5%. Discovered. In Shakespearean plays, 2, 4%. In non-Shakespearean plays, 8, 15.7%. Total, 10, 9.9%. Probably discovered. In Shakespearean plays, 7, 14%. In non-Shakespearean plays, 1, 1.9%. Total, 8, 7.9%. Total in Shakespearean plays, 9, 18%. In non-Shakespearean plays, 9, 17.6%. Total, 18, 17.8%. Undetermined in Shakespearean plays, 16, 32%. In non-Shakespearean plays, 14, 27.5%. Total, 30, 29.7%. Grand total in Shakespearean plays, 50. In non-Shakespearean plays, 51. Total, 101. In both Shakespearean and non-Shakespearean plays, the percentages are about the same. Clearly, the number of properties brought on greatly outnumber those which are discovered. Yet enough properties are discovered to make the presence of an enclosure certain. End of section 12. Section 13 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Stage. Part 2, The Parts of the Stage. SubPart 2. Tables are usually brought out. In all the Globe plays, tables are used 17 times. 10 of these are banquet tables, 7 of which are specifically directed to be brought out. Of the rest, 2 are probably brought out, and 1 may or may not have been brought out. Since it was customary in Elizabethan life for banquet tables to be portable, it has been objected that the use of an enclosure is not disproved by such evidence. Instead, we are asked to regard the practice as a bit of realistic business. This objection, however, does not explain why, as in Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4, a banquet is sometimes prepared in front of the audience before the arrival of the principal characters. In any case, the evidence concerning the table as stage property shows that the introduction of banquet tables does not depend upon an enclosure. Of the other 7 tables, 4 are definitely brought out. 1 is probably brought out, the introduction of 1 is undetermined, and 1 seems to have been discovered. This last property is referred to in the stage direction in Othello, Act 1, Scene 3. Quote, "Enter Duke and senators, set at a table with lights and attendants," end quote. The quarto, 1622, for this play is late, so that the discovery may depict a later method. In contrast to all other cases in the Globe plays, this is the sole instance where a table is discovered. Tracing the introduction of seats is more difficult. There are infrequent references to chairs in stage directions. Only occasionally is a chair, or more usually a stool, named in the dialogue. More often, there is the invitation of one character to another to sit down. 22 instances of seating occur in Shakespeare's Globe plays, 21 in the non-Shakespearean plays. One type of seat is always brought in, that is, the chair for an invalid. 2 such chairs are definitely introduced by Shakespeare, one for Lear, the other for Cassio, when wounded. A third might be intended for the King of France when he calls, quote, "Give me some help here, ho!" end quote, all's well, Act 2, Scene 1. One such chair containing the wife is brought in A Yorkshire Tragedy. A similar type, a sedan chair apparently, is introduced in Volpone, Act 5, Scene 2. An entire category of seats is represented by the simple joint stool. It appears for Goneril in Lear's arraignment of his daughters, Act 3, Scene 6. It serves for Volumnia and Virgilia as they sew, Coriolanus, Act 1, Scene 3, and it holds the ghost of Banquo, Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4. These stools are elusive, though. Seldom are they specifically directed to be brought on. An illuminating instance occurs in The Devil's Charter. Lucretia Borgia is plotting the death of her husband, Grismond. The stage direction at the beginning of Act 1, Scene 5 reads, quote, "Enter Lucretia alone in her nightgown, untired bringing in a chair, which she planteth upon the stage." End quote. She prepares the trap chair for her husband, and when he arrives, quote, Grisman sitteth down in a chair, Lucretia on a stool beside him. End quote. But where did the stool come from? If an attendant had accompanied her, why did Lucretia have to carry the chair? Obviously, she must have entered alone. Therefore, unless one suggests that she also carried on a stool, hitherto unmentioned, the only possibility left is to suppose that the stool was already on the stage. Once one grants that stools may have been left on the stage, many scenes and directions become clear. When banquets are brought on stage, no mention is made of accompanying seats. Furthermore, when the type of seat at banquets is named, it turns out to be a stool. In various plays, the actors sit in places that in reality would be devoid of seats. For example, on the watch in Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 1. At the city gates in Measure for Measure, Act 5, Scene 1. Antony, somewhere after a defeat, Antony and Cleopatra, Act 3, Scene 10. It is not too far a leap to assume that it was regular practice at the Globe Playhouse to have stools distributed about the stage for the use of the actors. Two other types of seats appear in the Shakespearean plays, the chair and the state. The chair is only mentioned once. It is the one to which Gloucester is bound before he is blinded. There is no indication whether it is brought on or discovered, one's decision in the matter being determined by where one places the scene on the stage. The state, too, is mentioned specifically only once. After the banquet is brought out, Macbeth tells the assembled guests, quote, "Our hostess keeps her state, but in best time we will require her welcome." End quote. Act 3, Scene 4. This implies that Lady Macbeth sits apart from the company, perhaps in the enclosure. The state may have been placed there when the banquet was prepared, or it may have been discovered. Significantly, no action takes place at the state. Several other scenes would permit the use of a state. In each case, there is evidence that the scenes proper take place on the stage platform. Though a curtain could be utilized to reveal the state in these cases, I incline to the theory that the state was brought or thrust out. Of all of the properties, beds are most frequently discovered. There are 11 instances in the Globe plays where beds or cushions for sleeping are introduced. In 3, the bed is definitely, and in 3 others probably, discovered. But in only 2 of these scenes is action sustained around the beds. The other scenes merely contain references to them or display someone reclining. 3 other instances afford insufficient evidence to judge whether the beds are discovered or not, and the remaining 2 provide curious evidence. The Devil's Charter and Antony and Cleopatra were written about the same time. In both plays, people die from the bite of an asp. In the former play, they are murdered. Act 4, Scene 5. In the latter, they commit suicide. Act 5, Scene 2. But in both cases, the scenes conclude with the order to take up the beds and bear in the bodies. Extended action takes place about the beds, perhaps offering the explanation for the beds being forward on the platform. The question of whether or not heavy properties were discovered is answered by a type of property which keeps recurring in the Globe plays. This may very well be the counterpart of, quote, "a pair of stairs for Phaeton," end quote, in Henslow's inventory. In a well-reasoned article, Warren Smith has demonstrated the likelihood that scaffolding of some sort was introduced as a property on the Globe stage. Not the upper level of the stage facade, but such a scaffold, he contends, was the pulpit in Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2, a place to see the warriors in Troilus and Cressida, Act 1, Scene 2, the monument in Antony and Cleopatra, Act 4, Scene 16, the platform in Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 1. Though his argument does not fit Hamlet or completely explain Antony and Cleopatra, its basic premise is verified by 2 non-Shakespearean Globe plays. In the last scene of Fair Maid of Bristow, Vallinger, the prodigal, is about to be executed for the supposed murder of Sentlow. By this point in the play, Vallinger has been spiritually redeemed from sin. About to die, he delivers a brief speech. "Ere I ascend this stage where I must act, the latest period of this life of mine, first let me do my duty to my prince. Next unto you, too much by me offended. Now step by step, as I ascend this place, mount thou my soul into the throne of grace." Signature E4R. Presumably he reaches the top, as do his alleged accomplices, for shortly thereafter the king calls, quote, "Dispatch them, executioner, dispatch," end quote. Clearly, some scaffold has been revealed or brought out for this scene. It is one which the actors can mount before an audience. It also had to be large enough to accommodate 4 people. From other evidence, Smith suggests a platform of this sort would be 3 or 4 steps high. Despite its size, a subsequent line indicates that it was moved about in front of the audience. Before the execution can take place, Sentlow reveals that he is not really dead, but has pretended to be in order to subject Vallinger to a rigorous trial of soul and thus force him to purge his offenses. Amidst the joyful reunion of Vallinger and his wife, the king commands, "Away with that same tragic monument." Signature F2V. Presumably the scaffold is withdrawn from the stage. In all likelihood, a scaffold large enough to hold 4 people was too large to fit through a doorway. Therefore, we must assume that it was removed through the enclosure. The forward placement of the scaffold is attested by another Globe play. Enamored of Corvino's wife, Volpone, disguised as a mountebank, mounts his bank under the window, where he might glimpse the lady. Act 2, Scene 2. Dramatically and physically, his bank could only be placed on the platform. That he has actually gone up on some structure which, however, is lower than window height is proved first when Cecilia at the window throws down her handkerchief, and secondly when Corvino, the jealous husband, rushes out of his door and shouts to Volpone, "Come down!" Act 2, Scene 3. Here, too, there is no stage direction for the setting up and taking down of a scaffold, but the reiteration of Corvino's, "Will you come down, sir? Down!" establishes its existence. Perhaps in this case, too, actors or attendants erected or thrust out some frame. Once it is established that such a scaffold was brought out upon the Globe stage, it becomes clear that it appears in some of the scenes cited by Smith. How its use affected staging is properly reserved for a later chapter. Out of the total properties of 101, I have already accounted for 76. The remaining 25 are divided among miscellaneous properties, such as tombs, tents, greenery of some sort, and others. Only 2 scenes require tombs. A dumb show in Pericles, Act 4, Scene 4, and the discovery of Timon's body, Act 5, Scene 3. How the tombs were revealed to the audience is not readily determined, so that this subject had best be deferred to a consideration of the enclosure. Tents are even more difficult to treat. Even when the action calls for a tent, it is uncertain whether a property or merely the enclosure is being employed. Frequent allusions to tents can be found in Troilus and Cressida, but there is no scene where more than one tent must be used. But how was that represented? When Ulysses says of Achilles, quote, "We saw him at the opening of his tent," end quote, Act 2, Scene 3, did the audience see a property tent or the flap of the enclosure curtain turned back? No interior is required in any of these scenes, so that we are not dealing with a discovery proper. Some evidence for a property tent can be found in The Devil's Charter. Caesar Borgia leads an army against the town of Furley, whose defense is led by the Countess Catherine, Act 4, Scene 4. Unless she surrenders, Caesar will slay her 2 young boys, whom he has captured. When she refuses, he orders the children to execution. Then, after having scaled the walls and taken Catherine prisoner, Caesar, quote, discovereth his tent where her 2 sons were at Cardus, end quote, and says, quote, behold thy children living in my tent, end quote. But where is the tent? In the enclosure? A difficulty arises if we suppose so, for it places the tent under the very walls which Caesar attempted and finally overran. Moreover, since the dumb show which opens the play requires 2 property tents, it is likely that Caesar's tent was brought in by his soldiers and set up on stage. Similarly, it is difficult to distinguish when prop trees are used and when stage posts. Although property trees were regularly employed on the Elizabethan stage, no tree definitely appears on the Globe stage. In A Warning for Fair Women, a Lord Chamberlain's play published in 1599, a tree springs up in the midst of the stage. Signature E3V. But whether or not this was the normal method for introducing the tree prop is uncertain. The rest of the properties must be considered individually. Some are discovered, most are brought on. But the study of any one of these properties, if necessary, can be more profitably undertaken in connection with staging methods. 2 inferences can be drawn from this survey of properties on the Globe stage. One is that more often than not, properties, even heavy ones, were carried onto the stage. As a consequence, it was not one of the functions of the enclosure to permit the setting of furniture or other properties. The other is that the same class of properties is often introduced in the same way. Beds are likely to be discovered. Tables, scaffolds, and individual chairs are brought out. These habits may have stemmed from solid theatrical necessity. On the other hand, it is possible that they may have embodied a symbolic significance. Therefore, since the presence of stage properties cannot guide us in deciding when the enclosure was used, some other means must be discovered. References to an interior setting, Richard Hosley has shown, are not reliable. Fortunately, however, several Globe plays contain scenes in which stage directions or incontestable stage business establishes the use of an enclosure. One of these, The Devil's Charter, supplies unusually valuable evidence. Barnaby Barnes prepared his text of The Devil's Charter for the printer with much care. He supplied full stage directions, which show theatrical, not literary marks, and seems to have described an actual production. For the epilogue directly addresses spectators, albeit not of the public playhouse. Signature M3V. The enclosure, or study as he terms the area, is employed 3 times in his play. It will pay to examine these scenes minutely. In 2 scenes, a stage direction opens the scene with the words, Alexander in his study. With books, coffers, his triple crown upon a cushion before him, Act 1, Scene 4. Beholding a magical glass with other observations, Act 4, Scene 1. Alexander speaks a long soliloquy in the first scene, then his 2 sons enter, later a servant. At the most, there are 4 characters in the scene. Whether Alexander remains in the study throughout the first scene is not indicated. In the second scene, Alexander also delivers an extended soliloquy, but here a direction specifies after his 6th line, quote, Alexander cometh upon the stage out of his study with a book in his hand, end quote. He conjures forth a devil in order to discover who killed his son Candy. He is shown a symbol of the murder, his other son, Caesar, pursuing the ghost of Candy. The specters enter at one door and, quote, vanish in at another door, end quote. G2R 19. On the heels of the apparition of Caesar, Caesar himself arrives, outfaces his father, and parts, reconciled to him. The last direction is, quote, exit Alexander into the study, end quote. Clearly, the study supplied a novel scene opening and provided access to the platform or stage, but was not utilized for extended presentation. The third study scene, in this instance containing two disclosures, occurs at the end of the play. Alexander is about to face the consequences of his charter with the devil. The scene commences, quote, Alexander unbraced betwixt two cardinals in his study, looking upon a book, whilst a groom draweth the curtain, end quote. Act 5, Scene 6. Alexander speaks 8 lines, then, quote, they, the two cardinals, place him in a chair upon the stage. A groom setteth a table before him, end quote. After chastising himself, quote, Alexander draweth the curtain of his study, the one which the groom opened and presumably closed, where he discovereth the devil sitting in his pontificals, end quote. He disputes with the devil, and later, quote, they sit together, end quote. Where is not indicated, and finally Alexander's soul is carried down. In 2 of the scenes, there is incontestable evidence that the action is brought out of the enclosure early in the scene. Furthermore, these 3 are the only study scenes in a play of 22 scenes. Yet the study is mentioned at one other time. At one point, Alexander plots the death of 2 young men, with one of whom he has had a homosexual affair. The murder scene, Act 4, Scene 5, begins with the direction, quote, enter Alexander out of his study, end quote. After he has his servant Bernardo prepare a soporific for the young men, he departs with the injunction that when the intended victims are asleep, Bernardo give him notice, quote, at his study door, end quote. The young men come in from tennis, have a rub-down by barbers, call for refreshment. The soporific takes effect, and they lie down to nap, both upon one bed. Bernardo, quote, knocketh at the study, end quote, at which Alexander comes forth, quote, upon the stage, end quote, with his asp to slay his paramour. After the act is completed and the murderer has departed, Bernardo summons 2 cardinals to see the dead youths who, he asserts, expired from drinking too much when overexerted. Bemoaning the fate of these 2 hopes of Faenza, the cardinals bid Bernardo, quote, bear them in, end quote. Several characteristics should be noted. First, the enclosure or study, when it is actually used, is revealed by the drawing of a curtain. But if a curtain hangs before the enclosure, upon what does Bernardo knock? Either upon the side wall, and then Alexander enters from behind the curtain, or upon a door, and a new area is presumed to represent the study. Hosley has suggested that one of the 2 side doorways with the doors fully opened might have served as the enclosure. This possibility must be excluded, however, for Act 4, Scene 1 requires 2 doors for the passage of the specters of Caesar and Candy at a time when the enclosure or study is in use. Second, the direction that Alexander, quote, cometh upon the stage out of his study, end quote, indicates that the enclosure is recessed. With this conclusion, most of the scenes utilizing the enclosure would agree. One complication is raised by Volpone, Act 5, Scene 2. Here, Volpone must be behind a curtain, yet be able to, quote, peep over, end quote. There may be any one of 3 explanations. Perhaps the curtains did not reach the top of the recess. Richard Southern refers to such an arrangement at a Booth Theatre in Brussels in 1660. Another possibility is that the enclosure projected from the stage facade. Lastly, the curtain, called a traverse in the folio, may have been hung especially for this scene, and thus may not be the enclosure curtain. Of all the choices, the last seems to accord best with the evidence. Altogether, 13 or 14 instances of discovery can be found in the non-Shakespearean Globe plays. To what degree do they substantiate Hosley's contention that the enclosure was used to disclose, quote, a player or object invested with some special interest or significance, end quote? So many persons and things of interest not so disclosed appear in the Globe plays that it is impossible to use such a yardstick. True, of the total 13 or 14 discoveries, 6 involve the sudden display of a figure or figures, or, in one instance, of a striking object, Volponi's wealth. But among the other discoveries are mundane representations of a person reading, casting accounts, lying asleep. Yet a certain pattern becomes apparent. For the moment, let us consider 12 instances excluding the 2 that occur in Jonson's plays. In the 12 instances of discovery, 6 reveal a person writing or studying or reading. In 4 scenes, the person is alone. In 2, a subordinate or 2 attends upon the central figure. 3 of the remaining discoveries reveal a person or persons sleeping. 2 discoveries reveal dead bodies. There remains 1 discovery to be accounted for, that already described in The Devil's Charter, where Alexander draws the curtain to find the devil sitting, quote, in his pontificals, end quote. Just before revealing the devil, Alexander cries, "Once more I will with powerful exorcisms invoke those angels of eternal darkness to show me now the manner of death." Signature L3V, lines 18 through 20. If one of the conventional uses of the enclosure was to discover corpses, then the Globe audiences would have well appreciated the irony of Alexander's last line, for when he draws the curtain, he does discover, quote, the manner of death, end quote. Thus, in all preceding examples, discovery reveals persons studying, sleeping, or dead. To what extent does Shakespeare follow the same practice? In determining which scenes in Shakespeare's Globe plays employed the enclosure, it is necessary to allow reasonable latitude. At least 3 instances are fairly certain: Pericles, Act 3, Scene 1, Act 5, Scene 1, and Othello, Act 5, Scene 2. I am inclined to believe that there may be 4 others: Pericles, Act 1, Scene 1, Timon of Athens, Act 5, Scene 3, Lear, Act 3, Scene 6, Othello, Act 1, Scene 3. Let us examine the definite instances of discovery. The 2 which occur in Pericles are similar in character. In the first, Act 3, Scene 1, Pericles is on a storm-tossed ship's deck. His newborn babe has just been placed in his arms. The sailors insist that the body of his queen, who has but now died in childbirth, be cast overboard. Pericles answers, "As you think meet, for she must overboard straight, most wretched queen." Lycordia, "Here she lies, sir." Pericles, "A terrible childbed hast thou had, my dear, nor have I time, but straight must cast thee scarcely coffined." Act 3, Scene 1, lines 54 through 61, quarto copy. At the end of the scene, Pericles sends one of the sailors out to prepare the, quote, caulked and bitumened, end quote, chest for the body, which we do not see removed, for the scene ends when Pericles says, quote, "I'll bring the body presently," end quote. In the second scene, again on the deck of a ship, Lysimachus is told of Pericles' trance out of which no one can stir him. Helicanus, "He will not speak to any." Lysimachus, "Let me obtain my wish," to see Pericles. Helicanus, "Behold him, this was a goodly person." Act 5, Scene 1, lines 34 through 36, quarto. Presumably a curtain is drawn to reveal Pericles on a couch. Subsequently, Marina is brought to rouse him, and little by little the 2 discover they are father and daughter. The lines indicate some shifting in and out of the enclosure during this scene. Because of the stage direction in the folio, quote, "Enter Othello and Desdemona in her bed," end quote, this last scene of Othello probably employs the enclosure. If it is contained in the enclosure throughout, it is the only illustration that we have of extended action in this space. Only one other instance occurs in the Globe plays where enter precedes the discovery of a sleeping person, a Yorkshire tragedy, Scene 5. As yet, no one has explained convincingly the appearance of enter in such a context. In contemporary diction and common usage, enter is not a synonym for discover. Yet, such stage directions clearly intend enter to bear a special significance. Therefore, until further light can be thrown upon such usage, it is best for us to accept stage directions reading, quote, enter A in a bed, end quote, or enter B asleep, end quote, as evidence of discovery. A similarity between the three Shakespearean scenes and the non-Shakespearean scenes will be seen immediately. Two of the Shakespearean scenes involve the display of sleepers, one of a seeming corpse. When we return to the remaining possible uses of the enclosure, we find that they include the discovery of a conference. Othello, Act 1, Scene 3. Quote, enter Duke and senators set at a table with lights and attendants, end quote. Quarto, 1622. The folio stage direction is, quote, enter Duke, senators, and officers, end quote. Concealment of a sleeper, Lear, Act 3, Scene 6, quote, draw the curtains, end quote. And the discovery of dead bodies, Timon, Act 5, Scene 3, a soldier finds Timon's body, and Pericles, Act 1, Scene 1. In Pericles, Act 1, Scene 1, Antiochus seeks to dissuade Pericles from endeavoring to win the hand of Antiochus's daughter by answering a fateful riddle. He points to the bodies of, quote, sometimes famous princes, end quote, who failed to answer the riddle and were put to death. These bodies may be discovered. Once one puts all the evidence together, the degree of uniformity is amazing. Considering all these discoveries in Shakespearean and non-Shakespearean plays, we find 21 examples, 6 of which involve sleepers, 7 of which involve study or conference, 5 of which involve corpses. 1, the devil as Pope, is a slight variant of the last category. The final 2 variants appear in Jonson's plays. In Volpone, gold is displayed. The only time an object is the center of revelation. It is possible that a chest rather than the enclosure contains the wealth. In Every Man Out of His Humor, the evidence for the use of the enclosure is slight. This theory that the enclosure was reserved for certain kinds of display augments the present theory that the enclosure was used infrequently and briefly. Both theories lead inevitably to the question, was the enclosure a permanent part of the stage? And if it was, why was it not used more frequently? Though I tend to believe that the enclosure was permanent, it could very well have been temporary, provided there were hidden access to it. To the second half of the question, the answer is that the enclosure was used more frequently, not to effect discovery, however, but to permit concealment. Lear, as I suggested, may have utilized the enclosure for that purpose, the enclosure which often served as a study. In Quarto 1603 of Hamlet, Corymbes advises the king, the prince's walk is here in the gallery. There let Ophelia walk until he comes. Yourself and I will stand close in the study. Signature D4V. At the corresponding point in the folio version, Polonius says, quote, be you and I behind an arras then. Naturally, Corymbes would think of the place behind the arras as the study. It was the enclosure to which he referred, the enclosure which served the double purpose, to reveal and to conceal. Of the 15 Shakespearean Globe plays, 7 contain scenes of concealment, and 10 contain scenes of discovery or concealment, or both. If, in addition, the enclosure was employed as the front of a tent in those instances where the interior was not revealed, then 12 of the 15 Shakespearean plays made some use of the enclosure for other purposes than entry. One word about chronology remains to be said. The plays in which discovery takes place, Pericles, The Devil's Charter, Othello, tend to come late in the Globe period. The use of the enclosure for concealment, however, occurs throughout the period. Recognizing that discovery scenes can be found throughout the Elizabethan period, I should still like to suggest that the use of the enclosure for discovery was an extension of its use for entrance, concealment, and possibly introduction of properties. In popular plays of the pre-Globe period occur scenes where properties are brought forth from what must be the enclosure. Although none of the Globe plays contains evidence of similar practice, it is not unlikely that scaffolds, states, and pulpits were introduced from the enclosure. If the origin of the Elizabethan stage truly lies in the booth theater erected in an inn-yard, then the hangings of the booth first had to conceal the actors' dressing, then permit entrance of actors and properties, and lastly, when the stage facade became permanent, allow discovery. End of section 13. Section 14 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Stage. Part 2, The Parts of the Stage. SubPart 3. Among the parts of the Globe there was, all scholars concede, an upper level attached to the stage facade, variously termed a chamber by Adams and a gallery by Hosley. It is referred to as a window, walls, or above in the Globe texts. To avoid any preconceptions about its nature, we might best refer to the upper level as it is usually called, the above. The nature of evidence for the above is of two sorts. First and surest is the category where a stage direction reads, quote, enter above, end quote, or the action involves two levels. The second is where characters refer to being above without actually performing actions which show them to be above. For example, when Bardolph informs Falstaff that, quote, there's a woman below, end quote, The Merry Wives of Windsor, Act 3, Scene 5. Both categories of evidence occur in the Globe plays. The first involves scenes where the above is related to the platform below. The second involves scenes, if the lines can be taken literally, which would continue at length independent of the lower stage. To begin with the second kind of evidence first, 8 scenes in the Globe plays contain references to people or action below without directly relating to any action below. 3 of these occur in one play, a Yorkshire tragedy. All of the other 5 take place in taverns. Supposedly, the characters are in upper rooms. Since the scenes in A Yorkshire Tragedy cast an interesting light on these references, I shall examine them first. In Scene 3, a servant announces to the husband that, quote, a gentleman from the university stays below to speak with you, end quote. For the moment, we can imagine the scene is above. At the news, the husband leaves his wife to greet the visitor. The wife remains alone to deliver a soliloquy. In Scene 4, after conversing with the gentleman, the master of the college, the husband suggests that the guest, quote, spend but a few minutes in a walk about my grounds below. My man here shall attend you, end quote. Presumably, the scene is still above. After the departure of the guest, the husband kills one of his children and, crying that he will kill the other, he exits with the bloody child. Scene 5 commences with the direction already referred to, quote, enter a maid with a child in her arms, the mother by her asleep, end quote. The husband rushes in and endeavors to snatch the babe from the maid's arms. When she resists, he assaults her. Are you gossiping, prating, sturdy queen? I'll break your clamor with your neck downstairs. Tumble, tumble, headlong. Throws her down. Signature C3R. Thus, 3 consecutive scenes purport to be upstairs, though certainly scenes 4 and 5 must be in different parts of the house. Adams places scene 5 in the chamber. What then becomes of the previous scene which, according to the dialogue, also took place upstairs? Somewhere, an allusion to below does not reflect physical facts, or it is that all the scenes fail to reflect physical facts and merely reflect the convention that most domestic and tavern rooms were situated in an upper story. None of the other scenes mentioned demands the actual use of an above, and in the tavern scene of Miseries of Enforced Marriage, the scene concludes with one of the characters calling on all his friends to follow him to another room in the tavern, an unnecessary exit if a curtain in the above could close upon them. One is forced to conclude, therefore, that though the scene may contain references to being above, it was played below unless the action proves otherwise. Of scenes upon the walls there are 5. Here the stage directions are straightforward. Action takes place between those on the walls and those below, in 2 cases involving sizable groups and much interchange. In The Devil's Charter, Act 4, Scene 4, a sustained assault upon the walls involving ladders takes place. All window scenes, there are 4, contain a reference to window or casement in a stage direction. All of them involve interchanges by one person with characters below. However, the shape of the window, whether bay or otherwise, is not disclosed. Only one scene, Scene 10 in Miseries of Enforced Marriage, is contained for an extended time above. Complicated though the scene is, the demands that it makes on the stage are somewhat uncommon and well worth detailed consideration. Preceding the scene in question, 3 sharpers, Ilford, Bartley, and Wentlow, have bilked Butler's master, Scarborough. Consequently, Butler has devised a way in which to turn the tables on them, in particular Ilford. He pretends separately to Ilford and then to the other 2 that he has access to a rich heiress and promises each of them to arrange a match. In reality, the heiress is the impoverished sister of Scarborough. Having appointed a place to meet the sharpers, he sends them off. At that point, 2 of Scarborough's brothers, privy to the plot, enter. Without a change of scene, the action shifts to the place appointed previously. After being assured that the brothers know how to handle their task, Butler exits. The brothers commend him for his devotion. Then occurs a curious stage direction. Quote, "Betwixt this Butler leads Ilford in," end quote. The brothers finish their eulogy when another direction is inserted. Quote, "Enter Butler and Ilford above," end quote. Butler pretends that the heiress's uncles have arrived, and he urges Ilford to overhear their conversation while he goes below to the girl. It is interesting to note that Butler says, "Stay you here in this upper chamber," to listen to the uncles, not at the window. Butler leaves. Ilford listens to the brothers who, pretending to be concerned about finding a suitable husband for their niece, describe the vast wealth of the heiress. Butler returns to an exultant Ilford, light-hearted with visions of playing the courtier. Ilford swears to love and be true to the girl. She comes in. Butler leaves them alone to swear their mutual faith. At this point, enter Wentlow and Bartley beneath. Bartley, "Hereabout is the house sure." Wentlow, "We cannot mistake it, for here's the sign of the wolf and the bay window." Enter Butler above. Butler, to the lovers, "What, so close? 'Tis well. I ha shifted away your uncle's mistress, but see the spite, Sir Francis, if yon same couple of smell-smocks, Wentlow and Bartley, ha not scented after us." Signature G4. Under the stimulus of competition, Ilford is willing to rush into marriage without seeing the dowry of his wife-to-be. After sending the couple below, Butler calls to Bartley and Wentlow to arrange to meet them below. Timing matters so that they will arrive after the marriage ceremony is completed. Location is treated here very loosely. In the course of the scene, action shifts from one place to another. Sometimes the characters seem to be at a window, sometimes in an upper chamber, but there is no exact indication where they are at any one time. Indeed, this is a generalized setting, for we know that we are at Scarborough's house. The scene clearly shows that an extended action could be played above, but only when related to action below. Although there are 12 scenes in 10 Globe plays that utilize the above, 10 have been cited. The other two, the monument scene in Antony and Cleopatra, Act 4, Scene 14, and the observation scene in Julius Caesar, Act 5, Scene 3, where Pindarus witnesses the distant battle, are described in Appendix B, Chart 3. To sum up the evidence for the above, the limited study of the Globe plays substantiates Richard Hosley's broader studies of the plays of Shakespeare, Kidd, Marlowe, and others as well of the Red Bull plays. He shows that 46% of all the plays examined do not employ a raised production area. At the Globe, 66% do not employ such an area. Wherever, in the remaining 34% of the plays, action is set above, invariably it is related to action below, either through actual communication or through persons on one level observing persons on the other. Several stage facilities remain to be considered: the traps, the heavens, and the pillars. Upon these subjects there is less disagreement amongst scholars. Both J.C. Adams and George Reynolds, opponents in many matters of Elizabethan staging, agree that Elizabethan stages contained more than one trap. In the Globe plays, traps are used 7 times. From this list, I exclude the use of a trap for the ghost in the first act of Hamlet. Of the 7 instances, 4 occur in one play, The Devil's Charter. 3 of these can be definitely placed at a trap near the front of the platform: Prologue, Act 4, Scene 1, Act 5, Scene 6. For preceding each use of the trap, a stage direction specifies movement forward. The other scene in The Devil's Charter, Act 3, Scene 5, is similar to one in Alarum for London, Scene 12. In each case, a figure peering into a river or a vault, respectively, is pushed down into the void. The 2 remaining instances of trap use occur in Macbeth, the Cauldron scene, Act 4, Scene 1, and Hamlet, the Gravediggers scene, Act 5, Scene 1. In the light of the character of the enclosure, these 2 must have been played forward. Confirmation of this assumption can be found in Hamlet. Stage productions often begin the gravedigger scene with one or both of the diggers already in a half-dug grave. However, a close reading of the first part of the text rules out such a beginning. Early in the folio text, the second gravedigger advises the first to make the grave straight. But a little later, the first calls to the other, quote, "Come, my spade," end quote. If he has been digging all along, this remark is unnecessary. Only after the 2 clowns come in, chat, and then the one calls to the other, quote, "Come, my spade," end quote, does the digging begin. This action occurs forward on the platform. To summarize, it is certain that the Globe plays require a trap of sufficient size to raise and lower a cauldron or a man on a property dragon, The Devil's Charter, Act 4, Scene 1. But at no time do they demand more than one trap located on the platform. About the machinery in the heavens, the Globe plays offer no evidence whatsoever. No hint exists from which one can surmise that either actors or properties were dropped from above. Nor is there any evidence for such action from the pre-Globe plays of the Lord Chamberlain's Company. This may be coincidental. Plays containing flying scenes may have perished, but a suggestion that this finding for the Globe may have a more general application comes from 2 sources. Johnson's contempt for the, quote, "creaking thrones," end quote, which come down, quote, "the boys to please," end quote, is expressed in the prologue to the folio version of Every Man in His Humor, 1616. Although the prologue does not appear in the quarto of 1601, scholars have assumed that the scornful attack refers to stage devices of that period. But Johnson revised Every Man in His Humor thoroughly, recasting the entire setting of the play. The addition of the prologue is certain, for it is in keeping with the anglicized setting. Furthermore, the first use of flying in the King's Men's repertory is recorded in the dream sequence in Cymbeline, Act 5, Scene 4, immediately after the company began to play at Blackfriars. It is pertinent that a dream scene very similar to the one in Cymbeline occurs in Pericles, Act 5, Scene 1, one of the last plays to be produced before the King's Men took over Blackfriars. Instead of Jupiter, Diana appears, but does not descend, nor did the god Hymen in the last scene of As You Like It. Could it have been that the company lacked the means for flying actors until it moved to Blackfriars? Actually, the history of flying apparatuses in the Elizabethan theater needs further study. For the Globe, at least so far as the plays demonstrate, no machinery for flying existed. It is generally conceded that the posts supporting the heavens not only did exist, but were introduced into the action. Against the evidence of the Fortune and the Hope contracts and the DeWitt drawing, there is no effective argument. Assuming, therefore, the presence of the two pillars, a number of scenes do exist where one was probably employed in the story, either as a post or a tree. However, to suppose that a pillar is used, let us say, for the tree upon which Orlando hangs his verse, reduces the likelihood that property trees were placed on stage for incidental action. Our old friend, the ubiquitous Butler, climbs a tree in Miseries of Enforced Marriage. J.C. Adams suggests that what he climbed was a stage pillar. Hodges doubts that an actor could climb a main pillar, but he suggests that a decorative pillar might have been used. So far as staging practice is concerned, it matters little which pillar serves as a tree. The principle is the same. When the actors could use a ready-to-hand stage post instead of a prop, they did so. Inconclusive but provocative is a hint we have that prop trees were introduced when they had symbolic meaning. The tree that arises in A Warning for Fair Women represents the life of Sanders, which has been hewn down. And the titles of the trees in Henslow's inventory, such as J Tree of Golden Apples and Tantalus Tree, support this possibility. Although we have covered all those structural parts of the stage which are required by the Globe plays, we must deal with the theory that in addition to or in place of the enclosure, mansions, that is, freestanding wooden frames, curtained on one or more sides, usually removable, were employed to suggest specific locations in Elizabethan plays. Except for the tents in The Devil's Charter, no evidence exists for such units on the Globe stage. Even the tents are in a special class, for they may be similar to a property such as a scaffold rather than to stage scenery. Reynolds has found instances for removable structures on the Red Bull stage, and Hodson would place mansions on all stages, but there is no warrant for supposing that they were used at the Globe. Henslow, who claims to include all the properties belonging to the Lord Admiral's men in his inventory of 1598, lists nothing that can be construed as a mansion, and though evidence for the Lord Admiral's men is not necessarily evidence for the Lord Chamberlain's men, nevertheless, it indicates that one playhouse at least seems not to have used temporary structures. For the Globe Company, not only the absence of evidence, but also the system of localization rules out such a method of staging. A unique theory combining the presence of mansions with the rearrangement of the spectators has been devised by Leslie Hodson. Not content to modify current thinking about Elizabethan staging, he reveals, Messiah-like, that after 200 years of bafflement, the world will be able, quote, now for the first time to understand and visualize the stage of the Globe, end quote, because of his discoveries. Citing a compote of evidence from the English and Spanish theaters, he asserts that the essential relationship between actor and audience maintained at court, playhouse, and college was one in which the actor performed between two masses of audience, with the privileged audience sitting on one side. In the Globe, this privileged audience sat in the gallery over the stage and on the stage between the stage doors. The tiring house, contrary to accepted thought, was below the stage. At either end of the stage, two-tiered wooden frames with transparent curtains served as mansions. Actors entered through trapdoors into these mansions and from thence onto the stage. Masked attendants drew the curtains as the action required. By the extravagance of his assertions and the evangelical tone of his arguments, Hodson has made a cause of what is a matter for scholarly examination. His daring views and the insights they afford usually deserve careful consideration. Here, however, it is only necessary to evaluate those theories which directly affect staging at the Globe. Hodson's early attempts to prove the existence of, quote, Shakespeare's arena stage, end quote, at Whitehall Palace, contrary to what he chooses to believe, have not met with general approbation. Alois Nagler, for example, has shown that Hodson's reading of attorno, a phrase which appears in a description of a court performance written by Virginio Orsino, Duke of Bresciano, does not mean, as Hodson contends, quote, completely around on every side, end quote, but on three sides. Nevertheless, extending his interpretation to the public playhouse, Hodson announces that persons of quality, quote, customarily graced, end quote, the Globe's stage. In fact, it was the outstanding characteristic of Elizabethan staging to locate the best seats on the stage and in the gallery over the stage. In establishing his proof, Hodson unfortunately neglects to mention the induction to The Malcontent. This play, it will be remembered, was presented by the Globe Company, presumably in retaliation for the theft of one of their plays, Geronimo, by the children at Blackfriars. No other piece of evidence so surely reflects conditions at the Globe as this induction, written by John Webster especially to justify the appearance of Marston's satire at this public playhouse. To give the justification indisputable authority, Webster introduces the leading actors of the company, Dick Burbage, Henry Condell, and John Lowen, in their own persons to explain the matter. The induction commences. Enter W. Sly, a tireman following him with a stool. Tireman, Sir, the gentleman will be angry if you sit here. Sly, as a gallant, Why, we must sit upon the stage at the private house. Immediately it is apparent, contrary to Hodson's fancy, sitting on the stage was not the custom, and its introduction was not happily countenanced by the gentleman. Since the tireman still holds the stool as he refers to the gentleman, the word here must mean the stage as a whole, and therefore the gentlemen are the actors. The one time Sly refers to any spectators, he does it in such terms that he clearly intends the groundlings. Otherwise, no mention is made of other spectators on the stage. Toward the end of the induction, Lowen succeeds in ushering Sly out by offering to lead him to a private room. Thomas Platter, who supposedly attended one of the opening performances at the Globe, in his enumeration of possible seats for the audience, makes no mention of seats on the stage. Dekker, in the widely known passage from The Gull's Hornbook, does refer to sitting on the stage at the public playhouse, but Hodson takes seriously what is patently a satiric description of a fool intruding where he does not belong. Throughout the passage, the stage-sitter is referred to in the most derogatory terms, and what sharply contradicts Hodson's contention is the injunction to the gallant that, quote, though the scarecrows in the yard hoot at you, hiss at you, spit at you, yea, throw dirt even in your teeth, 'tis most gentlemanlike patience to endure all this, end quote. Were all those gentlemen who, quote, customarily graced, end quote, the Globe stage treated in this fashion? Obviously, the thrust of Decker's wit, coming as it did in 1609, was a vain endeavor to resist the press of gallants who sought to impose upon the public playhouse the privileges they enjoyed at the private. Hodson also claims that the gentleman sat, quote, over the stage in the Lord's room, end quote. For this claim, he enjoys considerably more support. In and out of plays, references to sitting, quote, over the stage, end quote, suggest the employment in some way of the area I have called the above. But, quote, over the stage, quote, is not specific. Does over mean directly over or to one side? Does it include the entire length of the stage wall, as Hosley asserts, so that actors, in order to play their scenes above, were obliged to thrust themselves into the midst of the auditors? However, the case for sitters in a gallery which runs the length of the stage wall depends not merely upon words, but more effectively upon graphic representation. 4 interior views of Elizabethan and Jacobean theaters are extant: the Swan drawing, 1596, the engraving on the Roxana title page, 1632, the drawing on the Messalina title page, 1640, and the frontispiece to The Wits, 1672. Only one, the first and most important, is Elizabethan. 3 of the representations, the Swan, the Roxana, and the Wits, depict figures in the gallery above the stage. In each drawing, the figures appear to be looking at the action on the stage below, particularly in the Roxana print. The frontispiece to The Wits, obviously depicting an interior, shows solemn-faced Puritans in the gallery. Dressed as they are like the figures grouped around the platform, they certainly seem to be members of the audience. Less certain, but of a similar character, is the evidence from the Roxana title page. Both of these representations come late, it is true, but because they seem to echo the same conditions as those in the Swan Playhouse of 1596, they have been cited as authority. About the figures in the Swan drawing, it is difficult to tell. They appear to be drawn in positions that connote listening and seeing a play, but they are small and indistinct. 2 or possibly 3 persons are wearing hats. Quite clearly, all are related in some way to the action taking place below them. To a certain extent, all these representations verify the theory that spectators sat overlooking the playing area. The investigation is complicated as soon as we inquire about the numbers and disposition of the spectators. Examining these prints again, all 4 of them this time, we discover some significant disparities. The Swan drawing shows a long gallery divided by 5 posts into 6 sections. Each section is wide enough for 2 people. No architectural treatment of the gallery is delineated. The frontispiece of The Wits has some things in common with the Swan drawing. A gallery divided into 6 sections runs across the back of the stage. 4 of the sections apparently are cut in half, but from the appearance of the other 2, each section seems to be able to accommodate 2 persons side by side. One difference does exist. In the center of the upper level there hangs a striped curtain, somewhat like an awning. The flap is parted so that 2 balusters may be seen, indicating some architectural structure behind the curtain. It is possible, but not certain, that the structure is cantilevered and thus protrudes. Some lines behind the balusters may have been intended to represent an actor waiting for his cue. The Roxana title page shows an upper level divided into 2 sections by a column. The framing about each section conveys the impression of 2 windows. 2 figures occupy each section. Finally, the Messalina title page shows a bare stage, depicts a curtained window placed high in a brick wall. Thus, each of the views presents a different physical arrangement. Aside from the Swan drawing, there is no support for a long, unadorned, uncurtained gallery in theaters of this period. Since its discovery in 1888, repeated attempts have been made to prove that a particular occasion is represented by the Swan drawing. Nagler, among the latest to repeat the attempt, believes, quote, that a rehearsal was in progress. DeWitt seems to have visited the theater in the morning and sketched the interior while the actors were rehearsing a scene, end quote. He asserts that the persons in the gallery were actors or, quote, at any rate, theater personnel, end quote. Without quarreling with the last comment, I believe that we must discount the theory that a rehearsal was in progress, or, in actuality, that any specific moment is recorded in the sketch. One internal contradiction has been noted often. Why are there people in the gallery but not in the auditorium? Because a rehearsal is in progress, says Nagler. Because DeWitt did not trouble to sketch all the details, says Hosley. But another contradiction exists in the drawing. At the head of the sketch, flying from a staff at the top of the huts, is the ensign of the playhouse, a flag emblazoned with a swan. The flag was a sign that a performance was in progress. Below the flag is a figure who is blowing a trumpet. Either he is summoning the audience or he is announcing the commencement of the play. Customarily, the play began after the third sounding of the trumpet, but in the sketch, a scene is already underway. Consequently, if a rehearsal was in progress, why is the flag flying, the trumpeter calling the audience? If a performance was in progress, why, at the beginning, are we in the midst of the action? Could it be that the sketch reflects no particular instance but a composite impression of the swan, and that the rendition of such an impression was likely to have been made after DeWitt had left the playhouse? The text which accompanies the sketch, starting with a general discussion of London playhouses and proceeding to a description of the swan, indicates that DeWitt set down a summary of experiences either after he had visited various theaters or after he had had them described to him. It may be well at this time to consider the reliability of the swan drawing in other respects. Currently, it is the fashion to adhere to the sketch closely. However, one fact must be faced insofar as the globe is concerned. Granted that the original drawing, as well as a Wren von Buckel's copy that has come down to the present, were both trustworthy. Nevertheless, we are still forced to amend the sketch in order to have it accord with other indisputable evidence. All sorts of ingenious explanations that the hangings were not in place or that a stage-width curtain was added for performance have been offered, but the fact remains. The swan, as it is depicted in the drawing, unaltered, could not have accommodated the globe plays. However plausible the suggestions for additions may be, they cannot still the doubt with which one is obliged to regard the sketch, and though DeWitt's testimony cannot be ignored, it cannot be accepted without corroboration. From the preceding material, two conclusions emerge. First, there was no single form for the above. Therefore, in developing an image of the globe, we cannot rely on the swan drawing. Yet, even if we do, we discover that such an unrelieved gallery as it shows is simply not characteristic of the Renaissance design which presumably DeWitt sought to catch. A glance at the prints of various continental stages will illustrate this point. What is suggested by the later views and what accords with the needs of the Globe Playhouse is an above which, regardless of the presence of auditors, could be differentiated structurally from the rest of the gallery. Architecturally, this might have been accomplished by separating and emphasizing a central, probably uncurtained, section in the balcony, reserved for the actors. On either side of this area, auditors might have overlooked the stage. Second, all the views agree that the maximum number of spectators in each section was 2. Keeping literally to the evidence, we must conclude that 12 persons could be accommodated in the Swan Gallery. We could, of course, indulge in the fascinating game of using the dimensions of the fortune to calculate the capacity of the Swan. But this is unnecessary. DeWitt tells us the Swan could hold 3,000 people. Whether 12 or 20 or a few more could sit above, their proportion to the total would be small. Could the actors have directed their performance to such a minority? It is certain that they did not, for in one respect the extant views are in complete agreement. Where performers are shown in action on stage, they play not toward the spectators in the gallery, but toward the auditors listening round about. In short, they turn their backs to the stage wall and play front. End of section 14. Section 15 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Stage. Part 3, The Design of the Stage. Until now, the discussion of the Globe Playhouse has proceeded from dramatic function to theatrical realization, but inevitably the reader is bound to wonder, if only inwardly, what the Globe looked like. No one knows. Startling as it may seem, no one really can reconstruct the design of the Globe Playhouse. The reader may remonstrate. What about the various reconstructions of Walter Godfrey, John C. Adams, C. Walter Hodges, Richard Southern? What about their sketches and models? All hypotheses, some reasonable, some far-fetched. Each scholar, selecting for his palette certain scraps of evidence, has painted a hypothetical image of the Elizabethan playhouse. Each realizes, of course, that his image is conjectural. The damage occurs when the image is realized in drawings, and the drawings are reproduced with such frequency that what was conjecture comes to be regarded as historical fact by the general reader. Acknowledging that, quote, the hard facts available for the reconstruction of Elizabethan playhouses are insufficient in themselves, end quote, Hodges admits that each scholar interprets the evidence according to, quote, influences of taste, end quote, of which he may not even be aware. The result has been that equally reputable scholars have produced widely divergent images of the Globe Playhouse. In recent times, the once prevailing Tudor image has yielded to Renaissance design. The leading advocate of Tudor style is John Cranford Adams. He affirms that it was a, quote, tendency of Elizabethan stage design to imitate contemporary London houses, end quote, and therefore that, quote, the facade of the tiring house differed from its model, a short row of London houses mainly in having upper and lower curtains suspended in the middle, end quote. Each reference to a contemporary urban structural feature of the stage is considered to be a description of a realistic detail. Quote, it was the habit of Elizabethan dramatists to accept the equipment of their stage rather literally and to refer to that equipment in dialogue, end quote. He cites construction methods of the period for support. The building contract for the Fortune calls for wooden frames, quote, sufficiently enclosed outside, with lath, lime, and hair, end quote. This specification suggests a half-timbered and plaster building of Tudor design, a type of construction which continued to appear through the early part of the 17th century. In contrast, the buildings in the newer Renaissance style were largely built of stone or brick. Since its completion in 1950, Adams's model of the Globe, now at the Folger Library, has impressed itself upon the imagination of lovers of Shakespeare, particularly in America. In 1953, C. Walter Hodges presented an opposing image of the Globe, adhering closely to the Swan drawing, which Adams rejects, and deriving the Elizabethan stage from marketplace booth stages and tableaux vivants. Hodges developed a series of sketches in Renaissance style. Doors and galleries in the stage facade are flanked by columns of the three regular orders. Obelisks and statuary appear above the cornices of the Fortune sketch, and in his drawing of the Hope, carved busts support the gallery ends of the heavens. To avoid contradicting the Swan drawing, which shows no enclosure, he devised one to project from the stage facade. The contribution of the tableau vivant to the design of the Elizabethan stage was first explored by George Kernodle. His thesis is that, quote, the greatest problem of the Renaissance stage was the organization of a number of divergent scenic elements into some principle of spatial unity, end quote. Medieval art bequeathed three forms to the theater: the side arches leaving the center clear, the center arch or pavilion with subordinate side accents, the flat arcade screen. While the Italian theater, later to be imitated by Inigo Jones in England, utilized the form of side arches in combination with central perspective to create illusion, the northern theaters of England and Flanders developed the central pavilion into a theater of architectural symbolism. The immediate predecessors of these stages were the tableau vivant, or street pageants, erected to signalize the entry of a royal or civic personage into a city. It was, quote, from the tableau vivant, whose conventions they took over, end quote, that the Flemish and English stages derived, quote, the power to suggest by decoration and remembered associations the places they symbolized, end quote. The conventions of medieval art which persisted throughout the early Renaissance were passed on to the street theaters where they were interwoven with Renaissance forms. Prints of the Flemish stages illustrate the conventional architecture which resulted from these influences. In parallel fashion, the English theater was subject to the same influences. Quote, most of the new buildings erected in England in the latter half of the 16th century were of the newer Renaissance architecture, end quote. Yearly the Londoner could witness the pageants in the Lord Mayor's show. Quote, a comparison of street shows and stage drama will make clear, end quote, Kernodle believes, quote, not only that many particular scenes of Elizabethan drama were derived from the tableau vivant, but that they provided the basic pattern of the English stage facade, end quote. This basic pattern involved a central arch which conventionally represented an interior, and side arches or doors which conventionally represented an exterior. Architectural symbols as throne, arbor, arras, by general recognition, could transform the facade into the symbols of palace, garden, room. For the design of the English stage, Kernodle's theory is provocative rather than proved. There is no clear flow of Flemish theatrical influence into Elizabethan England, and even in art, though we know many Flemish craftsmen were in London, there is no certain influence. Furthermore, the medieval tradition in art, which Kernodle has shown to have persisted on the continent, was abruptly terminated in England. Quote, the year 1531, in which the Convocation of Canterbury recognized Henry VIII as the supreme head of the Church of England, can be conveniently taken to mark the close of the medieval period of art in England and the severance of what had been the most fruitful field of subject matter for artists in Europe for 1,000 years. End quote. What followed was a court art of portraiture which does not readily yield demonstration of Kernodle's thesis. Even in the popular forms of art which he recommends for study, the formal medieval elements are absent. For example, the woodcuts of Wynkyn de Worde show no consistent use of conventional devices. As for the street pageants, continental experience cannot be readily applied to Tudor practice. For the last half of the 16th century, the royal entries were virtually abandoned by Elizabeth, and it was not until the coronation of James that the magnificence of the royal entry returned to London. When it did, it had all the characteristics of the flamboyant Renaissance style described by Kernodle. Until then, from 1558 to 1603, the Londoner could witness the Lord Mayor's show, an annual event to honor the installation of the new Lord Mayor. The central device was a single pageant supplied by the company of which the Lord Mayor was a member. Featuring child orators, it was usually carried along in the procession by porters, though from time to time we hear of frames being built to support the pageants. It appears that the pageant was stored in the company hall from which it was removed when needed, with or without redecoration, though occasionally a new pageant would be ordered. The fact that the pageant remained on permanent view in the company halls suggests that it may have been similar to the figures of saints carried even today in religious processions. Allegorical in nature, the pageant depicted a theme apt for the new Lord Mayor and his company. In 1561, for example, 5 ancient harpers, David, Orpheus, Amphion, Arion, and Iopus, were displayed in a pageant to honor the new Lord Mayor, Sir William Harper. Often the themes of the pageants represented the trade rather than the man, the ship, for instance, being deemed appropriate for the Merchant Tailors Company. At an appropriate point in the procession, the figures in the pageant would speak commendatory verses to the Lord Mayor. From the extant texts, it is quite clear that the presentations were brief and rhetorical. They did not involve dramatic action. In fact, the very people being honored were those who most assiduously sought to destroy the public playhouses. No sketch of a 16th century pageant exists. The presence of mythical figures encourages the notion that Renaissance design characterized these pageants, but there is no graphic or thoroughly descriptive evidence for assuming so. Nor do the symbols which Kernodle enumerates appear prominently in these pageants. Instead, the companies relied on those trade or personal symbols which held special significance for them. For one company, the lion appears in pageant because a lion is part of the company's coat of arms. For another, a Moor rides on a lynx, which animal is deemed appropriate for the Skinner's Company. What is substantiated by these pageants and reinforced by the royal entries of the 17th century is the mode of presentation. Perhaps the particular symbols which Kernodle emphasizes did not have significance for the Londoner of the 1590s, but he was familiar with presenting and interpreting theatrical forms in a symbolic manner, and I believe that to this extent the pageants may have influenced the design of the public playhouse. In conclusion, then, one cannot verify whether the Elizabethan playhouse reflected the outgoing Tudor or the incoming Renaissance style. Roughed up by a master carpenter such as James Burbage, Peter Street, or Gilbert Catharines, the structure could have retained the traditions of design familiar to these men, or it could have responded to the new fashions. These new fashions, however, were principally decorative. Classical forms were applied to Tudor Gothic foundations. I tend to think that the pragmatic attitude of Elizabethan builders led them to erect a fundamentally Tudor structure to which they attached classical ornaments more or less at random. In such a structure, the stage would certainly be the focus of such adornment. Based solely on the evidence of the Globe plays, what then is the picture of the Globe stage? The principal part of the stage was a large rectangular platform upon which rested 2 pillars. At the rear of the platform, 2 doors and a curtained recess between them provided access to the stage. The recess, which was an integral part of the tiring house, had to accommodate less than half a dozen people. Above the recess and/or doors was an upper level principally required where characters related themselves to others below. In the floor of the outer stage, there was at least one substantial trap. No machinery for flying either actors or properties existed. In overall design, the stage, which was Renaissance in surface details, emphasized formal rather than realistic decoration. Altogether, it was a theater that represented itself as a showplace rather than as an imitation of London. In a review once, Granville Barker remonstrated against overemphasis on the physical aspects of the stage at the expense of the imaginative. Such overemphasis has too frequently resulted. In their zeal to reconstruct the Elizabethan stage, theorists have given the impression that the theater of that day was constantly using traps, heavens, upper level, and enclosure. However, a comparison of the number of scenes which use some stage facility, be it merely a stool, with the number which use no stage facility whatsoever, neither property nor stage machinery, save merely a means to get on and off, shows that of the 345 scenes in the Shakespearean Globe plays, only 20% require any facility. Fully 80% need nothing but a bare space and an audience, not so much as a stool. As a result, Shakespearean drama depends a great deal upon the vigorous movement of the actors coming on and off the stage. The actors themselves, rather than the stage equipment, provide the impetus for a play's progression. We are all familiar with the conclusion of a Shakespearean scene. More often than not, a character will say, quote, "Come along with me," end quote, and off will go the actors. I have checked every scene in the Globe plays and found a startling high percentage of such exits. For purposes of computation, I divide the scene conclusions into 4 categories. First, there is the explicit exit line. Orlando, "Come, I will bear thee to some shelter, and thou shalt not die for lack of a dinner, if there live anything in this desert. Cheerily, good Adam." Exeunt. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 6, lines 16 through 19. Next, there is the implicit exit line. Antonio, musing upon Sebastian's departure. "But come what may, I do adore thee so, that danger shall seem sport, and I will go." Exit. Twelfth Night, Act 2, Scene 1, lines 48 and 49. Thirdly, there is the scene which ends with no exit line implying motion. Toby, to the dancing Sir Andrew, "Let me see thee caper. Ha! Higher! Ha! Ha! Excellent!" Exeunt. Twelfth Night, Act 1, Scene 3, lines 149 through 150. Lastly, there is a scene which ends in a soliloquy or an aside. Although the playwright occasionally inserts an exit line in such a conclusion, his opportunity to do so is slight. Below, I have enumerated the scene endings that conclude with explicit and implicit exit lines, with no exit lines, and as a solo exit. Shakespeare, explicit exit lines, 192, 57.2%. Implicit exit lines, 74, 22%. No exit lines, 35, 10.4%. Solo exits, 35, 10.4%. Non-Shakespearean, explicit exit lines, 88, 48.4%. Implicit exit lines, 37, 20.3%. No exit lines, 23, 12.6%. Solo exits, 34, 18.7%. Only 9 to 13% of the scenes fail to indicate that the characters end a scene by leaving the stage. Although the soliloquies may or may not imply that the characters leave the stage, the majority of the scene endings clearly demonstrate that it was the physical departure of the actors which gave fluency to the action. When a stage direction reads exeunt at the end of a scene, it means exactly that. They go out. It is time to revive an old cry. The pendulum has swung too far. It is time to reassert that the Globe stage was bare. Sumptuous and gorgeous as this playhouse may have appeared, the decoration was largely permanent and passive. In brief, the Globe was constructed and employed to tell a story as vigorously and as excitingly and as intensely as possible. Though spectators were usually informed where a scene took place, they were informed by the words they heard, not the sights they saw. Instead, place was given specific emphasis only when and to the degree the narrative required. Otherwise, the audience gazed upon a splendid symbol of the universe before which all sorts of human actions could be unfolded. End of section 15. Section 16 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Acting. Since 1939, the debate over the style of acting in the Elizabethan theater has been argued on the grounds defined by Alfred Harbidge. One of two styles could have existed, he wrote. Acting was either formal or natural. Natural acting strives to create an illusion of reality by consistency on the part of the actor who remains in character and tends to imitate the behavior of an actual human being placed in his imagined circumstances. He portrays where the formal actor symbolizes. He impersonates where the formal actor represents. He engages in real conversation where the formal actor recites. His acting is subjective and imaginative, where that of the formal actor is objective and traditional. Whether he sinks his personality in his part or shapes the part to his personality, in either case he remains the natural actor. Professor Harbidge, then, and a succession of writers subsequently have endeavored to prove that formal acting prevailed on the Elizabethan stage. When we have sifted the various arguments presented over the years by this school of thought, we discover these common points. Oratory and acting utilized similar techniques of voice and gesture so that, quote, whoever knows today exactly what was taught to the Renaissance orator cannot be far from knowing at the same time what was done by the actor on the Elizabethan stage, end quote. Contemporary allusions which compare the orator to the actor establish this correspondence without a doubt. This system depended upon conventional gesture, quote, as in a sorrowful part, ye head must hang down, in a proud ye head must be lofty, end quote. By learning these conventional gestures, the actors could readily symbolize all emotional states. Such symbolism was necessary since the speed of Elizabethan playing left little room for interpolated action. The result was that the actor did not so much interpret his part as recite it. His personality did not intrude, for his attention was devoted to rendering the literary qualities of the script. Although the emotions expressed in the play were usually violent, the actor projected them, quote, by declaiming his lines with the action fit for every word and sentence, end quote. In this way, he properly stressed the significant figures of speech. He played to the audience, not to his fellow actors. The final effect, several writers have concluded, was more like that of opera or ballet than modern drama. Rejecting this theory of formal acting, a smaller but equally fervent group of scholars is sure that Elizabethan acting was natural. Denying the oratory and acting were similar, they maintain that style was dynamic, that an older formalism gave way to a newer naturalism. Since Renaissance art sought to imitate life, the actors, in harmony with this aim, thought that they imitated life. To grasp how their style emerged from such a view, it is necessary first to comprehend what was the Elizabethan conception of reality. Admittedly, natural acting then was different from natural acting today in some respects, yet the intention was very much the same. Quote, what can be said is that Elizabethan acting was thought at the time to be lifelike, which would suggest a range of acting capable of greater extremes of passion, of much action, which would now seem forced or grotesque, but realistic within a framework of reality that coincides to a larger extent with ours. End quote. Some attempt has been made to reconcile these contradictory views. Generally, the reconciliation has taken the line that Elizabethan acting was mixed, partly formal, partly natural. Some have thought of the mixture as a blend, a unified style midway between the rigidity of formalism and the fluidity of naturalism. It has also been thought of as an oscillation, certain scenes played in a formal manner, such as longer verse passages delivered in a rhetorical style. Other scenes, such as brief exchanges of dialogue, acted in an informal manner. The scholars who have proposed this reconciliation, despite the fact that they arrive at slightly different conclusions from those of the proponents of formal or natural acting, accept the fundamental premise that Elizabethan acting can be discussed only in terms of formal or natural styles. Until now, it is true, the research and discussion that have gone into this debate have produced careful studies of contemporary allusions to acting. But it seems unlikely that further progress can be made by considering Elizabethan acting in relation to these fixed poles of formality and reality. Brown and Folks have undertaken a new approach by urging an evaluation of Elizabethan acting in terms of the Elizabethan conception of reality. But neither has followed through. They have merely redefined what is meant by natural acting. Much of what the formalists consider conventional, they argue, represented reality to the Elizabethan. Do sudden, insubstantially motivated emotional changes in Othello or Measure for Measure seem forced? They occurred in life and therefore were natural to the period, is their answer. The result has been confusion. The formalists describe the means at the actor's disposal, the techniques of voice and gesture. The naturalists, the effect at which he aimed, the imitation of life. This confusion is inherent in the original proposition. Harbidge wrote about both aims and means, but without sufficiently discriminating between the two. I think that it is necessary to clarify our understanding of the aims and methods of the actor's art in general before returning to a consideration of the Elizabethan actor's art in particular. At the heart of dramatic presentation stands the actor, imitating a person in a fictional situation in such a way as to hold the continuous attention of the audience in the unfolding circumstances. This holding of attention is dramatic illusion. Whether that illusion is an imitation of contemporary life, historical life, or mythical life, the action and characters must achieve a level of reality sufficient to involve us. For the children who say, quote, "I believe in fairies," end quote, Tinkerbell has become real. The means may be conventional and symbolic, or contextual and descriptive. The effect must be an illusion of reality. Ultimately, we must reconstruct what that illusion signified and how it was achieved in order to visualize the acting of a period. The understanding that the actor has with the audience about the relation of dramatic experience to life will determine the significance of the illusion. The common understanding that they, actor and audience, have about the characters and stories will affect the means at the actor's disposal for creating the illusion. Consider a simple stage movement. An actor turns his back on the audience. In the context of the Théâtre Libre or the Moscow Art Theater, this movement emphasizes the convention of the fourth wall and the illusion of the unpresent audience. The same movement employed in Molière's Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme is a deliberate artifice introduced for comic effect. Not the fixed forms, but their function and context shape the illusion of reality. Not the intent, but the created image determines the significance of that illusion. The aim may be one, but the manifestations are many. When an illusion of reality becomes differentiated sharply, it eventuates in a style. Not being an arithmetic total of absolute qualities, style does not remain constant. It is a dynamic interplay of many impulses brought to a point of crystallization by the creative genius of the actor. Such a complex, if distinctive and appealing enough, itself becomes an impulse for further creative activity. What we often term formal acting is a previous means of creating illusion which has coalesced into a fixed form imitable by later generations. Some of the impulses that led the Commedia dell'arte to create a Harlequin, a Franca Trippa, and a Dottore were realistic. That is, the activities of Italian daily life helped to refine the stage figure. Gradually, the types became stock and finally ossified so that they responded less to the impulses of contemporary life and more to the tradition from which they were derived. Perfection and variation of old roles rather than the invention of new devices and characteristics became the custom. By the time these figures came to the hand of Marivaux, they had, through the loss of much of their original force, become somewhat precious and self-conscious. Illusion of reality was still achieved, but it was a new kind of illusion, less robust, more sophisticated, less aware of the cry of the street, more attuned to the repartee of the drawing room. Then the acting became formal, that is, traditional, conventional, objective. But from the germination of the improvised drama to the decadence of Marivaux, commedia acting went through several styles. To visualize the style of any single period, we have to study a cross-section of its theatrical and social conditions. Of these conditions, there are 5 which provide the principal clues to an understanding of the Globe acting style. First, there are general intellectual tendencies reflected in the theory and practice of Elizabethan rhetoric. Next, there is the theatrical tradition handed down to the Lord Chamberlain's men. Thirdly, and continuing the foregoing material, there are the playing conditions under which the company operated. Fourthly, there is the conception of human character and behavior held by society. Lastly, and perhaps most important, there are the playing materials themselves, the characters and actions with which the actors were provided. Cumulatively, the study of these conditions supplies an understanding of the means at the Globe actors' disposal for creating their illusion of reality, and through it offers an insight into the significance of that illusion. End of section 16. Section 17 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609 by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Acting. Part 1, The Relation of Tudor Rhetoric to Elizabethan Acting. Rhetoric played a vital role in the education and life of the Elizabethan man. From its study, he could learn all that was known of the art and techniques of oral and written communication. Scholars of the school of formal acting have insisted that 17th century works on rhetorical delivery reflect an image of Elizabethan acting. Usually, the actor is considered the transmitter, the rhetorician the receiver of influence. This contention has been disputed, as I have pointed out. For the moment, however, let us suppose that there was some connection between oratory and acting. What then does rhetoric teach us of Elizabethan acting? To answer this question, Bertram Joseph relies principally upon Bulwer's double study, Chirologia and Chironomia, 1644, a late work. But since we have been considering acting as a dynamic art, it would be well to examine the evidence of 16th and early 17th century manuals of rhetoric. Compassed under the heading of rhetoric in the 16th century were 3 of the 5 parts of classical rhetoric. Inventio and dispositio had been transferred to logic, particularly in the Ramist scheme. Elocutio, memoria, and pronunciatio remained. However, memoria, or the art of memory, was generally, though not entirely, ignored. Of the 2 remaining parts that made up 16th century rhetoric, elocutio, or the art of eloquence, and pronunciatio, or the art of speech and gesture, the former received the almost undivided attention of the Elizabethan writers. Before 1610, only Thomas Wilson in The Art of Rhetoric, 1553, and Abraham Franz in The Arcadian Rhetoric, 1588, treat the art of pronunciation separately. The other writers, except for occasionally defining the term or citing an example or describing the qualities of a good voice, omit the subject entirely. Even Wilson and Franz treat it in summary fashion. Wilson defines the two parts of the subject, voice and gesture. A praiseworthy voice is, quote, audible, strong, and easy, and apt to order as we list, end quote. Before an audience, orators should start speaking softly, quote, use meet pausing, and being somewhat heated, rise with their voice, as the time and cause shall best require, end quote. Signature GG 1R. For those with poor voices, attention to diet, practice in singing, and imitation of good speakers are the means of improvement. Gesture, which is a, quote, comely moderation of the countenance and all other parts of man's body, end quote, should agree with the voice. Altogether, the orator should be cheerful, poised, and moderate in deportment. Signature GG2R. The entire section sets up standards for good pronunciation, but it does not show specifically how they are met. The standards place emphasis on comeliness and grace, on a harmony of speech, gesture, and matter. The actual manner of delivery shall be, quote, as the time and cause shall best require, end quote. Franz is both fuller and more specific in his treatment of pronunciation, although, like Wilson, he devotes the smaller portion of his book, The Arcadian Rhetoric, to it. Generally, he reiterates the points made by Wilson. The voice must be pleasing. The speaker should begin softly and rise, quote, as occasion serveth, end quote. The delivery should follow the meaning. Franz goes further than Wilson, however, in equating a kind of voice with appropriate rhetorical form. In figures of words which altogether consist in sweet repetitions and dimensions, is chiefly conversant that pleasant and delicate tuning of the voice, which resembleth the consent and harmony of some well-ordered song. In other figures of affections, the voice is more manly, yet diversely according to the variety of passions that are to be expressed. His specific suggestions depend upon the equation of voice and affection. For example, quote, in pity and lamentation, the voice must be full, sobbing, flexible, interrupted, end quote. Largely, there is an association of tone of voice with a particular passion. For, quote, fear and anger, end quote, there are additional injunctions concerning rhythm. Otherwise, these rules seem suggestive and general rather than imperative and specific. In writing of gesture, Franz once again supplements the standards of Wilson with illustrations of his own. The truism of the age that, quote, gesture must follow the change and variety of the voice, end quote, is conditioned by the warning that it should not be done, quote, parasitically as stage players use, but gravely and decently as becometh men of greater calling, end quote. This implies that the attitude may have been similar, but the resulting manner different. Actual suggestions are made for the portrayal of affections. For example, quote, the holding down of the head and casting down of the eyes betokeneth modesty, end quote. Forbidding gesture with the head alone, Franz notes that its chiefest force is the countenance, and of the countenance the eyes, quote, which express livelily even any conceit or passion of the mind, end quote. How to use the eyes is not explained. The particular ordering of the lips, nose, chin, and shoulders is, quote, left to every man's discretion, end quote. Concerning the arms and hands, Franz writes little. The right arm, in being extended, reinforces the flow of the speech. This action is supplemented by the moderate use of the hands and fingers, which rather, quote, follow than go before and express the words, end quote. Since the left hand alone is not used in gesture, it is joined with the right in expressing doubt, objection, and prayer. The fingers in various combinations express distinct significance. For the body as a whole, Franz warns against unseemliness. He associates striking the breast with grief and lamentation, striking the thigh with indignation, striking the ground with the foot with vehemency. By and large, the speaker should not move more than a step or two. In substance, this is the written material on pronunciation in English before 1610. France alone shows any indication that there was a conventional system of vocal delivery and physical gesture. As early as 1531, Eliot, in The Governor, folio 49, had included, quote, "the voice and gesture of them that can pronounce comedies," end quote, in the attributes of a fine orator. This Ciceronian tradition is probably reflected in the Arcadian Rhetoric, so that France may be following the custom of the players except where he specifically notes a difference. But do the rules of France demonstrate the presence of an accepted system of convention in voice and gesture, or are they personal observations organized into a system? Writing of the affections and speech, France indicates that the correspondence must be followed. In writing of the affections and gesture, he is less sure. Some matters are left to the discretion of the speaker. Others must adhere to a certain convention. About the body, he is suggestive. Striking the breast to express grief, quote, "is not unusual," end quote. But striking the thigh to express indignation, quote, "was usual," end quote, as was stamping? Usual where? On the stage? In the law courts? In the pulpit? He does not specify. Keeping in mind that France alone has detailed such, quote, "conventions of voice and gesture," end quote, it is apparent that he is regularizing the general habit current in 16th century England of finding external means of expression for internal conceits or passions of the mind. A habit is not a convention, however. The gestures described by France reinforce the speech, lending harmony and vigor to the vocal expression, but there is little evidence that they were raised to the level of symbolism, that particular gestures came widely to represent particular meanings. That this was the case is supported by a comparison of the supposed meanings of several gestures. As quoted above, France claimed that, quote, "the holding down of the head and casting down of the eyes betokeneth modesty," end quote. But the author of The Cyprian Conqueror, 1633, cited by Professor Harbidge, asserts that, quote, "in a sorrowful part ye head must hang down," end quote. Lest we think that two affections were expressed by the same gesture, we must note how sorrow was expressed according to France. Quote, "the shaking of the head noteth grief and indignation," end quote. Obviously, there was not complete agreement about the significance of a particular gesture, nor could there be, since forms of expression are usually left to the speaker's judgment in the rhetorics. Nevertheless, although an exact pattern of conventions cannot be discovered in Elizabethan rhetoric, general attitudes toward speech can be discerned. Wilson and France call for a pleasant voice, neither too high nor too low, but mean, capable of expressing nuances of thought. The ideal blending of speech and movement for the Elizabethan age is well presented in Baldassare Castiglione's Courtier, translated by Thomas Hoby in 1561. What is requisite in speaking is a good voice, not too subtle or soft as in a woman, nor yet so boisterous and rough as in one of the country, but shrill, clear, sweet, and well framed, with a prompt pronunciation and with fit manners and gestures, which, in my mind, consist in certain motions of all the body, not affected or forced, but tempered with a mannerly countenance and with a moving of the eyes that may give grace and accord with the words, and, as much as he can, signify also with gestures the intent and affection of the speaker. Grace, dignity, and spontaneity, in short, beauty of expression, was the accepted aim of the age. In addition to speaking pleasantly, the educated man was expected to speak meaningfully. His vocal delivery should express figures of eloquence effectively. The consideration of voice is to be had either in severed words or in the whole sentence. In the particular applying of the voice to several words, we make tropes that be most excellent plainly appear. For without this change of voice, neither any ironia nor lively metaphor can well be discerned. Nor must this attention to the figures of speech be lavished only upon the formal speech. In his informal Direction for Speech and Style, circa 1590, John Hoskins applies the same consideration to social occasion, included in his discussion of agnomination or repetition of sounds in sentence, such as, quote, "Our paradise is a pair of dice, our alms deeds are turned into all misdeeds," end quote, is a suggestion that, quote, "that kind of breaking words into another meaning is pretty to play with among gentlewomen, as you will have but a bare gain of this bargain," end quote. Sensitivity to the figures of eloquence was widespread. We may expect the actors to have been particularly attentive to their rendition. Though scanty, indications exist that the speaker was not thought to deliver his speech by rote. As Hamlet compares his behavior with the players, he describes the man's tears, distraction, and broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit. Act 2, Scene 2, lines 582-583. Quote, "The conceits of the mind are pictures of things, and the tongue is the interpreter of those pictures," end quote, wrote John Hoskins to his student. Just as eloquence contained figures of sentence encompassing an extended thought as well as figures of words expressing a turn of phrase, so did delivery require an understanding of the conceit and passion as a whole, as well as the appreciation of the particular literary form. Among the figures listed by Harry Peacham in The Garden of Eloquence, 1593, is mimesis. Mimesis is an imitation of speech whereby the orator counterfeiteth not only what one said, but also his utterance, pronunciation, and gesture, imitating everything as it was, which is always well performed and naturally represented in an apt and skillful actor. Since imitation is confined to a single figure, it probably was not expected in delivery except in special situations. But this applies to the rendering of character types, for the projection of passion in oratory was generally accepted and encouraged. France, as we have seen, describes the kinds of tones to be employed in terms of the affections to be conveyed. Sir Thomas Eliot, in 1531, writes that whereas, quote, "the steering of affections of the mind in this realm was never used, therefore there lacketh elocution and pronunciation, two of the principal parts of rhetoric," end quote. Wilson explicitly states not only the desirability of stirring affections, but the necessity for the speaker to feel those affections himself. "He that will stir affections to other must first be moved himself. Neither can any good be done at all when we have said all that ever we can, except we bring the same affections in our own heart, which we would the judges should bear towards our own matter. A weeping eye causeth much moisture, and provoketh tears. Neither is it any maravalli, for such men both in their countenance, tongue, eyes, gesture, and in all their body else, declare an outward grief, and with words so vehemently and unfeignedly sets it forward, that they will force a man to be sorry with them, and take part with their tears, even against his will." Signature T1V. Not only Eliot's comment, but also Peacham's changes in The Garden of Eloquence for the second edition in 1593 show that increased attention to stirring the emotions occurred in the last half of the 16th century in England. Peacham's omission in 1593 of the grammatical schemes he had included in the first edition of The Garden of Eloquence and his addition of many figures based on appeal to the emotions may be taken as indications of a shift which had taken place in rhetoric in England between 1577 and 1593. During these years, too, the rhetorical theories of Petrus Ramus and Audamarus Tallius, with their emphasis on those rhetorical devices which directed their appeal to the emotions, flourished in England. In such a context, if rhetoric influenced or reflected acting, it emphasized the already present stimulation of emotion and encouraged the actor who wished to move his audience to, quote, bring the same affections, end quote, in his own heart to the stage. That it is misleading to apply the circumstances of later rhetorical study to this earlier period is evident on two scores. First, during the first half of the 17th century, a shift from medieval rhetoric, of which 16th century English rhetoric is an extension, to classical rhetoric took place, principally through the influence of Francis Bacon and Ben Jonson. This meant the re-entry of inventio and dispositio into the framework of rhetoric, bringing about the second change. In the scheme that Francis Bacon proposed for learning, rhetoric no longer should be directed at moving the affections. It is the business of rhetoric to make pictures of virtue and goodness, so that they may be seen. For, since they cannot be showed to the sense in corporeal shape, the next degree is to show them to the imagination in as lively representation as possible by ornament of words. Actually, rhetoric should be brought into the attack against affections. Reason would become captive and servile if eloquence of persuasions did not win the imagination from the affections part and contract a confederacy between the reason and imagination against them. To infer conclusions about the details of Elizabethan acting from Elizabethan rhetoric is, as we have seen, highly conjectural. Yet, in the intellectual atmosphere of which rhetoric was a part, we can discern several attitudes that probably shaped acting. Detailed study was expended on the figures of eloquence, and loving care was devoted to models of fine tropes. The oral tradition of these forms was left to the judgment of the individual for the most part. The few expositions of delivery stress grace of expression and stirring of affections, but no thoroughly accepted conventions of voice and gesture seem to have existed. Thus, although rhetorical theory was conducive to the growth of formal and traditional acting, rhetorical delivery had not solidified sufficiently by 1610 to provide a systematic method. In seeking external forms for their conceits, the orator, and probably actor, still responded more to invention than tradition. End of section 17. Section 18 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Acting, Part 2, The Influence of Theatrical Traditions upon Elizabethan Acting. Although Elizabethan rhetorical tradition was essentially continental, Elizabethan theatrical tradition was largely native. For the better part of a century, troops of 4 men and a boy had crisscrossed the English countryside, bringing plays to village and court. Though the Queen's Men, with 12 actors at its formation in 1583, became the largest troupe, the smaller troops continued to flourish. The English troupe that traveled to Denmark in 1586 numbered 5 men, and the various companies that are portrayed in Sir Thomas More, Histriomastix, and Hamlet all number either 4 or 5. Naturally, when the theater became stabilized in London, increasingly so after 1575, the companies tended to grow larger, but periodic difficulties because of politics or plague caused frequent resort to the small troupe during the next 20 years. Small companies required the actor to play several roles in one play. Cambyses divides 38 parts among 8 men, with 5 of the men playing either 6 or 7 parts each. Only the vice had fewer than 3 parts. Orestes divides 27 parts among 5. Even actors of the larger companies had to play several roles. Sir Clyamon and Sir Clymidus, presented by the 12 men of the Queen's Company, contained 17 substantial roles plus 21 for supernumeraries. This tradition of doubling gave the Elizabethan actor no opportunity to develop a specialty. He could not concentrate on a specific genre, for he was called upon to play courtly men and countrymen, villains and saints. Probably we should accept the leading comic from this stricture. Usually, he played fewer roles, and through the recurrence of the vice figure and the practice of extemporal improvisation, he had the conditions necessary to the development of a distinctive type. But the other actors had to enact all sorts of roles. Unlike the Italian comedian who devoted himself to his forte, the Elizabethan tried to become flexible and varied in his abilities. It is evident that the attention of the actor had to be concentrated on telling the story, not developing the characters. Since the shift from one character to another necessitated some change in appearance or manner, readily discernible characteristics must have distinguished each type of part. As we shall see, this kind of acting was in harmony with the generic nature of Elizabethan characterization. Systematic training of the popular players does not seem to have been the rule either. Stephen Gosson in Plays Confuted in 5 Actions, 1582, describes 3 sources of recruitment. Most players have been either men of occupations which they have forsaken to live by playing, or common minstrels, or trained up from their childhood to this abominable exercise. But the latter group, for which we can reasonably assume careful training, does not seem to have supplied many actors to the professional companies before 1600. Of the 6 men in Leicester's company, we know the background only of James Burbage, who had been a carpenter by trade. Of the 12 in the Queen's men, we know little more. John Dutton may have been a musician, since Lincoln's Inn paid him for musicians in 1567-1568. Richard Tarleton, the renowned clown, tended swine, according to Fuller, but his fellow, Robert Wilson, asserted that he had been an apprentice water-bearer whose native wit led him to the stage. When we come to the actors of the Globe Company, the information is somewhat fuller. Shakespeare himself did not leave Stratford before 1584, when he was over 20 years of age, so that we can assume that he went from some craft or from a schoolhouse to the theatre. Besides Shakespeare, there were 13 other sharers in the company between 1599 and 1609. Thomas Pope, John Hemmings, Augustine Phillips, Richard Cowley, Richard Burbage, William Sly, Henry Condell, and Robert Armin, all members before 1603, and Lawrence Fletcher, John Lowen, Alexander Cook, Nicholas Tooley, and Robert Gough, all of whom became members after 1603. Of the antecedents of most of the members we know little. Thomas Pope had been one of the English players in Denmark and Germany in 1586-1587. Hemmings, in his will, calls himself, quote, citizen and grocer, end quote, which may indicate that he, too, was an artisan turned player. Burbage presumably grew up in his father's theatre. While quite young, he appeared in the 7 Deadly Sins. Armin was said to have been an apprentice to a goldsmith. Condell is conjectured to have been the Harry of 7 Deadly Sins, but the identification is inconclusive. Thus, of the earlier group of actors, several seem to have come from the trades. In the later group of 5, 3 may have been apprentice actors, and 1, Lowen, had been an apprentice goldsmith. Fletcher seems to have been connected with a troupe in Scotland. The evidence, inconclusive as it is, indicates that with the increased stability of the theatre and the alteration in theatrical taste, the source of actors shifted from adults to trained boys. The ready transfer of a man from trade to stage in the early period argues that an elaborate training, at least at the beginning, was not expected. The ready conversion of the tradesmen into actors in histriomatics, signature B1R, once a poet has been secured, further demonstrates that the possession of a story, not the cultivation of a manner, was requisite. What the details of early acting may have been, we do not know. The conditions of training and the methods of recruitment, however, were not conducive to the development of precisely executed conventions. The actual skills of the early Elizabethan actors can be inferred in part from references to various actors. Tarleton and Robert Wilson were commended for their, quote, extemporal wit, end quote. In letters dealing with English players on the continent in the 1580s, acting is always linked with dancing, vaulting, and tumbling. Thomas Pope and George Bryan, a Lord Chamberlain's man until the end of 1597, were among the 5, quote, Instrumentizer acht Springer, end quote, at the Danish court in 1586. These scattered allusions reinforce the opinion that simple characterization, rude playing, native wit, and physical vigor were the qualities of the early actor. We must turn to the plays presented by the public companies before 1595 to round out the picture of the theatrical tradition. Character was not fully developed in the popular theater until Marlowe. Before his plays appeared, character had been barely differentiated from generic types, such as kings, vices, rustics, tyrants, etc. A word is necessary about generic types. Each of the generic types arises from a social class, and the characters within each type reflect their class. Differences between generic characters of the same type are not as great as similarities. Some distinctive habits of thought and behavior cluster about each type, but these are never rigidly fixed. Simple representatives of the generic type are the merchant and the apothecary in John Heywood's interludes of The Weather and the 4 Ps, respectively. The generic type differs from the stock figure partly in source but mainly in definition. The stock figure tends to coalesce into a single perfect representative of each type: a Scapin, a Columbine, a Harlequin. The generic type encourages multiplicity. The stock figure, such as the doctor from Bologna, often has a regional origin. From the region of his birth, he usually derives physical or social idiosyncrasies. For example, a dialect, an item of apparel, or a distinctive manner. As the stock figure develops, additional external features become attached to him. Certain bits of stage business, quirks of personality, modes of dress, and style of playing become his trademarks. But the generic character seldom becomes fixed and traditional. Instead, he constantly undergoes change according to the demands of the story. The early popular plays definitely show that the actors were used to playing generic characters. Thus, they were able to concentrate on the story, the sentiment, and the sententiousness of their plays. In limited ways, they relied on dress to identify types of characters. Alan Downer has shown that there was some symbolism in costume. Hodson has traced the evolution of a distinctive garment for the Elizabethan natural. Henslow lists certain costumes which were probably generic or symbolic, but features of dress remained generalized rather than becoming attached to a stock type. Whether habits of carriage or gesture corresponded with types of roles, we do not know, but it is certain, as we found in our study of rhetoric, that no traditional systematic scheme of vocal and physical conventions developed. Actually, in a rudimentary way, the early plays show tendencies toward the kind of structure described in the chapter on dramaturgy. In Cambyses, it is not the discovery or death of Sisamnus which occupies our attention, but the responses of the son, Ocean, to his father's execution. Effective display and rhetorical pronouncement occupied the center of the stage. Some time ago, Albert Walker demonstrated that the methods for expression of emotions in the pre-Shakespearean plays can be found in Shakespeare's plays. Many of the ways of portraying grief, joy, anger, rage could be and were handed down from one theatrical generation to another. For the actor, the projection of grief in the following speeches would not be very different in each case. Ocean. Oh, father dear, these words to hear, that you must die by force, bedews my cheeks with stilled tears, the king hath no remorse. The grievous griefs, the strained sighs, my heart doth break in twain, and I deplore, most woeful child, that I should see you slain. Cambyses, 445 through 448. Neuronus. Ah, woeful sight, what is, alas, with these mine eyes beheld, that my loving knight belonged, I view the golden shield. Ah, heavens, this hearse doth signify my knight is slain. Ah, death, no longer do delay, but rid the lives of twain. Heart, hand, and every sense prepare, unto the hearse draw nigh, and thereupon submit yourselves, disdain not for to die. With him that was your mistress joy, her life and death like case, and well I know in seeking me, he did his end embrace. Sir Clyamon and Sir Clamades, 1532 through 1539. Aga. What greater grief had mournful Priamus than he lived to see his Hector die, his city burnt down by revenging flames, and poor Polites slain before his face? Aga, thy grief is matchable to his, for I have lived to see my sovereign's death, yet glad that I must breathe my last with him. Selimus, 1863 through 1869. Queen. A sweet children, when I am at rest, my nightly dreams are dreadful. Methinks as I lie in my bed, I see the league broken, which was sworn at the death of your kingly father. 'Tis this, my children, and many other causes of like importance, that makes your aged mother to lament as she doth. The True Tragedy of King Richard III, 802 through 807. Essentially, the actors were provided with methods for making emotion explicit. In the first three illustrations, the characters name their emotions outright. In the last, the queen describes it. Descriptions of external manifestations of grief, such as strained sighs and apostrophe, either to another, "Oh, father dear," or to oneself, "Aga, thy grief," or to abstract properties, "Ah, woeful sight," or to divinity, "Ah, heavens," "Ah, death," are common. The later plays were subtler in the depiction of emotion. In Selimus, the similarity of his state to that of Priam conveys the overwhelming grief of Aga. In The True Tragedy, the queen expresses the grief of the moment through the terror of a dream. By utilizing these various methods for years, the actor had become familiar with openly rendering the character's emotion. Furthermore, the quality of the emotion was not highly differentiated. In force and depth, the grief for the loss of a loved or revered one in each of the instances cited is fundamentally the same. One major development in the acting conditions must be noted. In the plays of the 1560s and 1570s, the verse was regular and conventional. The galloping 14er left little opportunity for nuance. The rhythm and accent of the verse in Cambyses, for example, intruded upon the character. It erected a barrier to the immediate impact of emotion upon the auditor. The actor who rendered such verse was encouraged in the conventional expression of emotion and the reliance upon rhythmic sweep for his success. In the 1580s, the verse became suppler. Rhyme was abandoned, rhythm because subtler and more varied. The total effect was less stentorian and more lyrical. It was possible to utilize the superior advantages of poetic drama without the artificiality to which it is liable. For the actor to change tore down a veil. Character portrayal could be more vivid. Contact between actor and actor was easier to achieve. In a word, the actor was able to make events more real. At the same time, he had a more difficult task in rendering speech. Whether or not this change led to a realistic style of acting will be discussed in connection with the Globe plays. To these plays, the early actor contributed experience in playing all kinds of roles before all kinds of audiences, portraying generic types through conventional means, emoting in extravagant and conventional fashion, speaking verse with vigor and sweep, and performing in the peripheral arts of dancing, tumbling, and vaulting. The picture he presents is of a rough and ready trooper, not a sophisticated and refined artist. End of section 18. Section 19 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609 by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Acting. Part 3, The Effect of Playing Conditions upon Elizabethan Acting. After 1592, stability and new theater construction, though continuing the earlier tradition in many respects, brought about new playing conditions, the third factor which contributed to the acting style at the Globe. Playing conditions include the structure of the theater, the arrangement of the repertory, and the organization of the company. The first two of these conditions has been discussed at length in previous chapters, and the last has been treated in Professor T. W. Baldwin's Organization and Personnel of the Shakespearean Company. With the opening of the Globe Playhouse, the company, for the first time since its organization, had its own building. Although the theater may not have been very different in form, it had never served as a permanent home. How much this affected the actors is difficult to know. We found in Chapter 3 that only 20% of the scenes in the Globe plays made use of stage facilities. For the larger part of the play, the actor needed only a bare platform. Thus, the conditions that the plays required were no different from those he had known for years. But if the physical conditions did not change greatly, the artistic conditions did. The splendor of the stage facade enhanced the actions of the player. The very sumptuousness of the stage elevated them to a level of grandeur, setting them off with elegance and opulence. In return, it called for scope in delivery, grace in manner, and audacity in playing. Against a setting so dazzling, only intensive and extensive action could hope to make an impression upon an audience. Not only the design, but also the plan of the stage conditioned the acting. The flat facade and the deeply projecting platform had a serious effect upon the physical movement of the actor. For the moment, we can assume that the actor played many scenes at the front of the stage. To do so, he had to come forward 25 feet. The modern director would motivate such a movement, that is, provide the actor with some internal or external impulse to cause him to move forward. In some instances, this must have been the same at the Globe. Often we read scenes where characters on stage describe the entrance and approach of another actor, but there are many instances where such aid is not forthcoming. In those cases, one of two effects was possible. Either the movement forward was treated as a conventional action which the audience expected, or it was treated as a ceremonial action which dignified the player. Further investigation of this matter is reserved for the next chapter. Here it is sufficient to point out that in either case the actor's entrance was theatricalized. Boldness was necessary to catch and hold attention on such a vast stage. The sightlines of the theater also had an effect upon the acting. Essentially, they were poor. We are dealing with an oral theater, not a visual one. Note how the author of An Excellent Actor, 1615, expresses the relation of actor and spectator. Sit in a full theater, and you will think you see so many lines drawn from the circumference of so many ears, while the actor is the center. Gestures for specific communication rather than general reinforcement of speech was not feasible. For example, the comic actor could not rely on a visual gag. A humorous walk or risible situation, such as the tavern scene in Henry IV Part 1, could be managed, but the type of farcical routine represented by the Commedia dell'arte Lazzi would have been lost to a large part of the audience. The sightlines not only prohibited certain types of gestures, they also required a certain orientation of the body. Today, as much as possible, the actor will try to maintain the illusion that he is facing a fellow actor and not facing the audience. The flat picture frame of our theater encourages this illusion. In the Elizabethan theater, the actor had to turn out, that is, orient himself to the circumference of auditors, if he were to be seen at all. This condition reinforced the conventional or ceremonial manner in acting. By turning out, the actor emphasized the stage as a setting behind him rather than as an environment around him. This was in accord with the demands of the plays. As I have pointed out, most of the scenes were set in a generalized locale. The actor did not have to maintain an illusion of place. He could concentrate wholly on the action and the passion of a scene. To achieve verisimilitude, it was not necessary that he project time and place. Standard practice in movement and delivery would fit every play, for they would never seem out of harmony with the conventional facade. The result was that the actor did not adapt himself to every environment as the actor does now, but translated every environment into a theatrical form. These tendencies toward simplification and systemization were reinforced by the conditions of repertory. In Chapter 1, I showed how many plays were maintained actively in the Globe Repertory. A member of the company who was likely to be in every play had to learn a new role every other week. At the same time, he had to keep in mind 30 or 40 others. We do know that the players were used to preparing a script rapidly. Augustine Phillips, in the course of testimony offered on the Essex conspiracy, reveals that the Lord Chamberlain's men had only a day or a day and a half to revive Richard II, a play long off the boards. The fact that the play was actually presented at the Globe is proof of the actor's adaptability. But the player's task was still more arduous. There was no opportunity for him to fix a role in his memory by repetition. Rarely would he play the same role 2 days in succession. Even in the most popular role, he would not appear more than twice in 1 week, and then only in the first month or two of the play's stage life. The consequences of such a strenuous repertory were twofold. First, the actor had to cultivate a fabulous memory and devote much of his time to memorization. Various plays testify to the scorn of the playwright for the actor who is out of his part. Secondly, the actor had to systematize his methods of portrayal and of working with his colleagues. How far this could be done will have to be considered below in light of the variety of roles the actor played. If we could have a glimpse of an actual rehearsal, we should learn a great deal about Elizabethan acting. The closest that we can come to such a glimpse is to examine various players' scenes in the drama of the period. From A Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 1, Scene 2, lines 101 and following, we learn that it was the practice to distribute the sides to the actors and, after these had been memorized, to rehearse the company. That this is normal procedure is indicated by the surviving part for Orlando, from Orlando Furioso. Used by Edward Allen, it embodies the system adopted by the professional companies. The part, inscribed on a narrow sheet of paper, was originally arranged on a long roll. From this roll, Allen studied his part, and from it we can learn some of his methods, particularly by comparing the part to the extant copy of the play. The part contains Orlando's speeches, together with the cues for each speech, and some stage directions. The cues are extremely brief, consisting of no more than 2 or 3 words of the preceding actor's speech. If the speeches of more than one actor separate 2 speeches of Orlando, only the last cue is inserted. Of the presence of any other actors on stage, there is no indication. The stage directions, usually written in the third person, are not as descriptive as in the text of the play. Entrances of other actors are not noted. In effect, the part is shorn of almost everything but the speeches of the character. As Dr. Gregg has pointed out, the part does not rely upon quite the same text as the full copy of the play. Therefore, a word-by-word comparison cannot be made. Yet there is some evidence that short replies by the other actors were conventionalized in the part. Compare the following extract, for example. Part. Stay, villain, I tell thee. E. Angelica is dead. Nay, she is indeed. Lord. But my Angelica is dead. My lord. Lines 154 through 158. Play. Orlando. Oh, this is it. Angelica is dead. Orgoglio. Why then she shall be buried. Orlando. But my Angelica is dead. Orgoglio. Why, it may be so. Lines 856 through 859. In several other places, short lines of the other actor have been omitted. There is one instance in an otherwise satisfactory section where a cue is omitted. After part, line 344, compare with play, line 1311, 1312. Another set of omissions involves brief interchanges between Orlando and another character. The brevity of the speeches where the omissions occur indicates that they are not cuts in the script. Perhaps these lines were picked up by the actors in rehearsal. The uncertainty governing the relationship of part to play makes it difficult to depend too much upon the evidence of the comparison. But a few tentative deductions can be made. We must remember the little time available for rehearsal. Nowadays, when extensive rehearsals in the Moscow Art Theater manner are the ideal, the few hours that were available to the Globe actors appear to be an insurmountable obstacle to dramatic art. However, long rehearsals of an entire dramatic company are a comparatively recent innovation. In the last century, for instance, a rehearsal or two was deemed sufficient. An actress who was asked by Edwin Booth to rehearse the closet scene in Hamlet was so insulted that she left the production. Concentration upon the individual player rather than the play, which this anecdote illustrates, is also reflected in the part of Orlando. It is trimmed to provide the actor with the information he needed as a solo performer, not as a member of a group. Since the full copy of the play was difficult to secure, the one copy being zealously guarded by the bookkeeper, the part was all the actor had to rely on. From it, he got his familiarity with the play. In it, he put the essentials of his role. The absence of more stage directions in the part than are in the play indicates that the acting was free from any but the most relevant business, an observation with which B.L. Joseph seems to agree. Altogether, the evidence points to a type of acting which emphasized the individual performer, minimized his relationship to the other actors, and placed great emphasis upon the delivery of speeches. The organization of the Globe Company may have somewhat mitigated the emphasis upon the individual. Between 1599 and 1609, the company became stabilized and won the prestige of a royal patent. From the opening of the Globe to the accession of James in 1603, the sharers, who were the principal actors, remained the same. They were Thomas Pope, John Hemmings, Augustine Phillips, Richard Cowley, William Shakespeare, Richard Burbage, William Sly, Henry Condell, and Robert Armin. At the time the company received the royal patent in May 1603, it was enlarged to 12 members. Entering at the same time was a replacement for the deceased Pope, Lawrence Fletcher. The three new members were John Lowen, who had been a member of Worcester's Men in 1602 to 1603, Alexander Cook, who may have been the Sander of the Seven Deadly Sins of 1592, and Nicholas Tooley, who spoke of Richard Burbage as Master. E.K. Chambers conjectures that the Samuel Gross, whose name appears in the folio actor list, preceded Tooley into the company, but that he probably died of the plague almost at once. This history is doubtful, but even if true, it made little difference. Since it is generally accepted that Fletcher did not act with the king's men, only 3 actors joined the company. One was clearly an outsider, one was probably an apprentice who had grown up in the company, and one, Cook, may have been an apprentice. On the death of Phillips in 1605, either Samuel Gilburn or Robert Gough succeeded him. To account for Gilburn's name in the folio actor list, Chambers places him after Phillips, to be followed by Gough before 1611. Baldwin believes that Gough, who was Phillips's brother-in-law, entered the company in 1605. He was possibly the Argo of 7 Deadly Sins and may have remained with the company as apprentice or hired man throughout. In 1608, William Ostler replaced Pope, who was buried August 16th, and John Underwood replaced Fletcher, who was buried September 12th. Both men came from the Revels Company, where they had been boy actors. However, since they entered during the period when plans for placing the King's Men at Blackfriars were underway, we can exclude them from our consideration. Thus, in the 10 years we are treating, 3 new actors joined the company and 1 replaced a former actor. 2 of the new actors had probably appeared with the company previously. Another possibly had, but only 1 had been definitely associated with another group, and that one of the popular companies. The hired actors have not been considered, it is true, but the sharers who were the principal players made a tightly knit, relatively unchanging group. Determination of the identity of the boys of the company who played the ladies is somewhat difficult. Baldwin lists 7 names of boys who acted the female roles between 1599 and 1609. In 1599, Samuel Gilburn, Ned, Shakespeare, and Jack Wilson were boy actors. Samuel Gross joined them in 1600, shortly after which Gilburn and Ned ceased playing women. In 1603, John Edmonds, John Rich, and James Sands began playing women's parts. Gross in 1604 and Wilson in 1605, in their turn, ceased performing as women. This rapid turnover is to be expected, since the span of a boy's ability to play a feminine role was relatively short. However, since each of these boys was apprenticed to one of the members of the company, his training and performance would probably have harmonized with the adult acting. What effect, then, did this closed and intimate group have upon the style of the acting? Baldwin proposed that each actor had a special character line to which he devoted himself and to which the playwrights, particularly Shakespeare, trimmed the roles. Baldwin points out that the same actors consistently took the major roles. In this, I believe he is correct. Richard Burbage invariably played the leading role. Robert Armin, the leading comic role. Robert Cowley played important secondary roles. Lowen seems to have come in to play leads or second leads just below the rank of Burbage. Baldwin gives him the role of Enobarbus to Burbage's Antony. Although this designation may not be strictly accurate, the relation it reflects is likely. It is apparent that a modified star system obtained in the Globe Company. This arrangement had 2 advantages. On the one hand, it enabled the company to develop virtuoso acting. On the other, it ensured a high level of general competence throughout the production. The competitive conditions which drew actors away from the King's Men after 1615 did not exist at this time, so that actors who received minor roles year after year had little opportunity to separate from the company. The distribution of prominent roles to the same actors at all times, however, does not constitute a line. By a line, Professor Baldwin seems to mean the recurrent appearance of a type of role, requiring certain definite characteristics in the player. Although he applies the conception of line rigorously, he never defines the term clearly. The criteria which he apparently considers in establishing a line are prominence of role, physique, age, genre, temperament, and special skills. First, actors distinguished according to prominence of role was a fact of globe organization, as we have seen. But instead of aiding the formation of an actor's line, it interfered with it. For a leading actor would assume a leading role regardless of its type or nature. Secondly, Shakespeare may well have kept the physiques and ages of the actors in mind as he wrote, but though such a practice may have aided naturalism, it hardly affected the type of role. In effect, the practice is no different from the kind of casting that occurs today. Thirdly, Baldwin distinguished an actor's line according to the genre in which he specialized, comedy or tragedy. Probably the clown was a comic specialist who had to be given a role in most plays. But that there was any general tendency to specialize in one genre or another is unlikely in the view of the alteration of plays, some of which call for almost all comedians, others for almost all tragedians. The Merry Wives of Windsor was performed about the time of Hamlet, and Volpone about the time of Lear. Fourthly, special talents may be dismissed, for they involve such abilities as Kemp's dancing. Finally, we are left with one criterion for the actor's line: his temperament. Baldwin links the temperament of the actor to the temperament of the line that he played. Sly was the player of jolly, roisterous roles, Lowen the player of blunt, honest soldiers. Ultimately, Baldwin rests his case for a line upon the playwright's adherence to distinct character types and his imitation of the actor's temperaments. The Elizabethan playwright, however, could not adhere to types, for the actor had no tradition of playing clear-cut types, as we have seen. The actor did not specialize, but he portrayed a wide range of characters. This practice persisted into the Shakespearean era. For example, Dogberry may be regarded as a comic type, the bumbling constable. The character who most nearly approaches him in type is Elbow in Measure for Measure. He too is the inept comic constable, malapropisms and all. But the original actor of Dogberry, Will Kemp, was not in the company when Measure for Measure was presented. Obviously, in this case at least, the type was not shaped by the actor, that is, Kemp, but the actor fitted the generic type. Nor did the playwright imitate the actor's temperaments, for the host of different roles which a single actor was called upon to play could not have been shaped to one personality. The 4 Shakespearean roles that are assigned to Burbage upon reliable evidence are Richard III, Hamlet, Othello, and Lear. I think no one would care to describe the personality that could serve as a model for these 4 roles. Moreover, when we add to this repertory Baldwin's assignments to Burbage of the parts of Claudio in Much Ado, Ford in Merry Wives, and Bertram in All's Well, we must give up any idea that these characters were fitted to a personality except that of a sensitive, capable actor. Instead, the Globe Company seemed to have distributed roles without attention to personal traits of the actors. This is evident in The Return from Parnassus, Part 2. Philomusus, after he has been auditioned by Burbage and Kemp, Act 4, Scene 3 is considered suitable for parts as different as A Foolish Justice and Richard III. The scene may be mockery, but it accurately reflects all we know about role distribution. In contrast to this method, Molière, in his public plays, kept the number and distribution of roles fairly constant, evidently to meet the needs of his company. But neither the number, distribution, nor type of role was consistently repeated by Shakespeare or any other writer for the Globe Company. Consequently, I fear that Baldwin's line is a fiction which bears little relation to reality. His insistence upon it betrays an ignorance of histrionic method. We must not, however, presume that the stability of the company and the absence of rigid types gave rise to ensemble acting in the naturalistic sense. The arrangement within the plays was suitable to individual playing. Most scenes in Shakespeare's plays involve less than 5 active players on stage at one time. Even where there are a large number of actors on stage, the action is confined to a scene between two or three. For example, only 24% of the lines in As You Like It are spoken when more than 3 actors are active on the stage. In Twelfth Night, the percentage is higher, 34%, but in Hamlet, it is only 19%, and in Lear, 31%. These percentages are as high as they are because the final scene in most plays is a formal resolution of the story involving a public revelation or judgment. In Lear, half the lines involving more than 3 active players occur in the first and last scenes of the play. The actor generally had to play with 1 or 2 others. When on stage, he was involved in the action. When on stage and mute, which was rare, he was excluded from the immediate sphere of action. In most scenes, 1 or more of these actors were likely to be virtuosi performers. For though the Globe plays require large casts, they rely upon relatively few performers to carry the bulk of the play. End of section 19. Section 20 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Acting. Part 4, Acting and the Elizabethan View of Human Behavior. The dramatic tradition, however, affected the general type of character rather than its specific form. In evolving this form, the actor was guided by 2 influences, his own understanding of behavior and thought and the poet's image of behavior and thought. In the first instance, we must deduce the actor's understanding from the outlook of Elizabethan society as a whole. In the second, we can analyze the poet's image in his plays. The poet's unique outlook infused in his image is still a part of society's conception of behavior and thought, and in the case of Shakespeare, has come to represent the larger conception of the age. Together, age and poet present the psychological and philosophical foundation which the actors and audience took for granted, and thus upon which the actors built their roles. Study of characterization is complicated by the absence of decisive evidence. The literary practice of the time does not encourage a ready formulation of a poet's idea of character. As Hardin Craig says, "One sees no evidence in the field of knowledge of the art of characterization as it is known in modern criticism. The art of characterization, as distinguished from simple biographical narrative, was there, but often not as a conscious factor." Craig goes on to relate this lack of development to the Elizabethan idea of personality. Indeed, the conception of human character as set down in formal psychology and often evident in literature taught instability in the natures of men, taught that there was no such thing as consistency of character, except insofar as it might result from complexion or be superinduced by training. It is in the works of formal psychology that the most explicit statements of the Elizabethan conception of human character can be found. But in offering a detailed exposition of how Elizabethan's thought man functioned, the works are inconsistent. Miss Louise Forrest has pointed out the contradictions in the theories and definitions of the Elizabethan and Jacobean writers. Instead of a scientific system with which the dramatists were familiar, we find that, quote, Elizabethan popular psychology was simply every man's private synthesis of observations of human behavior understood in the light of whatever selections from whatever authorities appealed to him, end quote. Although her criticism has won general approbation as a healthy corrective for facile and mechanistic application of psychological theory to literature, it has not undermined the conviction of scholars that the evidence of Elizabethan psychology can prove illuminating in revealing not necessarily what the Elizabethans thought, but how they thought. Mr. R.A. Folks admits that although the disagreement in detail hinders the application of Elizabethan psychology to literature, it does not hinder an understanding of, quote, the general habit of thought from which the detail springs, end quote. The exposition of this general habit of thought has been set forth in part by Theodore Spencer, Lily B. Campbell, E. M. W. Tillyard, and John W. Draper, and most fully by Hardin Craig in The Enchanted Glass. Against the broad and deep background painted by them, I shall consider the general habit of thought as it affected three aspects of character: decorum, motivation, and passion. A. Decorum. Classical decorum in literature sought to reflect a broader decorum in life. As it came down to the playwrights of the Renaissance, however, it implied little more than a trite correspondence between character type and nature. Edwards, in the prologue to Damon and Pythias, 1565 to 1571, refers the audience to Horace as his model in the observance of decorum. In comedies, the greatest skill is this, rightly to touch all things to the quick, and eke to frame each person so, that by his common talk you may his nature rightly know. A roister ought not preach that were too strange to hear, but as from virtue he doth swerve, so ought his words appear. The old man is sober, the young man rash, the lover triumphing in joys, the matron grave, the harlot wild and full of wanton toys. Prologue, lines 14 through 20. George Whetstone seconds this propriety in his epistle to William Fleetwood, prefixed to Promos and Cassandra. For to work a comedy kindly, grave old men should instruct, young men should show the imperfections of youth, strumpets should be lascivious, boys unhappy, and clowns should be disorderly. Both statements of the principle of decorum rigidly match character type with nature or behavior. By simplification of character, consistency could be assured. It is obvious that this view of dramatic character did not prevail in Elizabethan drama, but not because it was completely out of harmony with Elizabethan thought. When Timothy Bright approvingly noted that, quote, butchers acquainted with slaughter are accepted thereby to be of a more cruel disposition, and therefore amongst us are discharged from eures of life and death, end quote, he was reflecting a type of thinking in keeping with the principle of decorum. It is against such idols of the tribe that Bacon inveighs. But even when he attacks such habits of thought, he gives us a clear concept of them. The spirit of man, being of an equal and uniform substance, presupposes and feigns in nature a greater equality and uniformity than really is. Hence the fancy of the mathematicians that the heavenly bodies move in perfect circles, rejecting spiral lines. Hence also it appears that whereas there are many things in nature unique and full of dissimilarity, yet the cogitation of man still invents for them relatives, parallels, and conjugates. Hence sprang the introduction of an element of fire to keep square with earth, water, and air. Hence the chemists have marshaled the universe in phalanx, conceiving upon a most groundless fancy that in those four elements of theirs, heaven, air, water, and earth, each species in one has parallel and corresponding species in the others. Man is as it were the common measure and mirror of nature. For it is not credible, if all particulars be gone through and noted, what a troop of fictions and idols the reduction of the operations of nature to the similitude of human actions has brought into natural philosophy. I mean, the fancy that nature acts as man does. For the Elizabethans, as Bacon laments, external and internal experiences were manifestations of a single spirit which had parallels in the natural and moral universe. Consequently, in depicting and understanding character, the Elizabethans looked for similarities, not differences. What made one man like another and like the macrocosm was a habitual way of estimating character. However, instead of the simple formulae of decorum, the Elizabethans employed a complex system of correspondences. For them, man was volatile. Potentially, he was capable of absorbing concepts shared by other men. This reduced the possibility of matching thought and character. He was also capable of experiencing passions common to all mankind. This made it impossible to match nature and character. In so dynamic a philosophy, the meaning of decorum had to change. Professor Lily B. Campbell has rightly pointed out that decorum in Elizabethan drama was, quote, not a law of aesthetic theory, but a law of moral philosophy, end quote. To extend her definition, it was also a law of social organization and political life. In the highly stratified Elizabethan society, precepts and models of behavior were strictly developed. Bearing, speech, and dress reflected class status. Ceremony was not only appropriate, but necessary, for, as Sir Thomas Eliot admonished, let it be also considered that we be men and not angels, wherefore we know nothing but by outward signification. Honor is not everywhere perceived, but by some exterior sign, and that is either by laudable report or excellency in vesture or other thing semblable. In this context, ceremony is not unnatural, and in fact, to the Elizabethan, ceremony signified the natural order of the universe. Man constantly saw his corresponding reflections in the outward signification of society, nature, and morality. That this central habit of thought was deeply ingrained in Elizabethan nature is reflected in Bacon himself. Despite his recognition of the fallacy of such thought, he still finds general similitude between feature and nature. He still thinks that the deformed person must be evil, although he tries to provide a scientific explanation of the causes of this correspondence. It is true that this form of logic was falling before the development of inductive thought, particularly in the sciences. Nevertheless, through most of the Renaissance, and certainly in the period with which we are dealing, it prevailed. Its effect on the decorum of character was twofold. First, character fitted into a group. Whatever his individuality might be, a man was a member of a class, and his behavior conformed to the behavior of the class. Second, external features implied internal qualities. Man carried the mark of his class and his nature in his walk, talk, features, and costume. The outer man was the inner man. Therefore, the inner man tended the form and bearing of the outer man carefully. In these ways, decorum still functioned in Elizabethan thought and served as a basis for the portrayal of character by the actor. B. Motivation. The habit of generalized thinking operated also in the explanation of human motivation. Thinkers and writers were not concerned with the unique impulse that drove man to certain ends, but with the broad desires that all men experienced. This aspect of personality was understood in terms of the struggle between passion and reason which went on in each man. It was an Elizabethan commonplace that reason allied man with God, passion with the beasts. Imagination, which receives images of experience and relays them, should be subordinate to reason. Unfortunately, since it is often allied with affections, the affections rule man. As Bacon explained it, the affections themselves carry ever an appetite to apparent good, and have this in common with reason. But the difference is that affection beholds principally the good which is present. Reason looks beyond and beholds likewise the future and sum of all. And therefore, the present filling the imagination more, reason is commonly vanquished and overcome. This good which is present is often the satisfaction of the senses or passions without concern for the consequences. When the affections, like the imagination, are under the control of reason, all is well. When the passions lead man, they often lead to disaster. Man, therefore, was moved either by his reason or his affection. If he were learned in or persuaded by a moral or politic course, he could measure the particular good in terms of the enduring good. Thus, reason, moved by consideration of ethics or policy, obeyed objective and rational motivations which, individual though they might have been in particular circumstances, had in common with all cases the attainment of goodness or power. But if affection ruled, then man was moved to satisfy it. Although his personality might make him liable to certain passions more readily than to others, he could give way to any of them. His past life did not accumulate motivations which impelled him or influenced his reception of new motivations. Instead, immediate and direct contact was effected between the object of desire and the governing passion. Functioning in such a way, man was moved by generalized ends. The habit of seeing motivations in general terms is reflected in the titles of essays by such men as Bacon, Charon, and Sir William Cornwallis, of ambition, of envy, of affections, etc. Although a physio-psychological theory in part replaced temptation by the devil as an explanation of motivation, entities such as pride, lust, ambition, and envy, among others, continued to be regarded as genuine temptations by the Elizabethan. By and large, the motives for man's actions were taken for granted or symbolized. Often in the drama, they were never made explicit. Here, too, correspondence was observed. Women were easily given to lust, unprompted men to envy, young men to prodigality, Italians to revenge. An Elizabethan audience would assume or ignore the reasons for Iago's or Anthony's or Bertram's actions. They would be interested in what they did and how they felt. C. Passion. In concentrating on what happened to the characters, the audience found its attention directed toward the passions that the characters experienced. Passions were divided in kind and number. They were either concupiscible or irascible, that is, arose either from coveting or desiring some end, such as love, or from accomplishing or thwarting some end, such as anger. However, there was disagreement over the number of passions. Coeffeto lists more than 15, Bright only 6, some writers even fewer. In the matter of detail, there is no concurrence, but the difference arises from the degree of subordination observed by the different writers. Behind all their thinking is the habit of regarding a passion as an autonomous quality which is either operative or not. An inclination toward or a repulsion from an object induces physiological changes in the bodily humors. These changes feed the passion so that it dominates the individual entirely. But the passion is a fixed thing. It betrays external symptoms. For example, fear leads to trembling and love to sighing. It affects internal operation, such as the contraction of the heart and the acceleration of breathing. It alters the view of reality, for passions are like, quote, green spectacles, which make all things resemble the color of green. Even so, he that loveth, hateth, or by any other passion is vehemently possessed, judgeth all things that occur in favor of that passion to be good and agreeable with reason. End quote. Moreover, a particular passion was the same for all persons affected by it. Fear in one was the same as fear in another. Love in one man was not very much different from love in another. One man was not distinguished from another by the quality of a passion, but by his propensity toward it. Man was thought to have a dominant temperament or complexion. It might fall into one of 4 principal categories: the sanguine, the choleric, the phlegmatic or the melancholic, The Elizabethan physiologists developed a series of correspondences, of course disagreeing among themselves between temperament and physique, intellect and passion. Supposedly, each type was liable to certain passions more readily than others. Yet, when a man is carried away by a passion uncongenial to his temperament, he assumes the quality of the passion fully. Quote, each passion alters the complexion of the entire body, which assumes, at least temporarily, the very qualities which excite the emotion. End quote. Thus, in Elizabethan thinking, there was a range of distinct passions and a range of distinct temperaments. Although there was a tendency for certain passions to cluster about a certain temperament, any passion could enter into any temperament. When it did, it transformed the temperament into its quality. Some disagreement existed over the completeness and ease with which a temperament could be transformed. Bright considers the complexion strictly fixed. Other writers believe that there is a strong tendency toward a specific temperament, but that an uncongenial passion could overpower natural resistance to it. As Forrest has observed of these discrepancies in the Elizabethan views about complexion, it is difficult to establish any firm conclusions about the details of the subject. Generally, it can be said that each man was thought to have some definable central temperament which arose from the disposition of humors in his system, that his external and internal faculties corresponded in a broad sense with his temperament, and that he was liable to passions which were sympathetic to his temperament. And yet it was accepted that his natural temperament could be overpowered by passions in disharmony with it, that one passion could drive out another, and that the nature of the passion was not affected by his temperament. These two groups of concepts are at bottom mutually contradictory. The first visualizes relative stability and consistency in character. The second, virtually complete subordination of the individual to immediate impulses. These views reflect the desire for similitude and order on one hand, and the awareness of the power of passion on the other. Without reconciliation, they continued as habits of thought throughout the English Renaissance. Both views acknowledged the swiftness with which passion could overwhelm an individual. Professor Craig explains sudden changes in Belafront in The Honest Whore, Part 1, and in Hamlet by reference to, quote, the theory that one emotion or passion drives out another, and that the substitution is immediately operative, end quote. One passion yields readily to another, the concupiscible passion often giving way to the irascible, as hatred may give way to anger or grief to despair. Love at first sight, as R.A. Folks points out, is a convention based on a reality and the, quote, common and ancient thought habit that the sight is the chief and most powerful of the senses, end quote. Sudden emotional changes were either the daily acts of Elizabethan behavior or the usual explanation of more gradual alterations. In either case, the potential for such immediate transformation was thought to be ingrained in every man, just as at present the potential for repressed infantile conflicts is thought to exist in every man. Furthermore, the ability to suppress the mounting passions within oneself was thought to be very slight. Once a passion subdued the reason was virtually powerless to control the passion. It coursed through the entire body, expressing itself in external signs. An individual of extraordinary will could suppress these signs, but the vast majority of people was helpless to hide the play of passion within their souls. A correspondence between the passions and the external signs was assumed, but as we found in the study of rhetoric, there was no clear codification of passions and symptoms. Instead, the habit of expecting an expression of emotion in recognizable symptoms rather than the repression of emotion in enigmatic behavior marked the Elizabethan age. The volatile and pervasive nature of passion, then, was one of the crucial assumptions of the Elizabethan period. Thus, the Elizabethan conception of how human beings function and feel shows two principal tendencies. In a strictly regulated society such as the Elizabethan, the members were keenly aware of degree and order. So urgent was the impulse to find order in the universe that an elaborate series of correspondences was observed between man and all other forces in nature, as well as between man and all forces within himself. It was natural for the Elizabethan to look for correspondences, no matter how far-fetched, and to insist on decorum, no matter how trifling. In conflict with this tendency toward order was the recognition of the tendency toward disorder. Largely, this was thought to arise from man yielding to passion. The orderly arrangement of the moral and political world could be destroyed by the unrestrained passions of man. As a result, the description and analysis of passion became a central function of Elizabethan psychology and philosophy. Bacon carries the condemnation of passion to such an extreme that he condemns love almost entirely. It is a weak passion. It is a child of folly. As we turn to a consideration of the plays themselves, we shall find that by and large the tendency toward order subsumed the actions, and the depiction of passion occupied the forefront of the globe stage. End of section 20. Section 21 of Shakespeare at the Globe, 1599 to 1609, by Bernard Beckerman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Acting. Part 5, The Effect of the Globe Plays upon the Acting. The drama that appeared on its stage is the single most important witness to the acting style of the Globe Company. Through this drama, the general style of acting, which was a product of the conditions I have outlined heretofore, became refined into the specific style of the company. The wide gap between the quality of the Shakespearean and non-Shakespearean plays in the repertory makes the delineation of this style extremely difficult. The differences are those of subtlety, insight, and penetration. Probably the acting wavered between the more obvious requirements of the non-Shakespearean plays and the modulations of the Shakespearean. For the actor, an important part of the drama was the distancing of the action. Almost every popular pre-Globe play is distanced in time or place, or both. Plays such as Orlando Furioso and A Knack to Know an Honest Man are set in France and Italy, respectively. The Troublesome Reign of King John and Fair M are set back in English history, the latter to the days of William the Conqueror. Plays such as Selimus and The Battle of Alcazar are set back in time and place to Islamic Turkey and Moorish Africa. Sometimes the action was placed in a mythical or semi-mythical land, but only 3 of the pre-Globe plays are set in London. 2 are Moralities of Robert Wilson, 3 Ladies of London, and The 3 Lords and 3 Ladies of London. In these, the allegory distances the action. Only A Warning for Fair Women is placed in contemporary England. Its realism, however, is somewhat removed by a morality framework in which tragedy as a presenter moralizes upon the sins of lust. This practice is followed by the Globe plays. Of the Shakespearean plays, The Merry Wives of Windsor is usually thought to picture contemporary England. However that may be, the action is actually placed in the days of Henry IV or Henry V. Falstaff's presence and Page's references to Fenton's escapades with the young prince identify the period. The compliment bestowed at the end of the play upon the worthy owner of Windsor Castle is anachronistic. Of the non-Shakespearean plays, 4 may be considered as taking place in contemporary England. 3 of these are prodigal son plays, still close to the morality theme. The 4th, Every Man Out of His Humor, is clearly set in England, as the scene at Paul's shows, but the characters have Italianate names. The effect is one of a double image, a removed intimacy. The characters who are distanced are also typed. Most of them fall into one of several categories. The tyrant,
the tyrant father, the gull, the beloved, the lover, and so on. Usually they stem from generic types. Unlike the practices in the Commedia dell'arte, where the characteristic of the stock figures dictated the plot, in the English drama, as I have shown in Chapter 2, the story dictated the handling of character. The types that existed were a function of the story. That is why the generic types did not develop into stock characters. As long as the story could wrench a character as it required, the stock type could not become solidified. In Shakespeare, the generic types are blended and enriched. An examination of all the characters in the Globe Shakespearean plays reveals the presence of a definite group of related characters. They are more than the repeated figures of any author's art, for they hark back to the traditional types. The most frequently recurring and most sharply marked are the lovers, villains, clowns, gulls, loyal advisers, faithful friends, chaste maids, faithful wives, tyrant fathers, tyrant princes, and politic princes. One could go on multiplying subsidiary classes of characters as Polonius does classes of drama, though certain types, as the faithful servant, Adam, Provost in Measure for Measure, Corin in As You Like It, recur with some frequency. Many do not. One type, the elderly grande dame, has only two representatives, the Countess in All's Well and Volumnia in Coriolanus. Nor do the types recur in the same form. Horatio is the faithful friend in Hamlet. Kent is also the faithful friend, but he has something of the court adviser in him too. From this it follows that the types are not differentiated clearly. Antony in Julius Caesar has some of the faithful friend in him, but as his character develops, he reveals something of the Machiavellian politician, and in battle shows himself the honest soldier. Furthermore, the same generic type may show strong differences in temperament. Lafeu, the court adviser of All's Well, is a merry gentleman. Aeschylus, the same type of adviser in Measure for Measure, is sober and serious. They are both members of the same type whose quality is dictated by the function that it performs in the story, but the full range of the character does not remain within the confines of the types. The combination of distanced action and generic types served to romanticize and symbolize the Shakespearean stage figures. No matter how reminiscent of a contemporary Londoner a character may have been, the audience reposed in the fiction that he was an Italian, a Roman, or an ancestor. With the Elizabethan's insularity, the fiction took on imaginative reality and tinted the action of the plays with romance. The characters of this romance, who had a generic base, were not only individuals but also symbols of the host of kings, lovers, and clowns who peopled the world. Again, this is a reflection of the Elizabethan habit of seeing similarities rather than differences in human behavior. The interaction of these two qualities alone would have elevated the action into a wondrous world of imagination, untouched by real experience. But, as we shall see, other elements were at work. Within the broad boundaries of the generic type, individualization of character took place. But in what manner was this accomplished by the dramatists, particularly by Shakespeare? Today, we place great stress on motivation. Our plays constantly search the past to explain the present. In A Streetcar Named Desire, Blanche is revealed and drawn in terms of her tortured past and her unfulfilled desires. In the Elizabethan period, as we found, there was little awareness of specific motivation. The plays reflect this condition. The motivation is usually generalized. Viola wishes to love and be loved, and Sir Toby wants to have an easy life. Antony wishes to love Cleopatra, Coriolanus to satisfy his pride, but little attention is directed to probing or developing these motivations. At the conclusion of these plays, we do not understand the motives of these characters one whit better. Motivation is often assumed, as in Lear's partition of his kingdom, or promised for the future, as in Othello, when Iago persuades Roderigo to kill Cassio. In the same type of character, there is little distinction in motivation. The motives for Horatio's loyalty to Hamlet are no different from the motives for Kent's loyalty to Lear. In the Prodigal Son plays, the motivations for the prodigality are barely noted. It is considered a condition to which all youth is liable. Motives for any act were so often assumed that they could not have demanded concentrated attention by the actors. Another way in which the modern playwright individualizes character is through speech and gesture. This does not seem to have been a regular practice at the Globe Playhouse. Here and there are hints that status may have been indicated by carriage and accent. In As You Like It, Orlando questions Ganymede about his life. Orlando, your accent is somewhat finer than you could purchase in so removed a dwelling. Rosalind, I have been told so of many, but indeed an old religious uncle of mine taught me to speak, who was in his youth an inland man. Act 3, Scene 2, lines 359 through 363. In these externals, the Elizabethans maintained a strict decorum. Yet the play does not reveal any difference between Rosalind and Corin's speech insofar as breeding is concerned. References to fineness in speech, as in Twelfth Night, Act 1, Scene 5, line 311, place the character in a class rather than make him unique. Only in a few cases can we be certain that characteristic speech habits are used to individualize. The hosts of The Merry Wives of Windsor and The Merry Devil of Edmonton have their tricks of speech. So does Corporal Nym. Edgar, as poor Tom, alters his speech as an aid to his disguise. Other, less certain instances are Osric and Hamlet and Thersites. But more important characters are not drawn in that way. Dogberry and Elbow both use malapropisms, but the characters are not distinguished by them. In fact, the linguistic twist tends to obscure the differences of character and emphasizes the likeness in type. The distinction between the two comes from Dogberry's fatuous self-confidence and condescension in contrast to Elbow's alternate deference to authority and scolding of Pompey. If neither kind of motivation nor form of speech and gesture individualized the characters, perhaps the kind of action they performed did so. In modern drama, this usually happens, for the action comes out of the character. But the narrative nature of Elizabethan drama, with its loose causation, makes this less possible.
Plays based on the same narrative, for example, differ not so much in action as in character.
Lear, L-E-A-R, does contain a subplot, the Gloucester story, not present in King Lear, L-E-I-R. But this addition does not affect the character of Shakespeare's Lear very much. In a number of scenes, both Lear, L-E-A-R, and Lear, L-E-I-R, perform the same action, but there is a world of difference in the characters. Lear, L-E-A-R, proposes the division of his kingdom upon entering, and then immediately questions his daughters. At Cordelia's muteness, his emotions mount in 3 stages: rejection of Cordelia, banishment of Kent, and dismissal of France. From the beginning, Lear demonstrates authority and pride. Lear, L-E-I-R, however, reveals 2 reactions: delight at the flattery of Goneril and Regan, anger at the bluntness of Cordelia, but he does not have Lear's, L-E-A-R's, intensity of emotional expression. In their first realization of rejection, the 2 men repeat these differences. Lear, L-E-I-R, mourns, repenting his folly, regarding Goneril's treatment as payment for his sins. This is the beginning in Lear of the grief that he shows throughout the play. Lear, L-E-A-R, on the other hand, demonstrates amazement, anger, scorn, all at a great height of intensity. This, too, is the beginning of the barely suppressed rage which finally drives him to madness. When, near the end, Lear's, L-E-I-R's, request for Cordelia's pardon emerges as grief, he is continuing the emotional quality he attained at the beginning. Lear, L-E-A-R, however, comes to that level of humility only after having passed through the fires of rage and madness. Of the central range of passion poured out by Lear, L-E-A-R, on the heath, there is no sign in King Lear, L-E-I-R. For it is mainly through the depiction of the passions that Shakespeare individualizes his characters. Just as the Elizabethan age envisions reason struggling with passion, so Shakespeare reveals the individual emerging through his passions. With the possible exception of Jonson, this was the general method of the other writers for the Globe Company. By them, too, the generic type is rendered unique when passion is freshly portrayed. A secondary means of individualization was the presentation of a character's mind. Many of Shakespeare's finest characters are distinguished by a profuse and keen wit. Rosalind, warm-hearted and merry, becomes the distinct figure she is through the play of her wit. Octavius Caesar in Antony and Cleopatra is a man supremely guided by reason. In these cases, wit or reason, rather than passion, controls the character. But in the gallery of Shakespeare's portraits, such characters are in the minority. Prepared as the actor had to be to render thought vividly, his main efforts had to be devoted to painting the varied passions of man.
The application of this interpretation will be more evident in an examination of Globe plays. For example, the faithful wife type appears in them with some frequency. In the Prodigal Son plays, she is probably closest to a pure type. Luce in The London Prodigal does not wish to marry Flowerdale, but she is forced to do so by her father. After the marriage, when Flowerdale is revealed as a wastrel, the father commands Luce to leave her husband. She replies, "Luce, he is my husband, and his heaven doth know with what unwillingness I went to church. But you enforced me, you compelled me to it. The holy churchman pronounced these words, but now I must not leave my husband in distress. Now I must comfort him, not go with you." Lancelot, "Comfort a cousin? On my curse forsake him." Luce, "This day you caused me on your curse to take him. Do not, I pray, my grieved soul oppress. God knows my heart doth bleed at his distress." Signature E1R. Her grief is conventional. It is echoed by the wife in A Yorkshire Tragedy and by Annabel in Fair Maid of Bristow. Shakespeare, however, assuming the conventional devotion, deepens the emotion of the wife. Virgilia in Coriolanus is the same character. Her only individualizing element is her readiness to weep at the slightest hint of her husband's danger. This sensibility serves as a strong contrast to Volumnia's Roman pride and honor. Portia and Calpurnia in Julius Caesar are other representatives of this type, yet they are distinguished from each other. Not through motivation, they both wish the well-being of their husbands. Not through action, they both try to persuade their husbands to another course of action. Portia demonstrates a stoicism, a suppression of fears, in order to persuade Brutus to reveal the reasons for his troubled state, only to give way later to her uneasiness. Calpurnia pours out her fears and forebodings, nagging and pleading in turn, probably in manner, gait, speech, and gesture. This type would be played in the same way. Only the drawing of the different passions would transform them into distinct characters. In many types, this kind of differentiation occurs. Leonine and Thaliard are minor villains in Pericles. They are both commoners and servants. Both are commanded to commit murder by their masters, yet they differ from each other. In manner, Thaliard is prompt, reflecting a cynical attitude toward his task. Leonine is reluctant, reflecting an innate gentleness. Dogberry and Elbow, as I have noted, are distinguished from each other by one being condescending, the other deferential. Kent and Enobarbus, faithful friends and advisers, have much in common: bluntness in speech, an unbreakable tie to their royal masters, loyalty in the face of disaster. Their abilities, too, are not so very different, though Enobarbus is a soldier. The distinction arises from their temperaments and passions. Enobarbus is critical and scornful. Kent is blunt and protective, but Enobarbus attains striking individuality only when he undergoes the pangs of shame for having abandoned Antony. Implied emotion is not characteristic of the period. Today, actors hint at unfathomed depths or suppressed drives which are ever on the verge of bursting forth. This was not the style of the Globe. Passions were immediately and directly presented. A character revealed the full extent of his passion at once. Our habit of seeing unplumbed depths in people may lead us to sense inner turmoil in Elizabethan plays where it does not exist. But this is in accord neither with Elizabethan thought habits nor with Elizabethan dramaturgy. Professor Albert Walker has shown that Shakespeare inherited conventional expressions of emotion and utilized them in a unique manner. A perusal of any of the Shakespearean plays will demonstrate the prevalence with which the overt expressions of emotion enumerated by Professor Walker are found. One matter of the treatment of passion by Shakespeare remains to be considered, that of consistency. In analyzing the Elizabethan theory of passion, we discovered some dispute over the stability of temperament. Some writers believed that it was fixed and sympathetic to certain passions only. Other writers believed it was fairly flexible, that any passion could overwhelm the temperament. The same question arises in reference to the plays. Professor Draper, for example, has attempted, unsuccessfully, to prove that the Shakespearean characters fitted into one of 6 types of temperament. It seems to me that he attributes to a consistent temper what may only be the result of a dramatic type. Nevertheless, though it is unwise to press consistency of temperament too far, some characters seem to be controlled by a dominant passion. There is a distinction. Temperament differs from dominant passion by including a predisposition not only to a particular passion, but also to a specific physique, intellect, and morality. Malvolio is moved by self-love, a form of pride. Antony by lust. Angelo by self-righteousness. Malvolio's temper is never superseded by another passion. Antony often gives way to self-chastisement or grief, yet fundamentally obeys his passion. Angelo is transformed into another man by yielding to lust, and still another by yielding to penitence at the conclusion. Thus, the degree of consistency varies with the individuals. Yet even with the most consistent characters, the interest is not directed to incidental characteristics such as physique, but to the passions to which they yield. Only here and there do we find a man of balanced temperament who does not yield to passion. As we might expect, such a man, of whom Horatio is the most famous example, shows very little individuality. All of the foregoing conditions, verbal and physical expression, theatrical tradition, playing circumstances, thought habits, and acting roles shaped the Globe actor. As he took on a role, he had to work with dispatch. In less than 2 weeks, the show was to go on the boards. While he was studying a new role, he was playing from 8 to 12 others. Given a copy of his part, he depended principally upon himself for working up the role. Shakespeare might advise him about the interpretation, but in the time available, not much group rehearsal could take place. Since most of the scenes in which he appeared involved only 1 or 2 other characters, little time had to be spent in worrying about blocking out the movements or about grouping. The role he had been given most likely fell into one of several general types to which had become attached some conventions of portrayal. But these conventions were suggestive rather than absolute, since the period had not developed a rigid correspondence of passion and external expression. The actor could rely on these conventions or habits because the basic outline of his character would fit into some social group. He endeavored to impersonate a typical character of this group in his walk, manner, character relationship, speech. Acutely conscious of ceremony, he infused these elements with an artistry which imitated the ideal rather than the specific. With his voice, he did not attempt to imitate particular persons, but expressed the meaning of the speeches by accenting the figures of language. In all this, he obeyed the tendency of the age to find similarities rather than differences in behavior. This ritualistic acting, however, contained within it specific passions which burst from these typical characters. Unto the portrayal of these passions the actor had to give himself fully. Audacity and vehemency were required. He knew he had to feel the emotions himself if he were to move his auditors. Overtly expressed, the emotions came forth without self-conscious restraint. Perhaps in other acting companies, the actors relied on conventional expressions of emotions, but Shakespeare gave his actors too rich a variety of emotions, of too fine a subtlety, to permit them to rely upon a stock rendition of outworn conventions. Although the actor did not have to search for the emotion, as actors do now, he had to discriminate among the various emotions and individualize each of them in order to project an effective character. His conceit or idea of the passion had to be keen to make the character come to life. He knew that without a vivid comprehension, the external expression would be hollow. On stage, he shared his experience directly with the audience. He was part of an elaborate pageant taking place in a far-off land against an opulent backdrop. Yet on an emotional level, he communicated intimately and directly with the audience. In more or less unrestrained utterance, he portrayed extremes of passion, passion which was so alive and real that the audience might wish to say about the Globe player what Polonius said about the player in Hamlet. Look where he has not turned his color, and has tears in's eyes. Prithee, no more. Act 2, Scene 2, lines 542-543. At the peak of his passion, he might well have fitted Hamlet's description of the player who, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from her working all his visage wand, tears in his eyes, distraction in's aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit. Act 2, Scene 2, lines 578-583. To this type of ceremonious acting, the heart of which was overwhelming passion, intensively portrayed, neither the adjective formal nor natural applies. I suggest that we accept the inevitable adjective and call it romantic acting, but romantic acting understood in the finest sense before decadence and extravagance set in. The Globe Company brought this art to perfection. End of section 21.